the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. Now when I say the loose cannons, what? Do you know what I mean? I'm talking Bobby Latte, Stank Bastard, and Samurai Lee. You ain't never seen no hurt before, no podcast like this. These boys they entertain you, then take you on road trips, go to other cities, raid and pillage, watch the Bucs kick ass. If we in the stands and fans talk shit, we gon' whoop them fans. You'll see us in the red and pewter with the white and black. Might be high, drunk as fuck, straight talking smack. If it's a home game, best believe you gon' hear this chant. It be like Buccaneers. Buccaneers. One more time. Buccaneers. We in Tampa Bay, baby. B813 going crazy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. And we in Tampa Bay, baby. B813 going crazy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. Okay, when the ship's departed, we gon' get retarded. Nowadays, that phrase is disregarded. I'm at a Bucs party with a loose cannons, blasting facts and keeping you laughing. You see a white dude, no shoes, oh boo, that stank bastard. Who's up next? The big Latino. No fake, his steak, chimichurrino. Dominicano, papi latte como café, and el temprano. Something that you can feel, nothing but the real. Gonna analyze every.
What is up, Bucs Nation? It is Friday, April 25th, 2025, and day 2 of the NFL Draft. You are watching the Loose Cannons podcast. I am your boy, the Samurai Ali, hanging out with my very pale intern and hater of the Power Rangers, one stank bastard, and of course, our draft wizard, Luke Easterling, making a pre-game or pre-draft return to the Loose Cannons podcast. Obviously, you guys can find him on athlonsports.com, I believe is the URL, for all sorts of crazy stuff. This guy's grading the draft live, okay? That's pretty wild to hear. Luke, welcome back to the show. Let's dive into this, okay? Let's dive right into this fucking thing. The Bucs shocked the world, pissed off about 75% of the fan base, and they go with an Ohio State wide receiver who I think is an absolute stud, Egbuka. Got his name right, yes. Okay? What are your thoughts on this pick? Are you a hater? Do you love it? Do you understand it but not really love it? Just love to hear kind of your reaction to the whole thing and what you think of the whole, just the pick itself at that spot, that receiver position, the whole thing.
Yeah, so I think at first I had the same reaction as everybody, which was like, wait, what? Because like there were conversations about receiver up to that point, but it was always like, oh, if Ted McMillan falls somehow, like then they would have to have that conversation, right? Or like even like the last week or so, there's a couple people that was like, oh, maybe Matthew Golden, because then he gives them that, you know, explosive speed, the big playability. Nobody ever said anything about Egbuka except you, evidently, in private conversations at some point early in the process, which I'll give you credit for that. But it wasn't on the radar. And then as soon as you step back for a second, you're like, wait a minute, let's actually look at the player. And when you look at everything he does well, when you look at the type of player, evidently the type of person, teammate, leader that he is, you're like, God, of course he is. Like, of course they picked him. Of course, like he's a Buck. Like he's the guy that they, you know, all those traits that they put on the wall that are like Levante is the model. Like he fits all of those traits. And again, this is a team that when they lost Mike and Chris for that stretch, 4-game losing streak, the offense tried to hold it together, but it was tough. He has that versatility to play inside, outside, but you know he's going to be so good in that Chris Godwin slot role as kind of the successor there. I had 3 first-round grades on wide receivers this year. It was Travis Hunter, Ted McMillan, and Emeka Egbuka. So in terms of the value overall on my board, I thought it was great. It was solid. I had him above Matthew Golden. I had him above Luther Burden III. And again, culture fit is easy. And the position is more of a need than people think. And I'm sure we'll get into this, but like I'm arguing on Twitter with people all day who are like, we needed an edge. We needed this. We needed that. We needed we needed all those things. We still need all those things. But A, there's 6 more rounds to the draft. And B, I think Egbuka is going to be on the field this year as much as any edge they would have taken at 19, any corner they would have taken at 19, except maybe Jade Barron. Like if you're going to move Tyke back to the safety like they said they're going to do, and maybe he starts in the slot over Isian. But I don't know, man. I think I just love the player too much. And I love the long-term prognosis of how he kind of helps that transition from Mike and Chris to then Egbuka and McMillan. Hopefully, I don't know. It was surprising right out of the gate, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense, and the more I loved it.
I would never give Sammer credit that he didn't, earn.
Yeah, that's why I have to do it, because you would never do it. So
I won't do it, and usually he's full of shit. But I can confirm that he did have conversations with people in the building about Emeka months ago, which is kind of crazy. Completely pulled the rug out from under my feet. Didn't expect it whatsoever. It's a fair point. No matter who we draft right now, they're likely going to be in a rotation. And I guess maybe what made it feel, what was shocking about it is, the glaring need for depth on the defensive side of the ball. But you could argue, we have the same depth issues on the offensive side of the ball. If some of the heavy hitters go down, which they did for part of the season last year, it wasn't the detriment of the end of the season like it was on defense, where we're just rolling anybody out there to play corner and safety. But, we've had a night to kind of digest it from a person standpoint. You see the interview of this guy, he sounds like a pro, carries himself like a pro. You can tell immediately what they love about this guy. And then you just watch the film and you're like, it's Chris Godwin 2.0.
Yeah.
Holy shit. This kid's, got a lot of tools. So I'm back to being excited, honestly.
There's just no flaw. Like there's no flaw at all. I feel like you could want him to be faster, sure, but 4.48 is plenty fast enough when you're an elite route runner, when you have elite hands, you're a super smart player who knows how to set up defenders, knows how to find soft spots and zones. You have the versatility to play all three receiver spots, which Jason Light and Todd Bowles have already talked about earlier today and last night. When you have all of those things and you're fast enough and you're athletic enough, that's way better and way more important than being a 4.29 guy. And I'm not talking about Matthew Golden in particular, because I think here's some things he does really well too, but I'd rather have the guy who is fast enough and does all the other things too. And he blocks his ass off too. We know good and well that you're not playing on this team at receiver if you're not blocking your ass off. He did that in that offense. Bucky Irving is going to love this pick because he's going to be out there sealing edges in the slot. He's going to be out there springing him for runs just like he did for Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson. Again, everything about the person makes sense. The player position fit, I know, is going to be confusing to some people with such an early pick, but man, I'm just fired up too much about the player and what he'll mean to make sure that room stays intact. Because if I'm Baker Mayfield, I'm 28 years old. I'm thinking, man, I'm not going to worry about receiver until I'm like 35, 36. Yep. This is great. Yep.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about it too, Luke, is that he gives you the ability to not only move him around while he's, playing with Chris and Mike, but it gives you the ability to let him kind of take some of those snaps off of Chris's plate as Chris still kind of gets acclimated back to playing and getting back on the field. We don't want to see what happened to him from his last return from a major injury. We talked about last night with the ACL and coming back, that game against Dallas, pulls a hamstring. It felt like we kind of forced him back on the field, and we really didn't see him truly return to form until the very next season. This allows the Bucs to kind of slowly bring him along. Not to say that he's hit any sort of snag in his recovery, but it's best to be able to at least kind of draw that along a little bit and know that you have a guy who's capable of playing all three of those spots. Then it makes it very difficult to guard. And now you're not leaning on a guy like Trey Palmer to come out there and do things. And you also got a guy now who can return kicks and punts. It brings a lot to the table, which I am absolutely excited about. And the dude's a dog. He's just an absolute dog. And you could say the most polished wide receiver in the draft. So if you look at it, you come away with the most polished, maybe the top receiver in the draft class. And now, because of the way the board fell yesterday, so much defensive talent just got completely slid down to the next round. Yep. So leading into my question now, going into tonight, round 2 or round 3, what are targets that you think the Bucs should be looking at, could be looking at? Who would you be happy with at that 53rd spot? Or do you think that they would be moving up, possibly moving down? just love to kind of understand what you think their thought process would be, whether it's an interior defensive lineman, Omar Norman Lott. I absolutely would love that pick at 53, or if they're going to go corner and kind of address more of those needs that everyone apparently thinks we couldn't do unless it was exactly at spot 19 for some fucking reason.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say about Egbuka, I tweeted this out like I think a week ago or so, where I said he might be the highest floor prospect in the whole draft, like regardless of position. I don't know that there's another pro-ready player that I'm more convinced isn't going to bust than Emeka Egbuka in the whole draft. And I said that before he was a Buc, so it's not even like tainted by bias. But no, I think when I look at 53, I joked about this earlier on Twitter that like, please let all the offensive players go early, right? There's plenty, there's a few quarterbacks, there's a ton of wide receivers. And honestly, this is the benefit to having already taken one of the best wide receivers in Egbuka, is that there's going to be this log jam of second tier wide receivers still on the board. We mentioned Luther Burden III. There's so many other guys there, both the Iowa State guys, Higgins and Knoll, Jalen Royals and Jack Besh and Kyle Williams from Washington State. So many of these wide receivers are still on the board. Bucs aren't interested anymore. A lot of other teams are going to be, and I think hopefully if there's a run early, those next 2 or 3 quarterbacks come off the board before 53. A few of those receivers go. There's going to be fewer spots for those defensive players that I think the Bucs will really be interested in. When I go to my board, Will Johnson is a top 10 talent, and I know that there's medical concerns that not even I'm kind of privy to. He was banged up a little bit last year, but it seems like maybe there's a knee issue that teams are kind of scared of, which is why he fell out of the first round. So I'm interested. I don't know that he gets to 53, and obviously the doctors would have to be involved in that conversation, make sure that they're comfortable with that. But, Siobhan Revell Jr., I'm a big fan of him as well. Again, he's coming off a season-ending injury too, but I think he's supposed to be ready, training camp, hopefully week 1, definitely. So I think he's somebody I would be super interested in, because I think he would have been a top 15 pick if he hadn't gotten hurt last year. Big, tall, obviously fits the mold for a Bucs corner.
Is it too early to go linebacker here? Because we've done those mocks with you. You came in here, and I think our second-round mock may have been Darian Porter or Demetrius Knight Jr., possibly in one of the other ones that we did. Is it too early to go corner / linebacker over a corner, or is it corner over linebacker? What exactly do you think is that thought? Or should it be a guy like Omar Norman Lott, who brings tenacity and a pass rushing ability to the interior of the defensive line, and we know how much the Bucs love building through the trenches on both sides? Is that something like, what do you think their focus would be position-wise as opposed to the player?
I think when I look at the defensive line board, I think there's a lot of guys that I'm pretty confident are going to be there in the 3rd round when they pick in the 80s that I would be happier with than spending 53 on Norman Lott. We kind of talked about this off the air, where Norman Lott, super explosive, super disruptive guy, can get upfield, just doesn't have they didn't really play him on rundowns. Like he doesn't stuff the run as well as I'd like to see an every down guy. And again, when you've got your nose in Vita, and you got your upfield rushing guy in Kalijah Cansey, and you got Logan Hall, who's kind of that every down, just have him out there and kind of secure the point of attack, particularly against the run. If he gets pass rush, that's great. Norman Lott's kind of the opposite, where he definitely gives you some pass rushing juice, but early downs against the run, I just don't know how much value he gives you right now. And doing that in the top 55 or so, when they do have still needs at edge and corner and even safety, I think I would prioritize ahead of the interior. Particularly when I look at the depth that I think will be there in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I think I'd be happier with, a CJ West in the 3rd round, a Ty Robinson from Nebraska in the 4th round, as opposed to going interior this early, especially if some of those corners, some of those DBs, some of those edge guys are on the board. Obviously, I didn't mention Donovan Ezeraku because I just don't think he'll be there. That's the one guy that I think maybe I would move up for. Don't know if Jason will be super motivated to do that, since they're already without one of their late round picks. So you're already kind of behind on the draft capital. I don't know if he would be able to dip into next year if he's convinced that Ezeraku's worth it. I'd be willing to maybe send a next year's pick, depending on how late it is, to get up and get Ezeraku, because I believe in him a lot. Would have been fine with him at 19. Carson Schlesinger, I think, is the linebacker that makes sense for them at 53. I think that's still a little early for me, but I would understand it. Just to guard against if Servassier can't stay healthy, and I'm excited to see him at full strength, but we just don't know what we're getting yet. We haven't seen it. So a lot of options there. The board looks really nice for the Bucs. I'm hoping, again, as many of those offensive players are off the board as possible, to give them some quality choices there in the 50s.
Yeah, I mean, if you get, Emeka in the 1st round and you come away somehow with a Donovan Ezeraku or Trey Amos or Kevin Winston Jr., who we didn't talk about.
Yeah.
Even Landon Jackson, Arkansas edge, possibly. Siobhan Ravel. I feel like in any scenario, whoever you put in there as our second pick with the guy we got last night, it seems like a win-win scenario that the Bucs have been put in because of how the board fell, which explains why they did that the way they did it in last night. So I feel like you don't even really have to give up anything and just kind of let the board fall to you and possibly even trade down and gain another pick that maybe you can use to move up, or now you have a couple extra pieces you can play with, because so many of these guys kind of fall between 53 and 84, right? To where you feel like, I don't want to reach. If I can gain an extra pick, then I get the guy I like and another guy I like as well. Because I do think they probably need to go corner, linebacker, and or even maybe if you don't want to double in on linebackers, you go safety. But I feel like
I was going to say, don't forget about safety. Don't forget about safety. We've been talking about linebacker, corner, pass rusher, interior D line, Kevin Winston Jr., or a guy like that on the board.
Cliff on ransom.
Yeah,
I'm a big Xavier Watts guy. Xavier Watts is number 25 overall on my board. Barely fell out of my first round grades. I'd be a huge fan of him. You want to talk about ball hawks? Todd Bowles says we need interceptions, and he's right. Nobody takes the ball away like Xavier Watts does in this class.
Andrew Makuba, another guy.
Yep, Makuba's another guy.
Also, the kid
with that in the third, but
Nick out of South Carolina. That's another one. Again, but those guys all kind of fall between the 53 and 84. They're like, you know what? If there's a handful of guys the Bucs like, I'm willing to bet they're gonna not pick at 53. Maybe pick a 56. Maybe pick a 59. To where you gain some of those guys. And I love Darian Porter. Love him.
Yeah,
love Noel Williams.
And he's a Bucs corner. We talked about it on the last episode where I was on. I mean, he's basically Zion McCollum at a Power 5 school, basically. I mean, he reminds me of Reek Woolen coming out of UTSA, converted wide receiver, still learning the position, but rare size and length and just a rare athlete for the position. He fits perfectly. I'd be fine with that. But moving back makes a ton of sense. Again, you're already one less pick than a full slate. If the board, if all those guys that kind of really get you excited, like, oh man, if one of these 5 or 6 guys is there at 53, we got to take them. But if all those guys are gone, and you're into that next tier where you're like, man, I don't see a massive difference here. I'd love to see them move back a few spots, see if they can maybe even get an extra 4 and try to hit all of those spots where you can get a linebacker, you can get a safety, you can get an interior guy, an edge, and fill all of those levels of the defense with at least somebody and raise the potential of all of those position groups.
I feel like Luke, if they go best corner here, it'd be the ideal scenario, because then you can kind of pick and choose your corner / linebacker on the next 2 picks. Maybe land a Kobe Bryant or Noah Williams somehow. Go ahead, Stink.
I was going to say, I don't trust anything you guys are saying. I'm shook from yesterday. You guys are saying all the right things, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, is it going to be Scattaboo? Is it going to be Elijah Arroyo? Right? Because I don't know what they're going to pick. I don't know. I'm assuming we're going to go for positions of drastic need, right? 29th ranked pass defense, but are we going to draft a running back instead?
I would be fairly confident putting money on the fact that the Bucs will not take a running back.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Yeah, I'm fairly certain.
Shadur, right? Jonas said Shadur. Yeah. What about Shadur? What do you read? What are you hearing from your people?
Why don't you say his name right? Why do you say it like that?
I'm saying exactly like it's supposed to be said.
Shadur.
What? How you say it then?
Shadur.
Shadur like a door.
You couldn't say
like a door.
You couldn't say Egbuka yesterday. You said Egbuka the entire day.
And you know what? I apologized to him in a text message privately this afternoon. So
good.
That's on you, man.
No, obviously they're going to, they're capable of surprising us, but I think after taking the luxury pick in the first round, I think these 2 picks tonight, I highly expect will be on the defensive side of the ball, because they need it at every level. They need the similar type of depth. And the interesting thing to me is going to be, where does the board fall in terms of value at defensive back, whether that's corner or safety, to the point where you tell yourself, okay, we can get an outside corner, that's fine. But if we can get a safety that we really like, say, they love Nick Eamon-Worry and he's there at 53 somehow, and they're like, okay, never mind about the Tyke Smith at safety thing. Let's slide in, we'll keep him in the nickel and we'll take the safety. I feel like they would have done that if they had taken Jahdae Barron at 19 instead of Egbuka and said, okay, he's going to be the slot corner, but now we can move Tyke back, and now we still need an outside guy and need all these other things. So depending on how they feel about where the value is, could dictate some of those decisions about where Tyke ends up and whether or not they double dip at corner and get an outside guy and a slot guy, which we've done in some of the mocks as well.
Yeah, I feel like I don't listen, the Tyke Smith thing, I understand you want to get him on the field. He plays more if he's in a safety spot. He gets more hands-on balls, playmaking, that whole thing. But I feel like some of that is just some bullshit, just some smoke and mirrors type stuff, honestly.
Very possible. Very
because
possible.
I'm not sold on his size translating well into that position, only because of how much thumping kind of is involved. Not to say he's not a thumper and a good tackler, but I feel like it's a little bit.
You can thump without being huge, man.
No, I get that. We know that you're you know how to thump without being
still
big.
Thump.
It's more of a wear and tear, and we saw him battle injuries last year. We saw him deal with a concussion at some point. It just feel like some of that is smoke and mirrors. If you end up with a scenario where you can get two really good outside corners and maybe a safety like Makubo or even the kid out of Cal later on, I feel like, you know what? You keep him out there. You teach him, obviously, to play both spots, and now you got a little bit of a cool little, rotational scenario that you can put, dime package from hell for offensive coordinators, that kind of thing. Because I find it very hard for them to say no to, say, let's say they go with Siobhan Ravel and somehow Kobe Bryant's also available right after that at 84. It's like, God, dude, that'd be really tough to say no and no to, or yes and no to. But that's,
Well, and Jason Light's
dream
done
scenario.
it multiple times. He's done it multiple times where he's double dipped at a position just because he liked the way the board fell. He's taken two corners before. He's taken multiple guys at other position side. He won't be shy if that's the way the board falls. He'll do it.
Absolutely. Luke, you got some time to take a phone call?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to go to the 727 area code. You're the first caller on night 2 of the Loose Cannons live draft show presented by reversebrand.com, by the way, guys. Make sure you use the discount code Loose Cannons and save 20% off. And of course, tonight we will be giving away a couple more of these bad boys, these 11 by 1K special edition caps here by Reverse Brand. Luke, let me know what color you want. If you want the orange and white, or if you want the I believe the other one is red lettering on white. You let me know, man. I got you. So
where's my hat, Sammer?
I
Where
would
the fuck are my
definitely
hats?
let
you don't get a hat, Stank. You haven't performed up to par quite yet.
What?
727 area code. You're on with the Loose Cannons. What you got? What you got for Luke Easterling, the draft wizard?
Well, number one, Luke, is I gotta call it like I see it. The hair on your head is just magnificent. So we got to start there. I think that orange hat with the white lettering would look fantastic. If you were to use code Loose Cannons tonight, I would highly recommend it. And second, folks, I just wanted to call in and tell you that I'm fired up. We got about 27 minutes left. You guys are doing a great job. Thought I would come let you know so. That's about all I got at the moment, unless you got a question for me.
I do. First of all, how much did Sammer pay you to call in? Because this is absolutely a paid actor. And what's your name, sir?
My name is Nolan.
No, Nolan. Which agency do you work for, sir? And again, what's your hourly rate? How much is Sammer paying you? Hashtag ad.
I was sent by Stank. He sent me here to make him look better. He was like, hey, man, we really need some help on the show. Sammer's really been slacking. I want you to call in. Make sure that you absolutely mention Luke's hair, because every time he's on, we have to make mention of that. And for the low rate of $20, I thought that I couldn't pass up that opportunity.
You only paid him $20, Stank?
Dude,
I'm surprised everybody didn't blame me. He's talking about my hair, and I feel like I would have been the likely target to have paid this guy off, because clearly
I don't appreciate you selling me out like that, man. I told you in the email that you needed to play dumb, and there you sold me out. But the $20 is in the mail, man. Promise.
That's what you get for handling these things yourself.
Guys like you and me think we don't have to play dumb,
That's true.
Don't have to play dumb.
True.
What did you say your name was again?
Nolan. Like Nolan Ryan.
Nolan, do you have a ideal pick for the Bucs here at 53? And Luke, when he answers it, I want you to challenge him and tell him why he's right or wrong.
Like it.
For me personally, I would really like to see someone like a Benjamin Morrison if the team feels pretty good about the hip situation that he has going on. Xavier Watts also would be an acceptable answer. But I'd like to hear what you guys think about someone like Alfred Collins. Do you see him as a second-round player or more like a third-round player?
Luke?
All right, great stuff. I would say Benjamin Morrison is a guy that's really scary to me. Like again, corners coming off of hip surgery really worry me. When you go back to his film before the injury, it was fantastic, and I think he would have been one of the top corners in this draft. But that, again, I'm not the team doctors; they're going to have to clear him and whatever. But in terms of, he kind of already was a guy where the hip transitions weren't great, the fluidity wasn't great, and he's coming off that injury. So there's a lot of corners I'd probably be happier with than Morrison. Interested to see if he falls or not as it relates to that. But no, Xavier Watts, I talked about him earlier. Big fan of Xavier Watts, one of my favorite players in this draft. Alfred Collins, I think he's a late second guy, but I think he's to a team that needs a more of a nose tackle and not necessarily a guy. Again, I just think that's too early for the Bucs along the interior. I think they've really got some solid guys, and it's more pressing need. And I think the value that they'll find in the third and fourth round will be too similar to what they'll be able to get if they were to take a guy like Collins at 53. I just don't see that gap being super huge. I'd much rather see them go DB or edge or linebacker and see what's still left there for the interior in the fourth round.
What's funny to me about Benjamin?
I was going to say, he only named Notre Dame players.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
What's funny about Bucs
Alfred
fans?
Collins played at Texas.
Yeah, he played at Texas. What's funny about Bucs fans is they hate so much on Jamel Dean, who's got maybe the worst hips of any DB in the NFL, and then they're constantly all over this Benjamin kid. I'm like, well, you guys didn't like that guy's hips. Why are we going to another guy with bad hips? I feel like there's other options there. Nolan, unless you got another question, I believe you had a pretty good phone call though, man. You sound like you know ball. You know ball?
I appreciate that, Samurai. I like to think I know ball, and my only other question would be for Stank. Speaking of men's hips, Stank, are you a fan of men's hips?
What? That's the first thing I look for. Okay, hips are the first thing on my score. I don't have a RAS score, but hips, which we all know don't lie. Right?
Most of the time.
That's where you look first.
They can.
Where you look.
They can lie. Jamel Dean's hips have lied.
Without good hips, what good are you? What good are you?
Listen, I'm a thigh guy. Okay, thighs can make up for lack of hips sometimes. Just
that's because you have tight hips.
You're right. I do.
If your name is Nolan, you got to bring the heat. I feel like he did. I feel like that was a hell of a.
That was a great call, Nolan.
You don't charge the mound with Nolan. He's ready for you.
No, I ain't no Robin Ventura. I'm not stupid.
One more shout out I want to give before I go, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Mm-hmm. Last night I was at the Lightning game. I happened to run into the one and only Cody Mauk on the way out. Gave him a fist bump. Shout out to Cody Mauk. Thanks for saying what's up, big guy.
Hell yeah,
Cody's the shit.
That's my favorite toothless human being ever. Easily, not even.
How long is that list, Samer?
I'm missing a bunch. Am I on that list? I'm on there.
It's 2 people deep.
At least it's deep.
Yeah, it's deep. Before I go to the next caller, I was going to ask you really quick, Luke.
Thank you, Nolan.
Soon.
Oh, he's still
great
there?
Call. Luke, if Izaraku is not there, who's your next edge on the list? And let's say he's not there, they probably go corner or safety in that 53rd spot. At 84, is there an edge rusher that you still think, you know what, he's still worthy of that spot. He still comes in rotational, maybe develops into something else later on. Who's that guy for you?
I think there's a lot of guys I really like in the third round there. I think the one guy that I'd be hoping still slips to 53 is Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. I know he's not quite the on paper, he doesn't look like the Todd Bowles edge guy, right? Where it's more of an athlete that can drop back. But if you go back to his earlier, when he was at Purdue before he transferred, he was playing in like the 260s and was definitely much more of an athletic movement guy who could do some versatile things. He went to Texas A&M. They beefed him up to like 280 and made him be like a base 4-3 end and even like a 3-4 type of guy. He dropped all that weight again. He was back in the 260s for the combine, and I think that's where he wants to play. And so I think his Texas A&M film and production was still really good, but I think he can even be a better player than that because he really wasn't playing in the role and the body type that I think he plays his best at.
So what you're saying is his hips lied on tape for an entire year.
Wow. A little bit, man, but it wasn't even his fault. He was just doing what he was told, doing what the coaching staff wanted him to do, and I think he'll be a better pro than he was at Texas A&M if he's in a role that lets him be the player he should be at 265, 260 instead of 280.
See that, Stank? That's professional right there, dude.
He blamed it on the coaches. It wasn't.
Well, he's not blaming it on the coach. I'm blaming it on the coaches. Yeah, I'm not going to put that on Nick. I'm doing the blaming here.
But see that
it wasn't Nick's fault. Speaking of Swinson, Speaking of Swinson, too raw for you?
We didn't talk
I mean,
about
the guy's got. I know. I accidentally called him Swinson because I was looking at Swinson's name. Speaking of Swinson, and I'm the one who brought it up. Do you know the kid's got like the measurables are there, right? But how do you feel about that guy?
I think he's going to go earlier than I would take him. I've routinely mocked him on the back end of the second round to the Eagles just because that feels like an Eagles upside type of pick. But again, the tools are definitely there. But when I look at so many of these edge guys that I really think are going to be there in the mid to late third round, I love Femi Oladejo from UCLA. I think the Bucs do too. Again, upside tools, edge guy, but people rave about the kid in terms of his character as well. Was dominant at the Senior Bowl. I think he had 2 sacks in the actual Senior Bowl game, but had a hell of a week of practice. I like Josiah Stewart out of Michigan. Again, another kid that was transferred from Coastal Carolina, kept producing at a high level, and they voted him a team captain at Michigan after transferring in from a non-Power 5 school. I think that says a lot about that kid as well. You've talked to his teammates, and they're like, hey, that's the guy that takes people under his wing, that develops younger talent. So I think he would fit from a character standpoint. And again, athletic guy, great production. Ashton Gelati from Louisville is another guy. Huge, love his tape. Again, he's a guy that's like, if you want more explosive guys, you'll find him. If you guys, want bigger, tougher guys, maybe you'll find him. He's so well-rounded though, like does everything at a high level, highly productive, can convert speed to power. He just he has a few sacks on his film where he literally just gets a hand up in somebody's collar and just drops them into the quarterback's lap, sacks them with the offensive lineman that was supposed to block him. And I love reps like that. So yeah, there's a ton of edge guys that I really like there in the third round that if they haven't addressed it by then, I'd be super happy with any of those guys we just talked about.
All right, we're going to go now to the 701 area code. You're on the reversebrand.com phone line on the Loose Cannons live draft show, night 2, special, podcast show, episode, whatever you want to call it. You're on with Luke. Edition. Yeah, you're on with Stank, and of course you're on with the great Samurai Ali. What do you have on the top of the dome tonight as it relates to the draft, or maybe a question for the draft wizard?
Hey guys, it's Jonas. I'm currently waiting in line. If there's any other callers, go ahead and take their calls. Put me back on hold for a moment, okay?
There's no guarantee that you're gonna
notice, bro.
There's no guarantee that we're gonna go back to you though, because I don't know how long
is he still there?
Here.
Is he still there?
No, I put him back.
Damn it! Wanted to see what he was ringing up.
That was a first.
Sounds like he was doing self-checkout at a Publix.
There's no Publix up in the middle of fucking North Dakota where he lives, dude.
You just told everyone where this guy lives, dude.
He lives in North Dakota. He's not afraid to tell anybody.
Doxed Jonas in front of everybody. Great.
Oh my god.
Way to go.
Is
good luck finding him, bro. Jonas lives in one of those fishing sheds on the middle of a fucking
I thought he
pond.
lived between Minnesota and Fargo, right in the between.
He does.
He lives in one of those Walter White cabins after he Saul Goodman disappears him. He lives there.
Don't go into his basement. That's all I'm telling you.
Why have you been there?
I haven't, but I'm just telling
you.
How
do you know?
I got people on the streets.
You got sources about Jonas's basement. That's
before we have you leave, Luke. Okay, I'm gonna give you the chance here to give away one of these hats for us tonight. So I want you to come up with some sort of Bucs trivia question, maybe a question that isn't necessarily a stat related deal. Maybe has something to do with how Mike Evans was dressed on his draft night when he got called by Jason Light. Maybe something like that. Something a little more obscure that the answer to, that somebody in the chat could possibly throw in and possibly win one of these bad motherfuckers right here. Okay.
All right. My favorite piece of Tampa Bay Buccaneers trivia is not necessarily draft related, but there is a Bucs legend who threw the first pitch in the history of the Florida Marlins franchise.
Okay.
Legend.
Who is it?
Florida Marlins. Okay.
So Bucs legend, who's the Bucs legend who threw the first pitch ever for the Florida Marlins franchise? I'm assuming that's baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
We've got Sean Ray says Testaverde. Narav says Lynch. Taraka says John Lynch.
John Lynch is the answer.
All right. Nirav was the first person, I believe. So Nirav, figure out a way for us to get drop your email as a comment
It's not
And,
Narav, it's Navaj.
John
That-
Lynch was a hell of a baseball player at Stanford. I have a Stanford baseball rookie card of John Lynch. It's one of my favorite cards I have in my lovely collection. But I do have a pretty badass Bucs card collection. I got to show that off someday. But yeah, John Lynch. I have a John Lynch baseball card. It's pretty dope.
There you go. So, Narav, drop your email address in the comment section, and intern Vixen will take care of that somehow at the end of the week. We're
Luke,
gonna go back.
I found this trivia book at the bookstore the other day. Yes, I go to bookstores. All right, I've got so many books. You guys wouldn't even imagine how many books I own. Anyways, I bought this cool book, Buccaneers trivia thing, and it's kind of draft related in a weird way. I wouldn't have known this, but I'm asking this question to you. It says, which franchise has the Tampa Bay Buccaneers completed the most trades with? Luke, you're on the clock.
Lord, I have no clue. I'm going to say the Eagles. I don't know.
Sammer?
No idea.
My guess would be the New England Patriots.
Vixen, do you have any guesses?
No.
Anybody in the chat? Nobody in the chat even cares. The answer is the Cincinnati Bengals, who do pick before us in this round. Who knows? That could be some kind of.
B-Shuck says owning and reading aren't the same thing, Stank. Definitely correct.
Dude.
All right.
I was surprised you bought it. I was gonna ask like how you managed to make it away from the cops after they called you and trespassed you from breaking into the bookstore.
You must have listened to yesterday's show when I admitted to at least four
or 5
different
crimes.
I did not listen, but
crimes.
your reputation precedes you.
Yeah,
I just
dude,
expected it anyway.
I was a
Precedes you.
sticky-fingered wet bandit when I was a kid, bro.
All right, we're going to go back to Jonas, so Jonas can get his question in for Luke. Jonas, we are up against it, so you're going to have to get in and out here as quickly as possible. Give us either
Hey,
your
Jonas,
take or your question.
paper, plastic, Jonas. Paper, plastic.
Plastic. Actually, I'm holding a paper bag right now. Hey, Luke, what's the what does it look like as far as other small school talent that you would like Tampa Bay to draft? You know, you guys were talking about Cody Mauch when I was going in to order dinner, and it's like, hey, that's a good question for Luke. So yeah, any small school studs that you see coming to Tampa Bay, I'll let you guys go. Go Bucs.
Thanks. Why is everybody running into Cody Mauch? What's going on right now?
Cody's getting around, man.
Well, hey, oh, hold on, I'm still on, but
Still there.
Cody's actually getting married here in about 2 months or a month or 2 months. And I know he's back up in the Fargo area for NDSU.
Are you tracking his movements?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are in communication. I mean, we are buddy, so to speak. So, but yeah.
What were you really buying from the store, Jonas? Like rope?
Chicken sandwich.
Is there rope in that? Is there rope in that paper bag?
Did you get any rope? Any
Duct tape?
Duct tape?
There
Trash
is
bag?
no. This bag is so small.
Zip
Man,
ties.
No, any bleach?
there's.
Bottles of bleach?
I don't think there's any zip ties that are that
Lye or
small.
anything like that? No? Okay.
You get a big empty
no.
drum.
Yeah.
Any?
All right,
Maybe
listen.
maybe
The small school guy that I think the Bucs should be interested in, and this could be the third, but I think it would probably be closer to the fourth if for some reason they haven't gotten an edge guy. David Walker out of Central Arkansas is a guy, put up great numbers, and he's built like Dwight Freeney basically. I think he's barely 6'1", and he's like 250, 260 or something. So he's built like a deep freezer of an edge rusher. But man, just gets to the quarterback. He just gets to the quarterback. I think he's again, if he does come off the board in the third round, I won't be surprised. But if the depth of the edge clash pushes him out, and he's somehow there in the late fourth and the 120s when the Bucs are picking and they haven't gotten an edge guy yet, David Walker is going to be a productive pro, man. I really like him.
Okay, because somebody actually in the chat asked about that guy, and I was going to ask you as well before we end your segment of the show here, because he's kind of in the middle of nowhere. You don't really know what those guys can do from those small schools. How does it translate? Most of the time when it goes to edge guys, I feel like it doesn't, but that's good to hear, because a lot of people seem to be bringing his name up as if we're not going to go edge sooner than that fourth round, and it'd be interesting to see if the Bucs gain an extra pick if they use it on a guy like that, where it's like, you know what, if we swing and miss, no big deal, it was a freebie. But Luke,
this question before Sammer lets you go, I'm going to keep you on. Last question, not Bucs related. Does Shador go here in the first 5 picks, you think?
I don't know where the Raiders are picking, but if it's in the first 5 picks, I think that's possible. I think that
they pick 4th in this round.
Yeah, I think that's a great spot for him. I think it's perfect for him. Again, I don't want to make too much of his relationship with Tom Brady, but like I think it's not nothing, and I think he respects Geno Smith a lot. I think it'd be a perfect place for him to go and maybe disappear for a little while, like just get out of, like just focus on being the best quarterback he can be and not have to deal with all the bullshit that everybody else is like, oh, what's he, if he goes to Cleveland or Pittsburgh or some of these other, like he's their best quarterback immediately. He's going to have to start and he's going to have to play right away. And I think he could do it, but I think Vegas would be such a great spot where it's like, hey, we got Pete Carroll, we got a new regime. We're going to build this thing slow and steady. You're going to be able to sit behind Geno for at least a year or two, and you won't have to worry about being the guy right now, right away. People can get over this whole, you being the storyline and everywhere. And then in a couple of years, you can take over for Geno Smith. I think that'd be an ideal fit for him. And I think it'd be the best thing for the team, in terms of being able to transition from one really solid quarterback to another.
Hell yeah. Luke, let all these people know. First of all, you fucking crushed it as always, dude. You're awesome.
Appreciate it, guys.
If you want to hop in again tomorrow, you just let me know, man. But in the meantime, let everybody know where they can go and read all these live grades and everything else you do for Athlon Sports and anything else.
Yeah, man. So I live blogged the entire first round last night, which is always a blast. So I've got instant grades for every first round pickup at athlonsports.com right now. I also have best available players. Full mock draft for day 2 is already up there as well. So if you want to get a last minute, take a look at who I think could go in the 2nd and 3rd round here in a little bit. I'll have the same thing at the end of tonight. I'll have a best available board for day 3. I'll have a 4th round mock draft just for the 4th round based on who's available there. And then I'll have complete grades for all 32 teams. And for everybody out there who thinks they're stupid, you're right. They are. They're completely pointless. I'm going to write them anyway because a lot of people read them anyway. And it's fun to look back at them. It's just fun. It's okay to do things just because it's fun. So that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, come talk on Twitter at Luke Easterling. I love chatting it up with the Bucs fans. And athlonsports.com. Watch BPA, my podcast, draft podcast, every Wednesday morning. It's the best podcast available. It's the Athlon Sports NFL Draft Show. Go subscribe to that. We'll be breaking down the draft.
Second best.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a play on words. I don't actually think it's the best podcast available. There's like probably at least 2 that are better.
You tell me your hips just lied?
No, my lips lie. My hips are very honest.
Very honest. Okay. I like that about you.
But no, go subscribe to the show. Check it out. We have a good time over there. We've had Booger on the show. We've had a bunch of great guests. So take it out. Check it out.
Luke, before I let you go, predict the pick at 53 for the Bucs, or if they're trading out of it.
I think they trade out. I think, honestly, I think the run is going to happen early. I'd hate to admit it because I want to be able to believe that one of my guys is still going to be on the board. I don't know, man. There's too many spots and too much good talent on the board. I think if they get to 53, if there's a deal he likes, I think they could move back a handful of slots, maybe stay in the 2nd round in the bottom. But man, if they could pick up an extra 4 and get that just one extra defender, either the safety they wouldn't have been able to get otherwise, or the interior guy they wouldn't have been able to get otherwise, or get the nickel to go with the outside corner, I think Jason would love to do that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm reading between the lines there. It's Scataboo. He didn't want to say it on the show. But.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little break just to kind of get ourselves resituated here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Luke, you fucking crushed it. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Go Bucs. Go.
It's kickoff, set it off, go to Vegas, bet it all, put it on the Bucs win, whoever they gon' play gon' fall. Don't say I ain't told y'all, loose cannons gon' fold y'all. Yeah, the Heat be 9-3, but it gets real cold in the fall. That's when the season start, Bucs come in 40 hard, win after win, ripping the division apart. Panthers, they pussycats, Falcons got bird flu, take the Ravens and Dolphins and open up a zoo. Cause one thing's for sure, better than the Bucs, they show lane. And every day in Tampa Bay, we say fuck the Saints. We in Tampa Bay, baby. 813 going crazy. Tampa, boy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. And we in Tampa Bay, baby. Tell them where you from. 813 going crazy. Yeah. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. Now when I say the loose cannons, what? Do you know what I mean? I'm talking Bobby Latte, Stank Bastard, and Samurai Lee. You ain't never seen no her before, no podcast like this. These boys entertain you, then take you on road trips, go to other cities, raid and pillage, watch Bucs kick ass. If we in the stands and fans talk shit, we gon' whoop them fans. You'll see us in the red and pewter with the white and black. Might be high, drunk as fuck, straight talking smack. If it's a home game, best believe you gon' hear this chant. It be like B-U-C-C-A-N-E-E-R-S, B-U-C-C-A-N-E-E-R-S, one more time, B-U-C-C-A-N-E-E-R-S. We in Tampa, baby, D813 going crazy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. And we in Tampa, baby, D813 going crazy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on them haters. Okay, when the ship's departed, we gon' get retarded. Nowadays, that phrase is disregarded. I'm at a Bucs party with a loose cannons, blasting facts and keeping you laughing. You see a white dude, no shoes, oh boo, that Stank Bastard. Who's up next? The big Latino. No fake, his station, mi churino. Dominicano, papi latte como café, and el temprano. Something that you can feel, nothing but the real. Gonna analyze everything that happens on the field. Any given Sunday, like Willie Beeman, you might throw up. YouTube the loose cannons and these three fools show up. I've told you about two. Let me intro the boss, Samurai Lee. He be the sultan of the sauce with Gabagoo. Ooh, a godfather of sorts. Like a Jedi with the force when it comes down to these Bucs.
Like a Jedi with the force when it comes down to these Bucs.
We in Tampa, baby. D813 going crazy. This Bucs podcast be the greatest. Loose cannons blasting on him.
What is up, folks? We are back. Live draft show, second day, Loose Cannons podcast. I'm your boy, Sammer. Make sure you guys hit the like button, okay? Smash the fucking like button, shit. And then hit that subscribe button right now. You don't have to wait. We're absolutely going to crush it tonight like we did last night, okay? We had a fucking appliance salesman on all night who knew what he was talking about somehow. Also, he was wheeling and dealing. And you know what? Tonight, we still also have our two interns. We got intern Izzy and, of course, intern Vixen in the intern closet. There they are, right there. Enough of that. Listen, I want to remind you guys, okay? Go show some love to our presenting sponsor for this weekend's 3-night event shows, reversebrand.com. They have a ton of cool shit, ton of different hats. If you're not from Tampa, you still want to rep their brand, they've got a ton of different towns and cities that you can buy hats for, or even cigar. They got cigar upside down hat, okay? Different colors,
all different types of hats.
Yeah, you use the discount code Loose Cannons for 20% off, and keep it here, guys, because we're going to be giving away some more of these hats tonight, and we're going to be reacting live to everything going on with the NFL draft, which is going to be starting here in, I think, what?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay?
The final
We got it.
countdown.
We got the live ticker on the right of the screen. That thing is, according to last night, we were ahead of everybody on TV. So,
Sure.
yeah,
We really were.
This
Yeah.
was the place to be.
this was the place to be, okay?
Yeah.
Get those likes up, hit those subscribe button if you haven't yet. And, of course, if you guys don't know, we launched a free Bucs Discord. That means a ton of shenanigans in there, a ton of different channels for mock drafts, fantasy football talk, food, memes, all sorts of shit. There's a bunch of cool stuff in there. It's easy to join. It's loosecannonslive.com/join. And if you somehow feel like going a little bit deeper and going into the behind the scenes and being part of our fantasy football leagues that are coming up this season, then you can also join what we call the Cannon Cartel. $3 a month. You get a bunch of cool VIP perks as well as merchandise specific to the cartel and only cartel members. Really, really cool. So check that out on our Discord. And Stank, who is the pick at 53? Who's your not necessarily the pick, but who's your hope at 53 tonight?
I mean, it's still Ezraku, and until his name is off the board, that's the guy that's just been ingrained into my heart. But chances are he won't be there. So I'm really hoping for a guy like Siobhan Ravel. I wouldn't hate either of the linebackers, Demetrius Knight, Carson Swessinger, one of those four guys. And then, of course, my draft crush, Omar Norman Lott. I say those five right there. That's the sweet spot for me. But I don't get my hopes up because we really never draft guys I hope we draft, except for Brian Price, who then blew his fucking leg apart for no reason and broke my heart at the same moment. For all you old school,
he blew up his leg. I think he disconnected both of his hamstrings.
It's like the hamstrings or quads. It was something ridiculously weird.
Yeah,
And
it was the hamstring. It was the hamstring.
we
So-
never got the Jared McCoy, Brian Price combo, which would have been unreal. But yeah.
So my thing for tonight, man, look, I would love Ezraku. Realistically speaking, if he's not there at 53, I feel like it'd be between Winston Jr., Ravel out of ECU, and your boy from Tennessee, Omar Norman Lott, who the more I watch that kid, the more it feels like a Jason Light type of pick. But again, it all depends on how many corners start flying off that board. If a bunch of them start rolling, then I feel like the Bucs are going to kind of have their hands tied and say, we got to go do that, and maybe Lane Tonka, Hemingway later on in the draft. But if those corners still keep sliding, I could see the Bucs going safety or defensive line and then addressing the corner with the next 2 picks. Then you got 2 studs, in my opinion. A bunch of guys would be left over if that's the case, which would be the ideal situation. The Bucs are really addressing needs right there on the back end of that defense where they need to, man. That'd be fun to watch. Finally, some people who I would be happy to see hit the field when Jamel Dean inevitably gets injured 3 quarters into the second week of the season.
Sammer, is there any scenario where the Bucs trade? I always get confused. Down, up, closer to they go down. Is it down?
They trade down. They would trade down.
Down or up?
Look, so here's the thing. What if Ezraku's at 50? He's still there. You got a chance to move up 3 spots, and that's your guy. You absolutely love him. Would you give up next year's 3rd, next year's 2nd, and something else to go up and grab him? Or you?
That's down. That's down, not up, right?
No, that's up.
No.
It's on a board. It's on a board on a screen. We're not talking numbers up and down, because then you would be right. Yeah, you'd be trading down, but you'd be trading
Anybody
up.
else have trouble with
You're
that?
trading up the board. You dumb fuck. Up the board. Not up the numbers. You're up the
But
board.
you're going down in numbers, though. You went from...
Yeah, but no one talks like that. We're going up the board. They're talking about the board. You're climbing up the ladder, okay?
I think everybody's wrong. Should be down.
No.
If you're trying to pick
You can answer the
before,
question. You're going to answer the question. Is there a scenario where we, outside of that, where you think we get active here?
No,
Trade.
I think we either move down because there's just too many options that we like, and we gain an extra pick and go after some more needs, because that linebacker spot is kind of in between the next 2 picks. But if Ezraku's there at 50, I would not be mad if we moved up and grabbed him. That's the thing. If they love a guy and the dude like that, I would never be unhappy. I'm a guy that feels like, hey, you give up a pick and you get the guy you absolutely love, go fucking do it, man. Go fucking do it. Mock said, B-Mock says this is the content I'm here for. Trade up versus trade down convo. Absolutely. That's what we're discussing.
It's a conversation it's a hard conversation to have, and nobody wants to talk about it. But I feel like it's fundamentally incorrect.
Every time you speak, Stank, you embarrassed B-Shuck, because he considers himself to be, you're part of the clan, according to him, even though they have revoked your card. He's embarrassed that you are representative of his people, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it one bit, man. I think he's had enough, honestly. I think he's had enough.
Never, bro. All right. The blood is too thick. The ties are bound. You're not ever going to split us apart, dog. Ever.
I don't know, man.
It's the way it is. It's
Check this
okay.
out.
It's great to be jealous of me and B-Shuck's relationship and how close
I'm about to
we
make
are.
you very uncomfortable, okay? And I'm about to make myself uncomfortable here, actually.
Not possible.
I'm going to have you take the reins of the show for the next 2 minutes.
Whoa.
Okay?
Whoa.
I'm pouring myself a drink for this trade. This show gets on the road here. Has a pick even been made?
Nope. Cleveland's on the clock right now.
See, look at that. Intern Izzy doing a better job than Stanker. Also, dude,
I
you
didn't
do a
hear what
pretty
you said.
damn good horn, by the way. Hit that again.
He's done it a couple times, bro. It's very
pretty good.
natural. One of his natural abilities.
Is that your mating call? Is that your mating call, Izzy?
Is that? I mean,
Feels like it would
I
fit
don't
in if
kiss-
you go into a nightclub, you
could
start
be.
doing that. But maybe the girls would get confused. They're like, is that the DJ doing that? Or
I
is
mean-
that weird guy that
I
followed me
mean-
home last night?
I mean, I'll never tell my secrets, but B-Mock saying he loved the Green Day portion of the show last night. We need an encore tonight.
No, you guys have to buy the album. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the best performance ever.
It was pretty good. Thank
It was good.
That was a pretty good one.
We did pretty good collab there, you and I. You know that?
Listen,
I hate
when we
you
put our heads together,
95% of the time.
that's 2 heads, you know?
Mhm.
It's more
2
like
heads,
three.
as they say, are better
like-
than 1.
It's more like 3.
You low-key looked like someone I worked with when I was working at Geek Squad. Just had the button down with the black tie. You rolling up in that black and white buggy, coming up to the door. Ding, ding. Hey, I hear your computer's not working again.
Yeah, that's pretty good doorbell.
Speaking of Green Day, Mike Green seems to be a guy that everybody's a little bit hot or cold on. What do you think about that, chat? Mike Green?
Hold on, this is what you're gonna do when I ask you to take reins of the show?
Do you want it to be a Green Day? Would you like if the Bucs drafted Mike Green?
Oh man. That's so fucking bad, dude. Pretty funny though. No, listen, I don't think anyone's gonna draft him in the second round, honestly, which is kind of crazy how talented he is.
He's gonna slide out of the second round?
Yeah, dude. It feels like nobody believes whatever he told them when they asked him about those sexual assault allegations. It feels like he gave them an answer and everyone's like, I don't know about this guy. You know that meme where the dog just looks like this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the whole NFL is like, like, listen, I wasn't there. They thought it was there. It was a different guy named Mike. Come on, man.
Could be.
I let this one guy borrow my jersey and he went to a party.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Okay. Come on, man.
All right, man, go get your drink, bro. I got this. All right, this will just be like
I feel like
where we do really weird.
It's
shit.
like the first time you leave your kid at home, when you go to like Publix or something at 7
I'm
p.m.
excited.
Right?
I'm very excited.
Everyone's excited for you to take the reins of the show here.
Yeah,
I'm afraid you're gonna fall asleep at the wheel.
So we got Shador Sanders, Nick Inman, you worry, whoever that name is, Mike Green, and I think
Why are you
Tyler
talking?
Show were
what happened? Why are you?
I'm watching. I'm just looking at the top available players right now, okay? And Mike Green, the guy that everybody seems to be scared of, he's one of the top guys on the list.
There's best available.
Izzy. Stank was about to take over the TV, and you just took over for him.
Yeah, I'm about to take over the TV.
Yeah,
Somebody give Stank the clicker. He's gonna take over the TV.
That's right.
Yeah.
No,
hey,
Stank, you can't have the clicker, sir.
Vixen, go ahead and get supper ready.
Oh,
According to PFF, their top 10 available players are Mike Green, Will Johnson, Luther Burden III, Donovan Ezraku, Trey Amos, Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison, Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Norman Lott, and Eric.
I'm there for Omar.
Elick and Manor, wide receiver out of Stanford. So, I mean, there's still a lot of good names, and that doesn't even scratch the surface of need positions for us. I mean, I think there's going to be a run. I think one of the quarterbacks is going to go here in the top 5, and it might not even be Shador, right?
It's going to be Tyler.
It could be Milroe.
You think so? You think Milroe goes first?
Yeah, bro. Just from a freak athlete type of perspective, he's going in the second round. I think several of those guys could go here in the second round, and that would be great. We want those guys to go here in the next 10 picks, right? 10, 15 picks, because that'll allow other players to slide to us.
Because if you remember what's up, Vix?
Oh, I was just going to ask him, I know you mentioned Donovan, but you don't think we're going to get him. So who would be what position or who would you want instead of him? Stank.
The biggest position of need, arguably, is corner or linebacker. I'd feel way more comfortable if we had a better game plan. After Jamel Dean, the guy cannot stay healthy. Unless Will Johnson's injury is significant, there's no way he's falling to us. But Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, who we talked about earlier, Siobhan Ravel, Darian Porter, those guys could potentially fall to us. Even Noah Williams, who Sammer absolutely loves.
Okay, but I said one. Who's the one you would pick?
I like Siobhan Ravel. I like Siobhan Ravel. I've liked him for months now. I think from a size perspective, he fits kind of like what we like to do here. So I would say corner-wise, Ravel. And then linebacker, I'd be good with either Demetrius Knight Jr. or Schlesinger.
All right.
Well, Cleveland's pick is in.
Cleveland Rock.
They just took Schlesinger, so.
Oh
You're lying.
Yeah,
No.
they just took Schlesinger.
No.
That's a
Oh.
pretty big reach in my opinion. So but again,
Yeah.
listen, that's not bad. That's another spot where, but I think they're in a spot where they can kind of take a weird pick like that because they have these 2 picks in the first 4. That's a bit odd though. I feel like it's a bit high for a kid like that, but
Dang it.
yeah.
I mean, Rondé had us take him at 19.
Yeah, Rondé's not a draft expert. No offense to Rondé Barber, Hall of Fame and legend,
Wow.
one of my favorite
Schlesinger.
players of all time. But PFF has him ranked as a 53rd overall prospect, and he just went to the Browns at 33. Obviously, PFF isn't a Bible, but just kind of tells you how it's a bit weird.
What I don't like about that is there's likely going to be on a run on linebackers. People who are thinking the way we were just talking about, well, yeah, these guys will be available. They're going to fall just because of other positions of need. But now that he's off the board, that means Knight is in the crosshairs. And so is Chris Paul. That just brings their stock way the fuck up.
Yeah, it means that they're probably not going to fall to us. I wonder if this forces the Bucs to go linebacker earlier than they want to go now.
Yeah.
If they get to 53. Because I feel like
Do you think they should?
Bassa would be the only available option at this point. Because Demetrius Knight Jr., Chris Paul Jr., could he fall? Possibly. Could he still be there? I don't know.
I mean, in our mocks, we were getting Chris Paul consistently in the 3rd, but so was Schlesinger. Schlesinger was a 3rd round guy too. And look, he's basically a fucking 1st round pick right now.
Yep.
There goes Jaden Higgins to the.
So
we're rolling already.
There was a video on NFL Network earlier today where they talked about why the Bucs ended up taking Emeka because other teams were trying to trade up
I saw
and
that.
get ahead of the Bucs to
I saw
actually
that.
grab him. And the Bucs were the team that was kind of in the way of the whole thing from happening there.
Yeah, Latte tagged us in that actually.
Yeah. And so it ends up being that the Texans, who did want the receiver in round 1, get their guy in round 2 here with Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State, who some people had going in the 1st round as well. And so the other guy opposite of him is still available, with Jalen Noel, his name.
That
Obviously
pretty
the
much
Bucs
confirms the
aren't
story
going.
for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of why I brought it up. That kind of seals the deal there. Luther Burden III, who's Vixen's favorite athlete in this draft, still available.
Was, remember. Was, yeah. He has a terrible attitude, I found out. That's no good.
I thought girls like bad boys though. I figured that might not
Look,
matter.
nobody wants to babysit, okay? If you're
General
saying-
managers obviously don't.
Obviously not.
Which is why there's no female general managers, probably.
I'm going to throw the phone number
Maybe
on
there
the
is.
top of the screen here. If you guys do want to call in and talk about that 1st round pick from yesterday while we're waiting here and kind of reacting to these picks, or if you want to tell us what you think should happen or shouldn't happen, phone number's on the screen. I might answer. I might not. Might just leave you in the waiting room just because.
I hope the 2nd round rolls like this, man. Carson Schlesinger already off the board to the Browns. Jaden Higgins off the board already to the Texans. And the Titans are back on the clock. I don't think the TV is announced either pick.
So the
TV's getting rid of.
The Titans got their quarterback. So is this the time to go and get him a guy to throw the ball to? Which again
Probably.
helps the Bucs? Or are they going to address, massive need? They don't have an edge guy either. They're pretty fucked at linebacker as well. Does that Schlesinger
who's
pick
running the
force
ball
their
in
hand?
Tennessee?
I couldn't name a single player on that team other than the kid they just fucking replaced. Will Levis.
Seattle just traded up.
They still
You
have
serious?
Yep. Eddie George. I would not be shocked if this is Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah, Seattle just traded up.
I would not be shocked if that's what I'm saying. If Seahawks go Ezeraku here, I would not be shocked.
What is it with Seattle going after our picks?
I mean,
like I said yesterday,
were
we're sister
born with us.
franchises.
Yeah, they were born with us. So you know how twins are usually just a little bit of jealousy between them, right? So the Seahawks are pretty jealous of us. We've got 2 Super Bowls, so they're 1. We're undefeated in Super Bowls. I believe they've lost 2 out of 3. Just, we're always going to be the better of the siblings, right? Mom and dad like us more, clearly. So we always get kind of the benefit of the doubt. We got the car first. We were able to go, get our driver's license first, that kind of thing. So we always got the nicer Christmas gifts. Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, Rondé Barber, Simeon Rice, that whole deal. So
Ricardo Rosa says, "Stank, take the hat off, let the hair down." Listen, I can't. All right, I just washed it. I have it up in a bun. This is my routine. You know, it needs a few hours to marinate, and unfortunately, you won't see it on camera today. But if you subscribe to our Discord channel, yeah, maybe I'll put it. You know,
should we auction off? Should we auction off some of your hair?
Ooh,
yeah, we should. If somebody wants to buy my hair, the money will go to the Arians Family Foundation, of course. You know, start the bidding at $200. $200 today
to own a piece of loose cannon's history.
It's history. It's definitely history. Okay, you can hang it on your wall, hang it on your wife, hang it on your pet. You can wear it yourself in the mirror and tuck your junk. I don't really care what you do with it, but you know, I'd be happy to send it to one of you lucky individuals.
Mudfish Matt says, "Man, I bet that wig smells like a can of cream corn."
I had corn today.
Speaking of corn, it's time,
oh,
baby.
He got that candy corn.
I got some candy corn too.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Hey, whoa! You hear how she said that?
Vicks.
Oh, that was not meant that way.
I know. What you said is like, hey, I got some candy corn for you over here.
I do.
You willing to show your candy corn on camera?
Yeah, I'll show my candy corn to you guys.
Whoa. It's a family show right here.
Yeah.
Family show. Oh, wait. Damn, she's showing it. Oh, there goes Imanwari to the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow. There we go.
Yep, there it is. Great pick. Honestly, that's a great pick.
Luke's not a big fan of Imanwari, and so I guess we're happy that he's off the board here. Cleveland's back on the clock. Hey, they pass on the door 3 times. It's going to be kind of funny.
It's crazy.
Do you guys think
talent that is available? Mike Green, Will Johnson, Donovan Izaraku, Trey Amos, Nick Scourton, Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Norman Lott, Xavier Watts, Siobhan Ravel. I mean, Darius Alexander out of Toledo, by the way, and Princely, however the fuck you say his last name. Those guys are dogs, right? So, still available. Still hanging out. 36th spot there. Pretty damn good.
Where does Scatterboo go?
Not in the second round.
Feels
like a Dallas Cowboys pick.
No, he feels like a Steeler. Or I could even see him as a Brown.
Scatterboo as a Brown?
I could see it.
They change his last name to Scatterbrown?
Brownaboo.
I mean, it would make sense when Nick
Brown. Scatterbrown. Stink. That's what happens whenever you don't use a bidet. You get a little Scatterbrown in your pants.
Imanwari, the safety, went to Seattle. Bishop. Nick Imanwari.
Listen, all you guys got to do is look at the right of the screen, okay? We are the most up-to-date draft show in the history of draft shows, right? We're also going to look at our beautiful faces.
It's not up to date on there. Oh, yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Just kidding.
Stop looking at the feed. Look at the fucking thing I shared with you.
I can't see good, man. Yeah, Peyton Scatterboo, exactly.
You have like the world's thickest glasses on and you still can't see.
These glasses are not thick at all.
Okay.
They're just
all
big.
Right.
I like big glasses.
They're just round.
There we go.
They ignored him. They went running back. Quinshawn Judkins.
Quinshon Judkins. Wow.
Izzy, that's your
interesting.
guy.
What's your guy?
Yeah, yes, he
How
is.
How dumb of a pick is this? Tell me now.
That's not a dumb pick at all.
You idiot. Come on. I threw you a lob, man.
Okay, I'm going to.
You can't love. Hold on, Izzy, hold on. Let me explain something to you because I know you're young. You can love your team, okay? Your college team. And if your college team happens to be a player that ends up on your favorite NFL team, great. But the second your college team's player goes to anyone but your NFL team, you have to hate them. That's it. There's no love allowed. So now that he's an Ohio State running back, I know you loved him at one point. He just cheated on you in front of you, okay?
He stays in the state of Ohio, though. He gets to go play at home. Yeah,
but you caught him cheating on you on the couch. And he didn't even stop when he walked in. So now tell me, how good or dumb of a pick is that?
Hurts my heart. I'm torn. I'm sad.
I just gave you the rules, man. I gave you 2 lobs.
You know what, though? It sucks because he won't be seeing any playoffs in the next few years.
Next few, probably 10. Try 10.
If he had came to Tampa or whatever the case may be, he probably would have, been making some postseason runs, hoisting a Lombardi, having a boat parade. But no.
Hey, Raiders on the clock. Luke talked about it. This could be the guy. Could be the spot that Shedeur finally lands. If not, the Saints pick in 3 picks.
We'll be celebrating another terrible pick there.
That's who you wanted them to take.
No, I'm talking about the Saints.
That's what I'm saying. You want Shedeur and
no, I don't think
Norm.
he's gonna. I have a feeling he's not getting past the Raiders, but we've been wrong the entire night or the entire show.
With Sean Judkins.
I guarantee you, everybody's been wrong with these first 4 picks.
Sammer, Jonas wants to know what your drink of choice is. He asked multiple times.
Shedeur.
Yeah, I've never ever.
My bad. Shedeur.
Jonas, you're gonna have to figure. You're gonna have to just guess.
I'm gonna say Deion's kid.
I'm gonna guess rum and Coke. I don't know.
You're dang right, Bri. I am an Ohio State fan. How do you think I was so knowledgeable about our boy Egbuka?
You killed that, by the way.
Yeah,
you killed.
Your finest moment as an adult.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think you can ever actually surpass that. So that was
you graduated from pull-ups to
You'll
underwear.
never even match that, let alone surpass it.
What? Wait, time out, Vix. Touche. Good one.
You wear pull-ups?
She said, no, she said I graduated from diapers to pull-ups.
No, from pull-ups to underwear. How do you mess up what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Stank. You still wearing those adult diapers?
Season depends.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I didn't get up at all yesterday. Not even once. That's out of the ordinary for somebody my age. I didn't get up once. So what do you
I didn't either, but I had my bladder removed 12 years ago.
What?
I
said I didn't get up yesterday either, but I didn't have my bladder I had my bladder removed 12 years ago. I never have to go to the bathroom. If
Cam
I go,
says,
I want to.
Cam, you in the chat says, have you guys gotten Bapple yet now that it's officially back? What the fuck is Bapple, Cam? Anybody know?
Apple?
I'm going to guess it's something that tastes like apples.
Is it brown?
MK says stank is a reason intern Izzy believes in life.
Hell yeah.
He is what Izzy aspires to one day. He gives him hope, right? So I think the first time I met Izzy, I told him, listen, man, whatever disease you're battling, look at stank. You can beat it. You can beat it. You can make it, kid.
Oh my!
I looked at Stank and how hasty he was and how successful he had somewhat sort of was, and I was like, you know what, I could do that one day.
Yeah, you could beat whatever it is you're battling, Izzy. Like I said, you could beat it, kid. You could beat it.
Bapple,
I believe.
Bush Light Apple. Ugh. I don't drink dog shit beer. Okay,
I knew it.
I drink
apple juice is already shitty. Anything apple flavored is most of the time pretty shitty, other than Apple Crown.
I'm an IPA guy, bro.
And then you add in beer on top of that,
IPAs.
and beer tastes like dog shit and piss, and now you're adding apple to it.
You know what?
I'm a good soju sake kind of guy.
Yeah.
Do you like plum wine?
Plum wine.
Plum wine.
Yeah.
No, nobody knows about plum wine.
What's
you
the
said soju and sake? The pick is not in yet. The Raiders are
they shopping? Are they shopping the pick around to the Saints?
No, I have a feeling it's Shedeur and the NFL holding it.
How about the Bears? How about the Bears getting 2 picks?
The big story.
Sandwiched with the Saints in the middle there like that. Just
oh yeah.
Chill, but Voodoo Ranger is a valid choice.
It is. Thank you.
Juice Force is really yummy.
This is juicy haze IPA.
Yeah.
Ooh, I might have to try that.
It's good.
Listen, if Shedeur doesn't
has
go
like
here,
a juice box taste to it.
Shedeur doesn't go here at 37. He's going to be a Saint.
That's what I'm saying. If he falls past,
we're going to laugh.
Will New Orleans take him? New Orleans needs an edge, bro. New Orleans needs an edge rusher worse than we do. What just happened?
They just traded a pick.
Someone just traded. That's what it was.
Miami just traded.
Mike Green's going to the Dolphins, boys.
Look at your boy Spy Tech, bro.
Mike,
Look
let's
at
see.
your boy
What
Spy
have
Tech.
the Dolphins done to this point? Let me see. They went Kenneth Grant. Could they go Mike Green here?
You need tackle, center, defensive line, corner.
They have some
No,
needs.
I don't
Yeah.
think they go Mike Green.
They have some needs.
You want to put Mike Green in Miami, bro? That's the wrong place for that guy.
I'm just saying, dude.
Yikes.
They're like, listen, we don't believe
Hey.
or we don't know whether it's true or not, but come on down to South Beach.
Bro, Tyreek's
What's the worst thing
getting
that
accused like fucking every other month.
Tyreek's taking him under his wing. Hey, listen, check it out. I've
That's a
gotten
bad
17
locker
women
room.
pregnant. Okay, no one's ever sued me. Well, not for
Bad
that,
locker
at
room
least.
to put him in.
They sued me for other things. And he was like, you know what? Oh, they went tackle out of Arizona quick. Jonah Saviani. I think I
That's
nailed
pretty
that.
good. I think you do too.
I think I nailed that.
That's good.
I think I nailed that. God damn, dude. Just crushing draft coverage these last
The
2 days.
Patriots are on the clock.
Patriots on the clock. Mike Green completely off the table here. Listen, guys, the edges are falling, okay? The Jets are a threat for an edge. So are the Saints. And maybe the Bears. The Niners. There's some guys ahead of us here still that could fuck us.
15
on
picks.
We're
15 picks out.
The Seahawks are going to be ahead of us again. I believe they
Yikes.
already
traded their pick. They traded their pick.
No, they didn't. They
Yes,
traded
they
up.
did.
They traded up and they picked in place of Tennessee, dude.
But they have another one in front of us?
Yeah, and they have another one in front of us at 50.
Oh.
So they could possibly fuck us again. Well, they didn't really fuck us last night, but in all the mocks I do, they're always doing shit I don't like. They're always up to something. I don't like it. Seahawk it's the least trustworthy of birds, I feel like.
You
You don't
think
trust- you
Patriots
can't
will go
trust
wide
anyone.
receiver?
They should. They need one.
They should. Yeah. I was just
Mhm.
thinking that. Oh, maybe they'll take Burden.
Patriots also need
Never know.
offensive linemen too, man. They need somebody, but they got one
They
yesterday.
also need edge.
They got one yesterday, actually. They got a dog yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
He was blubbering and crying and shit. He couldn't keep his shit together, man. It's like, dude, go. We get it, man. You're a big boy. Come on.
That was
Keep it
cool
together.
though.
Keep it together.
That was cool. Yeah, I don't see the Patriots taking anybody we really care about, but
Hank, let's talk about this comment in the chat. Alexander Wynn says, not saying this is relevant to the second or third round, but dark horse pick could be a punter for the Bucs because we do not have one. You were incorrect. We signed the best punter in the universe during free agency. So if we're drafting a punter, probably turning him into a backup quarterback, a la Tom Tupa. Remember that, dude? When you're backup, when you're
bro,
third
I
string,
forgot that was our biggest free agent signing.
hmm
massive
the ability
leg,
to flip the field.
massive leg, real nice thighs. We're talking about hips, don't lie. Neither is that guy's thighs. I'm telling you, that kid can punt. Don't know his name. I never want to know his name, ever, because I only have one punt. That I'll never ever get over that punter that we had last year, man.
Are you a one punt chump?
Yeah, I am. Remember punt cunt?
How could I ever forget punt cunt, bro? Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker, dude.
Yeah. I wanted to get a punt cunt jersey until he, did what most cunts do and just disappoint.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah,
Unbelievable.
listen, James Moore says Tom Tupa, man, what a pull. I've been telling you guys, I'm a real fucking Bucs fan. This didn't just happen, all right? I used to have these rosters memorized. The practice squad rosters memorized. The preseason rosters
Sammer's like
memorized.
this, all right? You're like this. No?
Do you have a photographic memory? Is that why?
No, I had an 8th grade reading level when I was 6. So I just have the innate ability to speed read and absorb words like a computer does. Or a robot, as Stank would call me.
So you're a sponge.
No, I said a robot.
Or like a robot. Sponges have feelings.
And they're
Sammer?
soft, yeah. Sponges are soft. Unnecessary.
Oh, who lives in the pineapple under the sea?
More like a coral that's been out on land for a while. Yeah.
A hairy coral. I like that.
What?
What are those hairy looking coral things at Marine? What are those things called?
Anemones.
Anemones.
I like that.
Yeah.
An enemy.
Keep your, you know what they say?
Anemones.
Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
Bro, if every aquarium on the planet doesn't shell that shirt, whoa,
Whoa!
Hey!
Wow. Wow. That's
yeah,
great, dude.
that's why you guys subscribe and like this podcast for that kind of off the top geniusness.
Izzy, I gotta ask you, gotta rewind a little bit. What the fuck was that weird pedophile singing thing you did just a second ago about a pineapple?
Oh, the SpongeBob theme song.
But why did you
Yeah,
do
we're talking
that
about
weird?
sponges.
What was that weird voice you used? It was like I drive a van, live under a bridge guy's voice.
Hey, kid, you want to come over this way?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have nightmares. Thank you.
Yeah. Sounds like every Florida truck stop, there's a guy out there. Sounds just like that.
Izzy has nightmares every night. He doesn't know which way to look on his way to bed. Let's see what you guys are doing. Bryce.
Patriots are taking their sweet fucking time. Stupid ass Patriots.
They are probably selling their trade.
Nirav
They
says
pick
that
off.
and enemies eat with their ass. So does Stank. That's why he's
Dude.
one of my enemies.
Ooh,
I swear,
And
every
enemies.
show recently, we all learned something amazing. Okay.
Amazing. About a
Right?
mammal or a sea creature of sorts.
I had an anemone, and my dad used to feed it by hand.
What?
What? Wait, what?
I swear, I had an anemone.
And your dad would feed it by
My
hand?
dad would feed it by hand. Yeah.
Your
'Cause
dad was
for what-
fisting an enemies. Right, you're telling me?
Yeah,
In the ass.
for whatever reason, the clownfish that we had in our saltwater tank wouldn't, because usually, so this is
Fix
something
your
else,
camera,
you know.
dude. Fix your camera.
Clown- oh fuck! The clownfish usually shoves the food up the anemone's ass. That's its job. But for whatever reason, the clownfish that we had wouldn't feed our anemone, so my dad used to give it frozen squid by hand. So yeah, he used to
was always
plug that
clown-
hole.
That thing was clowning around too much. That's why.
Yeah.
You needed to go in
We
there
all-
and fist. You needed to go fist
That thing was
anemone.
clowning around.
You were fisting an enemy ass.
Ah.
My dad was.
You
I
watched
was-
as a
I
child?
was watching.
That's something. That's something to learn at
Junkins.
8, 9,
I was
10
a
years
teen-
old.
I was a teenager at that point.
You
my
knew about
gosh.
fisting asses by then, right?
What?
You know what? I need to go
Hello.
get me a drink after this conversation. Hold on.
Go ahead, girl. Lube
My
up.
charger for my
The
computer.
enemies was fucking Nemo up, and Pops fed it with his hand. G shit.
Yeah.
Sean Ray.
Oh, another
Appreciate
running
it.
back off the board. Ohio State.
Uh-oh.
Ohio State running back off the
Damn,
board.
two Ohio State running backs.
No, White. Oh, I hate
Trevion
that pick.
Henderson.
Hate that pick.
Hell yeah.
Look, he learned.
He learned.
I
learned.
hate
He's
that
slow.
pick so
All right.
much.
He's slow, but he ain't that slow.
I hate that pick so much right now.
Bro,
Golly.
how many Ohio State players have been drafted already? 5?
We took the best one
let's
so
see.
far. We've taken the best
Yeah,
one.
we took the best one. Then we had a D line, we had tackle. Now we got 2 running backs.
Bears on the clock.
Ugh.
Could the Bears take a running back from Ohio State? Apparently they have 6 more.
Edward Brandon says, I think the anonymity of Stank's story is an allegory for himself. Listen, bro, I don't know many of
Yikes.
the words, so I'm gonna take that as you're trying to be offensive. I don't know what any of that means.
And then me.
Alexander Wynn wants to talk about the actual draft. Sounds like he's an anemone of the show.
Alexander Wynn asks, he came here late, giving him on the board. Who do you think we're going to take there? Shadur's going to fall to us, bro. So that's who we're all hoping for here at
Revel,
50.
Revel possibly, maybe a Zaraku. Who knows? It's getting kind of weird here, kind of funky. I think we're gonna have our pick of 5 corners that we love, honestly. And I think possibly trading down. I feel like the trade down is gonna happen tonight, folks. Either second or third round, but I feel like it's gonna happen in the second round. We'll have some additional picks. We're gonna be picking twice tonight, maybe 3 times, No, I don't think we end up getting 3 picks out of it, but we will gain a pick, I think, tonight. And possibly in that 63 range, 56. We'll see.
Yeah, I had a saltwater tank, and no, we didn't have money, but my dad did it all. He built it, not the actual tank, but he built everything else, took care of himself, did all the water changes. Nowadays, yeah, you got to hire people like Latte, Big Money Latte. He's got a team of people who takes care of his fucking saltwater tank. He's got live rock and all kinds of cool shit. You know,
We had a
not
bunch
me.
of. We had a saltwater tank too. So
We had flea market money, bro. Yeah, we
We
had
didn't
flea
have
market
any
money.
water, and we didn't have any tank. We just had a bunch
What?
of salt.
You just had a tank full of water?
No, we had no water and we had no tank, but we had a saltwater tank. You ever heard of the Dead Sea?
Oh, I want to go there, bro. I heard that floating in that shit is amazing.
I've done it. No joke. No joke. I've actually done it. It's pretty wild. As you're walking down into the beach, there's just like piles of, it looks like sand, but it's just piles of salt that's been just washed up on the shore.
I went into one of those what do they call them? I'm drawing a fucking blank. It's a tank full of salt water that you close the lid and it's all dark and you lay in there and you float. A fucking sensory deprivation tank. I went in one of those one time.
You ever been in those salt rooms where they like shoot fucking salt at you in this room from a wall?
No, I did the sensory deprivation tank, and so did my wife. She ate mushrooms, but I didn't. I was too much of a bitch.
Look at Jonas.
And it was still very, very uncomfortable just being in there with no light, no sound. You don't feel shit. Your body like merges with the water in a weird way, and you just kind of float in the darkness and think about weird stuff. It's fun.
Nirav wants you to hit him up. He maintains saltwater tanks for a living.
Look at that, dude. We're connecting people here. All right. You need your saltwater tank checked on, maintained, right? Because you don't want to lose one of those fish, bro. Every fish is $100 or more. Every single one. All right. You don't even know which fish can go with each other. You're like, oh, cool, this fish is pretty. And then he eats all your other fucking fish. $500.
This is the nature portion of the show. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you love saltwater tanks or sea life. Okay. And if you can't wait to learn more about sea life and the creatures that live in the depths of our oceans, hit that subscribe button.
Wait. You need to jump to Vixen right now. Full screen. Full screen. See, she got away with it yesterday. She got away with it yesterday.
Smashing
over there. Smashing cannolis in the privacy.
A cannoli once a week is acceptable, but like, how many times are you getting cannoli in a 2-day window? That feels like a little.
How many cannolis do you have in the closet?
Feels like a little gluttonous. And also, what's with the chalice there?
Yeah, that's a goblet of fucking fire.
Is there like a Harry Potter in there?
This is the Fountain of Youth liquid inside of here.
Lies. I own the Fountain of Youth. I own the Fountain of Youth. You did not come by and grab any. So
excuse me.
Keep lying.
No. I have free access. I'm a woman.
Izzy has no idea what's going on right now. Izzy's trying to click a button.
Actually, I've been hearing. I heard the whole conversation in my ears, and apparently she's got a goblet of fire.
Oh, Vixen.
Apparently you have the Fountain of Life on tap.
Sorry, Izzy, I have to interrupt you because Loose Cannon's Vixen, her favorite player of all time, has just gone to the Chicago Bears, who need a wide receiver.
I knew it. I told you. Wait, I knew it.
Luther Burden III, who apparently, according to Vixen, will be a burden to take care of. A burden on his new team. Izzy, Mudfish Matt wants to know if your glasses are foggy, and can you explain why?
My glasses are foggy?
Yeah, you're so blind you don't even know when you need to wipe your glasses, dude.
First of all, you said my glasses are thick. Hold those things upside.
Yeah, hold those things
hold them sideways, bro. My shit's like paper thin. These are my first glasses, bro. I don't have real glasses.
Dude, when those things break,
look at those things.
When those things break, Izzy has to call a glass doctor.
Call the glass doctor. He'll fix your
pains.
Are you done switching screens so I can finish my cannoli?
Hey,
no, we're done.
Real quick, everybody right now, wherever you're at, I don't care if you're in line at the grocery store or you're picking up twine rope and whatever you're doing, the Saints are on the clock, so you need to scream out wherever you're at. Fuck the Saints, wherever you're at right now. Do it.
Real loud.
Right now. Fuck you!
Fuck the Saints.
Fuck them.
Fuck them all.
They're on the clock.
Fuck all them damn Saints.
Running back, wide receiver, defensive line, edge. This is where we don't want to see Azaraku go, right?
Farouk Awab says Izzy's got telescopic glasses. Yeah, Izzy can look into the sky and tell you what's going on in the fucking solar system.
His glasses so thick, I'm not sure that it's possible they can break. Actually, they can break.
Izzy once took a girl on a date. They laid down in the park at night. They looked up at the stars, and next morning, he
caught her on fire, didn't he?
He discovered a galaxy. It was at night. I said
Damn
at night.
right.
I thought he looked over
Oh,
and she was burnt.
no, he
she
like
was burnt to a crisp.
he leans over to kiss her and the sun hits right at the right
Yeah,
angle.
right at the
Just
right
burns
angle.
right through her
It's
like a
like- it's
magnifying glass.
Oh, oh,
It's so
fucking
strong,
hair.
it's immediately
Hair on fire.
lava temperatures coming out of his fucking light beam. Oh, Izzy's glass is so thick, I'm not sure it's possible they could break. Actually, they've used the same windshield glass that they have on the spaceships.
The tempered glass.
That's space polymer
I
glass.
was gonna say the Cybertruck, but the spaceship is even better.
Look for the
Oh my
smiley face
gosh.
moon
I
tonight.
used the same space age technology that was in that Tupperware that Stink was advertising yesterday.
Yep.
It's for my glasses.
Izzy's so blind, he's the only Cyclops with 2 eyes.
Cyclops from X-Men.
With
Loki,
2 eyes,
that was
dude.
my favorite character from X-Men.
Don't forget to call in, people. You know, if you want to roast Izzy, there's a number right there on the screen.
Oh wow! Just
Hold
toss
on.
it.
Hold
She
on.
just
Wow.
tossed you to the fire.
Wait,
dude.
wait a
Wow.
minute. Excuse me. Excuse me,
Tossed
Vixen.
you right to the fire.
Vixen,
bro.
you know you're gonna have to catch that smoke too now.
He's coming
Of
at
course,
you.
of course.
Izzy, I do have to
course.
ask you a question about your glasses. Do you have to register those with the state because they're bulletproof?
Yes.
Okay, just had to make sure. You could probably rob a bank and walk out unscathed. If the Saints take Will Johnson, I will be so pissed, says Alexander Wynn. I would actually not be pissed because I feel like he's injury concerns. He's got some flags, red flags.
Whoever it is, though, you know,
They're gonna
this is
suck, and we're gonna hate him forever.
it's kind of like a dating app, right? You know, but you fall in love with some of these guys. Whoever it is, you instantly have to hate. You just have to.
Hey, yeah.
I liked Alvin Kamara before he got to that stupid fucking team, and now I've had to hate him all these years.
I never liked him actually.
You knew, like innately inside.
I
you're like,
had a
"Fuck."
feeling that something about him was off. Something about him and his hatred for elevators I knew from years ago.
They're taking a long time. Oh, they took Tyler Show. They took a quarterback, and it's not. Shador.
Wow.
They needed a quarterback, though.
That's a
They
good
took
quarterback too,
fucking
man.
fuck
They-
Tyler. Wait, I gotta tweet it out right now. Fuck Tyler Show.
Yeah.
Tweet- everybody tweet out right now.
Everybody on
Everyone.
the show right here, right now, do it right now.
Do it right
Izzy,
now.
Izzy, Vixen. If you don't, you're both fired.
Do it. Everybody
already
could
on
be
my
like,
phone.
is there a campaign? Tyler. How do you spell his last name?
SHOUGH. He's a stupid
SHOUGH.
fucking name, dude.
Done.
Nailed it.
Let me
Everybody
text
do it.
John. Let me text Jono and see how he likes that one.
They end up getting a what some people were calling the potential best quarterback or second best quarterback of this class, possibly down the line. So we'll see how that plays. What does that say about Spencer Rattler? Is that his name? That the same kid we're talking about, right? Spencer Rattler?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, wow.
What does it say?
I thought
about
those
him?
guys. I thought Saints fans love that guy and Derek Carr. So is Derek Carr getting traded now? Or getting cut? No, I don't think they have a choice.
Ben Mock is right on it. One of the first to like my tweet. I love you, Ben.
It
Here's
is
the
so great.
thing.
I was a
They need an edge. They need wide receiver. They need all these things, man. And they go offensive tackle in the first round, which I understood. But then pick 40, you ignored. I mean, look, Stang, I'm going to read off best available. Mike Green, Will Johnson, Donovan Izaraku, Trey Amos, Nick Scourton, Benjamin Morrison, Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Norman Lott. What are we talking about here? Look at all these guys. We still got Siobhan Ravel, Shador Sanders, I don't care too much about, Braden Swinson, Darius Alexander, Princely, you got Beatrice Knight Jr., all these studs, and they go with a fucking quarterback out of Louisville. That means somebody was on their tail to go and get that kid, and they were like,
Bro,
"Fuck
do you
it."
know that guy? And this is not, I'm not exaggerating. You know that he played college football for 7 years?
Yeah, but some of that is he didn't play 2 whole seasons. He didn't play. So some of
7
the
years
age
in
thing,
college, bro.
I know, but 2 of those years he didn't play. Then you got the COVID year in there. The age is kind of bullshit because Demetrius Knight Jr. is also 25 years old. Dude, the Bucs keep this is great. Alexander Wynn absolutely nailed this. The Bucs keep winning because the rest of the NFC South cannot draft for shit, except maybe the Panthers as of late. Falcons giving up insane draft capital to move up again in first round. Yeah, I don't even know if the Panthers know what the fuck they're doing either, man.
Crazy. That's just crazy. I wonder what the television people are. It probably hasn't even made the pick. Oh, it's about to do it right now. they're gonna eat that up.
I think they're going to give them credit,
The
honestly.
Shadur, no, I'm talking about this is about to be the most Shadur hate fest ever right now.
Oh, yeah.
Most
Here's what's crazy. Some people who broke down his tape and were doing it from a neutral standpoint and not with a narrative were saying he's kind of undraftable. And then other people are like, oh, he's the best prospect they've ever seen. So it's probably somewhere in the middle. But for him to still be around at 41 now, the Bears are not taking him. Could the Jets take him? I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Is Simeon Rice going to be announcing our second round pick? I believe Rondé Barber is announcing the first pick for us tonight if we have a pick.
I thought he was supposed to do last night's pick.
No, the commissioner always does every first round pick, Stank.
Well, I thought Rondé was gonna fucking body his ass and go do it.
No, Rondé's afraid of the commissioner. I think he whooped Tiki Barber in a arm wrestling contest or something, and since that day, Rondé's been afraid of him.
The Bills just traded up.
Who did the Bears go with yesterday?
Walter Payton.
Oh, okay.
Before that, before that, they took Rashawn Salam. So
10, 11.
The Bills. I
12
wonder
more
who
picks.
This could be Mike Green. They need a
more
linebacker as well. I think they got their corner yesterday in Hairston from Kentucky.
Yeah.
I feel like this would be a defensive pick. They got really everything they need on offense. Maybe a wide receiver. Maybe.
Yeah, they drafted Colston Loveland yesterday.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Oh, you're talking about the Bears?
I'm talking about Bears.
The Bears, yeah. That's right. They got their.
I like that Hairston kid, bro. I like them. He was only weighed 189 pounds, but
What an interesting draft night so far.
What's interesting about it?
These 2 nights have been a bit odd, honestly. For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really have been.
What do you think the most interesting thing has been?
Wow.
Probably our
So the Bills
discussion
trade.
of sea urchins.
Just the picks, I guess, not going how originally everyone thought they were going to go.
That is true.
The
This is
people
probably
that we
the
thought were
worst.
going to go first are getting pushed back further and further. I mean, that's not bad, but it's very interesting.
That's why mock drafts are just absolutely fucking meaningless.
Yeah.
Farouk Awab said
it's not just that.
It's the most interesting thing about the drafts.
The thing
Damn
is,
right. I could see
drafts-
like who's picking what.
the drafts are like when you watch them and you compare to whatever and said pre-draft, they're wrong, right? They're usually wrong, but not this wrong. It feels like yesterday and now so far today, just really wrong. Everyone was completely off on everything. But
Teams that weren't supposed to move up, moved up. Teams that traded back, they left out. Guys that were supposed to be top 10 picks are sliding to like the second round.
yeah, and then dude, the thing to hear the thing that came out saying about the Browns and the Jaguars had that deal in place April 7th, and they've been playing the media with the if we really like what's his name, the kid out of Colorado, we're gonna play him at wide receiver and corner, this and that. They were selling it hardcore, dude, for like 3 weeks, and then April 7th the deal was already done. And put in a little envelope, tucked away.
You did, Bri.
Right, I did say in the Discord a while back that this draft was gonna be full of surprises and unpredictable. Yeah, listen, if you guys want to hear Bri be right or wrong in Discord, just join the Discord. Go to loosecannonslive.com/join. Hop in, free, by the way, completely free. You don't have to join the Cannon Cartel to participate in all the nonsense. There's a ton of different channels, bunch of cool shit happening in there, and just a cool ass community of Bucs fans who want to shit talk and just fuck around, okay? Fuck around and find out too, not just fuck around.
TJ Sanders just went to the Bills.
Defensive lineman,
line, South Carolina.
Yeah, I feel like they're like us. They're like in a defense heavy scenario for that team.
Yep.
Other than maybe wide receiver, because I do think they could probably use another wide receiver. But I thought they signed somebody. I could be wrong. Izzy, find out what they did in free agency just for my own curiosity, please. And just let me know.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Jets are on the clock. They don't have a quarterback. Could that be Shador Sanders? I don't think so.
And you really want that guy in that city?
I don't, but I just think it would be very hilarious if that happened.
Especially
Because I
since
think he would melt.
Jackson Dart went to the Giants, so they'll technically be playing in the same stadium.
Yeah. How are they the New York Giants and the New York Jets, but they play in New Jersey? I still don't understand that.
Bro, hey, first of all, don't ask Sammer about New Jersey. Okay, don't even bring up New Jersey to Sammer.
Yeah. Izzy, I'm putting you in timeout if you ask anything about New Jersey
bro.
again.
Matter of fact, hey,
I wasn't asking you
Sammer,
about it.
Strike that question from the record.
Yeah.
It struck.
Vixen,
It
go
is
ahead.
struck from the.
Go ahead and strike that from the record, Vixen. She's that lady in the courtroom that uses two hands to type on a 10-key keyboard.
That's called a court stenographer. Yeah, I knew
You can't
that.
say
Wow.
most shit, but you know the weirdest thing. That's why I
I
keep
know
saying
that.
you're the smartest dumb guy I've ever met.
I
And
ran
also
hey,
the dumbest
that guy,
smart
you,
guy.
hey, you don't want
An
to see me.
oxymoron that was.
You don't want to see me in Trivial Pursuit. I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't want to see me in that. You don't want to go to fucking Chili's Bar and Grill, the ones that used to have Trivial Pursuit there, and you don't want to see me in that shit, bro. Bro, I'm built differently
Let me tell you
when
something.
it comes to random shit.
I've only been in
All
Chili's
right.
one time my entire life.
What?
Never been to a Chili's but once. West
You're
Palm Beach.
missing out.
They got good ribs. I'm sorry. You can hate on
missing out.
franchises. I actually do. I don't really eat any kind of franchise food.
You look-
Chili's ribs are still good.
You look like a Applebee's, Chili's.
No, nope. Fuck that place. I hate Applebee's.
What's that?
What?
What's that one place? You look like a Golden
disgusting,
Corral
bro.
guy, right? We had this discussion. You're a Golden
Oh.
Corral kid.
No,
You weren't a Golden
Okay.
Corral
TGI
kid?
Fridays. TGI
No,
Fridays.
I don't like fried. First of all, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't think.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Not here.
What?
Hey,
wait, so
you know
what
what's
is your
really good?
go-to then?
Bennigan's was awesome back in the day.
Bennigan's was good.
Bennigan's.
Thai tea, Southwest egg rolls are fire, bro. Chili's is kind of good barbecue, but not great, right? But the ribs are legit good.
It's like
Yeah.
saying Taco Bell, good Mexican food.
It's not,
Yeah.
bro. You can't compare that kind of fast food.
You go to Chili's, you're getting fajitas. You're not. No.
That's why
No.
I went. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try these fajitas. Terrible. Never went back. One
Yeah.
time.
Hey.
That was it. I was one and done. Chili's one and done. I was a Kentucky kid. One and done.
Hey, so I got that free agency thing you were looking for.
Yeah. Let me know. Did they sign a wide receiver free agency? The Buffalo Bills on this Bucs podcast.
Let's see.
I thought you had it.
What? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
The Jets
Brad
went tight end.
Robinson.
LSU's tight end Mason Taylor.
Mason Taylor. Wow, bro.
Actually, they did sign a wide receiver, Laviska Shenault, to a 1-year deal.
Isn't that guy a fucking giant? Isn't that the guy who's just ridiculously big? I don't know. He's 6'5", 255.
They signed Joshua Palmer as well,
I mean, he's
another wide
6'5",
receiver. So they got 2.
6'5",
Yeah, I know.
255.
I thought,
That's pretty big for a
he was.
tight end.
I thought he was like a 6'8" dude. That's not what I was thinking of.
Mm.
I'm surprised that Miami tight end's still out there.
Who?
He's a beast. The Miami tight end,
Let's see
UM's tight end. What the fuck is his name?
Oh, Elijah Arroyo.
Yeah, Elijah Arroyo, bro. That kid's real. Bro, look at the best available real quick, Sammer. It hasn't changed since
know.
we started the draft.
The top ones have not moved. These top
No.
10 or 12 of them haven't moved.
Mike Green,
once.
Will Johnson, Ezeraku, Amos, Scorton, Benjamin Morrison, Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Lot, Landon Jackson, Javon Ravel,
You okay, dude? You stroke out? What happened?
Darius Alexander.
You went Tasmanian
Cam
Devil
Scatterboo.
there. You just went Tasmanian Devil there. Scatterbrown. Scatterboo.
Hey, Jaden Royal still available. Listen, bro. What if
Could we go double up? Wide receiver,
What if we go
in the
another
future?
receiver? What if we go
Future?
another receiver?
Yeah,
Do you
future.
want to see?
Future's bright, dude.
Did
Do you want to
anybody,
see the Bucks Twitter crashing out again?
bro? Did anybody see the
Bucks
reaction
Twitter
videos?
would end
of-
Twitter.
Did anybody see the reaction videos of the people at the stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Because it
Bro,
was
that was hilarious.
They're like,
It was-
"Uh."
bad, bro. It was bad.
I don't know.
I don't know how the Bucks let that out. Actually, I don't think they did. I think fans were letting it out.
It was. It was.
Somebody posted it to some group somewhere.
What a weird fan base we have, bro.
Fickle
Weird.
and unappreciative, and just listen. I'm gonna say it, okay? Most of the fan base is dumb.
It's such a good word, bro.
They're
It's
dumb.
such a good word. It's
Yeah.
such a. It's listen.
Dummies, a lot of dummies.
We grew up hearing that word a lot. Okay, amongst other words that are now back in fashion, which I just don't choose to say. But Dumb was one that we threw around quite often as kids, and it just applies, bro. This fan base is dumb. It just is.
Not
Sell
all
your
of them,
ticket.
but
No, not all of them, but
most of them are dumb.
A good amount of them are dumb.
Most of them are dumb.
I feel like there's a silent, hardcore group of Bucs fans out there, but the ones who go to the games, especially the ones who sit anywhere near us, absolutely stupid fans. They don't get up. They don't know when to cheer. They sell their fucking tickets all the time. They're not even watching the game. They're just fat, stupid, and ugly.
You know what I call those? You know what I call them?
What?
I call them the Dar fans.
The Dar.
Hey,
Yeah.
last year, this is
dumb as rocks. All of them. Just all of them.
Last-
The whole section, dumb as rocks. Just dumb fans. Dumb.
last year. Me and Sam are sat outside. I think we were waiting on a latte or something. We were sitting outside of the stadium, about to kind of walk into the suite area. I think we were waiting maybe 15, 20 minutes. And I said, Sammer, just watch everybody walking by right now. All the Bucs fans, right?
Yeah, I remember this.
And all of a sudden we noticed
a trend.
Swath of fans with no Bucs shit on.
Not even football.
No
fans.
football gear on.
None.
Just regular street clothes, bro. Hundreds and hundreds of them.
Groups of people who just, it looked like they fell out of the cab at the wrong stop. And all of a sudden they're just, where are we? Like they didn't look like they dressed or had any plans to be at a stadium that day. Just none.
Yeah, you know that stupid look that everybody in Orlando has? They're just walking around. They're at Chili's. Those people, right?
Yeah.
They don't know where they're at.
They were at
They
Raymond James
got
Stadium
there.
every
They're
Sunday.
all at Raymond James, bro.
Yeah.
They're all
Yeah.
fucking there.
They were,
you're at a
hey,
football
Stink,
game, bro.
How many of the groups did we see who looked like tourists from out of the country
Yes.
who were just there visiting like it was some landmark to experience?
Yes. How
Half
did they
of them.
Who sold them their tickets? I don't get it.
How'd they buy it? How'd they spend yen on tickets? Okay. How many yen you paid for that fucking club seat? Tell me right now.
Hey, just to give you a heads up, the
How
Jets
much
just
yen?
put their
How
pick
many
in.
yen? How's it go? How much yen? How many yen? Izzy, you're behind. The Jets already drafted Mason. We talked about it
7 minutes ago.
It's on the screen.
Listen, this was hilarious. Izzy has his best night ever on the show last night. Following up tonight, complete fucking dud. Absolutely James Hardening the fuck out of it tonight, dude.
I fully expected
Crushed
it,
it
bro.
last night. Tonight coming out like James Harden's never played ball in his life. Just absolutely terrible.
You know how some people, they get post nut clarity.
He gets post clarity. He gets post nut dumb.
He gets post nut dumb.
He's blinder than yesterday.
He shot his load yesterday, bro. What a showing by you yesterday, bro. I can't commend you enough, dude.
Think about this thing. He's been edging for all those episodes. Finally exploded. Now he's just like, I just want a sandwich.
Moment.
Give me a sandwich.
I listened to the clip like 20 times. Latte's like, who the fuck is this guy?
Latte has no idea. Never heard of the guy's
Sam
name.
are rumbling through and like, oh my God, I can't believe we drafted this guy. And Sammer's got the clip. He's putting it up. And all of a sudden.
And then Izzy goes straight up Rain Man. Just,
all of a sudden Izzy goes,
Lizzie.
Hey, well, that's my stepdaughter's name. Izzy goes, hey, let me tell you about this guy, bro.
Let me go.
Was as if fucking like you were an ESPN draft analyst, dude.
He was what is it when the devil takes over your body? He was possessed. He was possessed by
incredible.
Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper's soul possessed Izzy last night. All right. Somehow he could see straight for just that one moment in time, right then and there. He could see straight again. And he fucking read that. He read that teleprompter like a motherfucker. Never, ever. I mean, Izzy, you did great, man. But,
Kudos to you, man.
Yeah, you did
Hold
great.
on, wait.
I take it back.
Can I read this comment real quick because
sure.
that's hilarious to me. Izzy just pulled a J.R. Smith in the fourth quarter of the finals.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember that one. Went back, LeBron. What are you doing?
Yeah, Edward. Yes, it's not. It was the thing is, it's not even like it was opposing fans in our stadium.
Just people.
We're used to that.
Random people.
We're just talking about Vixen. What's it called in video games when there's characters that do nothing?
NPCs.
NPCs.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're NPCs.
Half
That's what
the
they are.
stadium was NPC. We couldn't even talk to him. We tried to talk to him, and they were just like, "I can't
not
wait
real
to see
people.
this game. I can't
There's
wait
some,
to see
there's
this
some
game."
weird.
Do you want to buy goods? Thank you for coming. I have tons of good stuff for you. And then you walk away, come back. I have tons of good stuff for you. Do you want to buy goods? just over and over again. One guy was just walking into a wall and just wouldn't stop. He just kept over and over again, just nonstop. One guy walked by on a horse. One guy was on a horse, like Red
49ers
Dead
just took
Redemption.
Alfred Collins came out of the Batcave. They took Alfred.
Isn't that the dude we were talking about? I believe. What was the guy's name who called in? Narnia called in and asked us about Alfred Collins, right?
I think you're right, bro.
Yeah. What was that kid's
He's gonna
name?
be pissed.
Narnia, right? He's gonna be pissed.
Nelson?
Narnia Nelson, something like that.
No,
It was an N. It was an N.
Narnia.
Yeah.
Nelson.
Izzy or Vixen? Who
Was it
what
Nelson?
the name? What was the name of the
It was
caller?
Nelson.
Who
Yeah,
called
not-
in?
Nelson.
Nealon.
It was Nelson.
Nealon.
Nelson.
Was it Nealon?
Was it Neil?
No, it was
It was Neil. It wasn't
it was-
Nelson. No, it wasn't Nelson.
Niall? It was definitely an N name.
It wasn't Nelson though. It wasn't Nelson. In the
It was
chat,
Nelson because it was Nelson.
dude, this show is so fucked.
Nolan.
No
It was
way.
Nolan. Nailed. There it is.
Nolan Ryan.
No, see, I
Nolan
told you.
Ryan.
Who the fuck said Nelson? You both of you
Bro,
guys,
I'm
10
so
push-ups
glad
now.
that B-Chuck
Both
has
of
a
you.
good brain, bro.
Both of you, 10 push-ups right now. I'm not even joking. Both of you.
Fucking
Drop,
Nolan.
hey,
we even
hey,
made
intern-
Nolan Ryan jokes.
Vixen, drop the cannoli. Come on. Time for some push-ups. Probably wouldn't hurt after them
Those
cannolis
were
2
some
nights in a
air
row.
push-ups. Did you see that? That was the best
I
air
thought you were
push-up you
raising. I
will
thought you
ever
were
get.
raising. I thought
Yeah,
you were raising.
Perfect form.
Or you,
Perfect.
I thought she
Razor
was
roof.
doing. I thought she was doing some sort of mime. Are you stuck in a box? What was that?
No.
Yeah, you guys look like NPCs right now. NPCs or NPCs?
5, 6,
NPCs.
N as in-
Non-playable characters.
And like Narnia.
Non-playable. Yeah.
Nolan as in
Narnia.
Nolan.
Narnia
Narnia.
playable characters.
1, 2,
Narnia
3,
playable.
4.
Here's the thing.
5,
I know
6,
that
7,
word,
8,
never
9.
read or seen that movie. But I know what Narnia is.
That's because you don't like fantasy.
I love fantasy. One of my favorite songs from Ludacris has the word fantasy in it.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez
that has nothing
Louise.
to do with that kind of fantasy.
I'm pretty sure in that song, though, Ludacris is homeless.
Bro, I saw that. I saw that fucking
Yeah.
TikTok, bro. I saw that TikTok.
He's like,
I'm gonna meet you in the back streets of a
library
bro?
on top of
The
books.
library.
But we
On
can't be
top
too
of-
loud. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't think Ludacris has. Ludacris is the guy who wants to take you home, but he doesn't have a home to take you to.
No, he's got that Escalade, though.
That shit was so good.
Top of library, don't be on top of books. Can't be too loud. Oh man, that's good. Alfred Collins, great pick, man. Thanks to
Hey,
Mr. Narnia calling
Diego
in.
Sanchez says basically everybody the Bucs could want is still there. I think you just jinxed him, Diego. We're gonna see now with the next.
But
9
here's
picks.
the thing though. If
Darn you, Diego.
everybody's available, what does that mean?
no one's
Trade.
available.
That means they go
trading down.
safety.
Means you're
Oh,
sliding
trading
down. No, it means you're trading down.
Turn down. That's true.
Unless their number one is right there and they're like, holy shit, how did this guy fucking make it all the way down to 53? We got to take him now. Then you know what? I'm going to be ecstatic. I'm about to get really excited about this pick because we're about to get the best wide receiver in the draft and a top 10 defensive player in this draft in the first 2 rounds.
Dallas just
Okay?
grab.
It's happening. Hey, before I forget, make sure you guys
As
hit
the
the
Rock
like
to
button.
Dallas are saying
And no. Who said that?
what everybody's saying.
Oh,
Yep.
no. That was the
Fuck,
guy.
I told you, Diego.
Motherfuck you, Diego.
Diego.
Who the fuck is Diego? Never seen that guy in our chat
no.
ever. Never seen Diego before on the show.
Unbelievable, dude.
Fuck you, Diego. Diego,
Wow,
25
Diego.
push-ups, man. No, 50.
Bro, I've seen Diego in the chat many times.
No.
Got my ex-wife's last name.
Sanchez, Dirty Sanchez. Diego,
Yep.
Dirty Sanchez. Damn,
Darn you,
man.
Diego. How dare you?
Fuck,
Fucking
bro.
Diego,
They
dude.
added that motherfucker to Micah Parsons
Watch,
and those
Will
dudes?
Johnson's gonna go next, isn't he? Diego.
Izzy. Hey, we got people waiting actually on the phone lines. I totally forgot about that.
Probably Diego. It would ruin the rest of our night.
I'm going to go to the 614 area code. You don't have to lose cannons on the Loose Cannons live draft show presented by reversebrand.com. Make sure you guys use the discount code Loose Cannons for 20% off anything on their amazing store of hats, shirts, hoodies, and soon to be socks. You're
the person
on
talk.
with the Loose Cannons. Go.
G'day, this is Alex again. calling
Hey,
from
what's
Australia.
up?
I've been lighting up the chat this morning with
Good
various
day.
comments, including not knowing that we drafted a punter, which is not
Yeah.
frank.
I hope
Whatever,
you're
not
embarrassed.
drafted, sorry,
Hope
gotten
you're
free
embarrassed because,
agency.
you know, over there, you guys call punters cunts. So feel like you should be double
Mhm.
embarrassed, just so you know.
Everybody cunts. I'm assuming.
Everybody's a cunt over there. How you doing, cunt?
Anyhow, yeah, I'm doing all right. I think the draft's falling really well for the Bucs, and that's really what I wanted to
It
talk
was.
about.
It was
Unfortunately,
until
the Rocky
Diego
went off.
opened his
Until
fucking
Diego.
mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Unbelievable. dude.
having said all that, there's still a massive amount of talent left on the board on the defensive side of the ball. And I think they're going to draft. They're going to move down this round. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Is there's an enormous amount of picks still available, and there's a massive gap, for example, between 157 and 235. They'll want to pick up another pick.
Technically, a big gap between
down in this round.
84 and 121 and 157 and 121, but I think it's a pretty big gap between 53 and 84 as well. You drop down a little bit, you get 2 picks in there maybe, or one between 125 and 157. I agree with you though. I think you and I are on the same page down under. I think we're on the same page.
Another edge just went off the board. JT Tuimoloau, bro.
This is where it's going to happen.
JT Tuimoloau from
This is where it's
going to
happen. Yep. Next pick is probably going to be a running back. A third running back from Ohio State will be going to the Rams here.
Bro, this is Diego's fault, all of it. Double edge swords just went off the fucking board.
Hey, down under, do you have anything else you wanted to add to your phone call?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, if they move down, are they going to be able to get a really good linebacker and still get top corner talent, or are they going to go off the board, do you think?
Depends on how far we go down, right?
I think if they move down, they would take the best available linebacker, because so far it looks like there's going to be a litany of corner options. Including Noel, including Kobe Bryant, Quincy Riley still later on. Who knows, maybe Darian Porter, who hasn't gone yet, as far as I remember. I think that's what they would do, because you move down, you get a little bit more value for a guy like Knight Jr., so we'll see. But I'm with you. I feel like that's the way they would go, because then they could just double up on corners, because corners seem to be a little bit more deep right now. And I think the drop off from Knight Jr., who's the next guy under, on my list, to a guy like Bassa from Oregon, I think it's just such a drastic drop. Even though they did meet with Bassa and I do like him, I feel like that drop off between that position group versus a corner position group is just too drastic, to where they could probably say, we can take care of these corners later and still get really good guys. Will Johnson, like I said, all these guys are really fucking good, talented dudes. They just didn't go in the first, and apparently haven't gone in the second round yet either.
Yeah. Do you think there's any chance that they move down, they pick up another pick, they take a linebacker when they move down, and then they use that pick they've acquired to then move up if there's, say, like a run on cornerback starts? They go, we need to now, move up and get a cornerback.
They've done it before.
Jason's done that before.
He's done it to where he's acquired a pick in order to have some more ammo to play up and down the ladder. Yeah. Will other teams be interested in playing that game is the other scenario, though.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all I wanted to add. I'm really happy with how things are going, and we've got a really good receiver in the first round, which is a position of need on this team, even though I didn't think it was like the biggest position of need, but it's still a position of need, given that we had Raheem Jarrett and we had a couple of Sterling Shepard as like wide receiver 1 and 2 for a couple of weeks, and that wasn't great.
What's your name again?
Need to chill out.
Is it Alan?
Alex.
Alex,
Alex Wynn, that guy.
Alex, are there a lot of Bucs fans in Australia?
No, not a huge number, to be honest. There's a lot of NFL fans. It's a growing sport in terms of people watching it, in part because it's played when the AFL and NRL basically stop playing. There's no football on TV between November and February, which is perfect NFL time for watching football. So,
Alex, have you ever drunk a beer out of a shoe?
No, I've never done a shoey.
The Rams pick is in. The Rams took tight end out of Oregon, Terrence Ferguson. I'm so sorry, I didn't get your name.
Alex.
Alex.
I just asked him.
Alex, another great call.
Alexander Wynn.
Alexander Wynn. That's the dude in the chat that's dropping fucking knowledge. I like that. Good question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, man. Listen, pat on the back. I don't know if we can ship to Australia, but you know what? Vixen, get this man's fucking information. Let's figure out a way to get this man a hat.
Thanks for bringing up the IQ in the chat, man.
Alexander, when are you on Twitter?
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't post under my name. I'm in the Discord, so I can just.
There you go.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Winnie the Pooh in the Discord. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've had conversations. Awesome. Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you for calling, man. Awesome call. I'm gonna go to 770. I feel like this is another name or number that we've had before. I'm going to go to 770. You're on with the Loose Cannons on the live draft show, day 2, presented by reversebrand.com. Make sure you guys.
I don't even want shit. Stop saying 770. You know who this is.
I was about to say, you do it to him every time.
Are you watching this?
Are
y'all seeing this fucking shit, bro? Are y'all seeing this shit?
We're watching it.
All these motherfuckers
it's the ATL.
about last night's pick.
Bro.
It's not the ATL. No, this is
All these
not
motherfuckers
Pastor
crying
Smitty.
about last night's picks. Like we didn't get the best receiver in the draft, first of all, at 19. And look at the choices we're about to have again. Oh, get up. Come on.
This guy always with the kids. Hey, how many times I tell you, Corey?
Dogs, pets.
Is it a dog or a kid, or both? Are your kids your kid a dog?
He's always.
I have both. I have both.
He's always wrangling something up in the background.
Yeah. What are you wrangling up all the time?
Where's Parker, man? Oh, okay. Yeah, I always. But anyway, hey, Jason has to be rubbing his fucking palms together.
What?
Y'all see this fucking draft? How this shit is falling?
Yeah,
bro.
We're rubbing our palms too.
We are watching live.
So I guess we should.
I've never. Hold on, Corey. I can't let you off the hook. I've never heard anyone say that to me ever. Like, so and so must be rubbing their palms right now. Who says that?
You've never heard that?
No. I know what it means.
You know,
I never heard someone say that.
Don't talk like this.
Wow.
You're in a different tax bracket than me. You know, I've been to your house enough times to know that. So rich people don't talk like this. I guess it's poor people talk.
Yeah, bro.
Rich
people don't rub their palms together, bro. Rich people.
Hey, are you sure Mike Green is off our board, dog?
According to everybody within the know that knows,
Corey, he's obviously Corey. He's off everybody's board. I told you, no one's believing his story. They're like, so what happened with these two things? Well, you know.
Oh, it was 2 incidents.
Yeah, bro, twice.
Oh yeah.
Once you could be like, oh yeah, maybe just twice.
Nah, not 2, not 2. You can get away with 1, bro. Not 2.
Not 2.
Not 2.
Mike Green Mike Green go undrafted? Wow, that'd be a story,
bro. That shows a pattern, bro. And we about to give you millions of dollars, bro.
It's
about to give you millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, no sir. That's a pattern, man. I'm just look. It makes me appreciate our process so much more.
Yeah.
It's just really like Emeka. I watched the press conference and everything. Yep. Oh yeah, he's about to be a problem. I'm gonna go ahead and give him 800 yards, 6 TDs rookie season. Just
Corey, on top of the on the field stuff, off the field, like I would trust that guy with my grandson, bro. He just seems like a grown ass man, bro. Mature, got his shit together, got his life together.
You know what it is. You know what it is, right?
He's
2-parent household, man.
No, hey. Also, I believe his parents are immigrants. Are they not?
His dad is.
Yeah. See, that's another thing. Immigrant household.
His dad's Nigerian.
That's a big deal, man.
Yeah,
those guys usually got a good work ethic. They don't take nothing for granted. Yeah. They like really appreciate opportunities in life. I'm an immigrant son, right? Okay, I'm a child of immigration.
Yeah.
And he got mom and dad. This is what I'm trying to tell my wife right now while we're separated. My boys need me. I need to be in the same house. Even the dogs are acting stupid now.
But see, Corey, listen, Corey, I told you, Corey, from day one, you can't tie yourself to just one wife. You got to get multiples. Okay,
that's the problem.
You gotta really diversify your wife portfolio. Okay, that's how it works.
These damn West women.
They don't get it.
They don't understand it. They need to be more. They're so selfish. I try to tell my wife, love is not selfish. Love is free.
Love is free.
Love is unselfish. It's kind.
Well, you know what?
Be kind to this wife or that wife.
Speaking of love, we got 428 people watching on Twitter right now. Why don't you 428 people? Why don't you slide your asses over to YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for me, and you know what? Leave me a comment. Let's know who you think this pick.
How many of those people you think is in for the first time? They did not know what they was getting into, much like me.
Yeah, bro.
Did not know what I was getting into. This is some straight strange.
Nobody ever does.
Strange. Hey, listen.
This is some strange.
This podcast is the king of strange.
I just wanted. I just like hearing y'all voices. Football season coming up. Y'all are a big part of my life, and I needed to hear y'all voices. And yeah, baby, let's go. Go Bucs, man. We about to have the pick of the litter at this pick. I mean, how y'all feel about at this point?
I thought you were leaving.
4 picks away from Will Johnson. I mean, at this point, how y'all feel about that?
I'd be, as long as his medicals is halfway fucking decent at this point. Kevin Winston Jr.
I mean, Darius Alexander from Toledo, bro. Like,
I'd rather take Omar. Hey, Omar's still there. Okay,
Siobhan Ravel is still there.
Siobhan Ravel. I'd rather take a corner that's.
Get Omar in the third.
Nick Sporton is still there.
Yeah, I'd rather take if I take a corner, I want that corner to fit my template. Yeah, Will Johnson just went off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a run here on some of these guys. Finally, we'll see. But
okay. Well, Terrence Ferguson just went to. Did he just go to
The
Yeah,
Rams
the
took a
Rams.
tight end, yeah, but the Cardinals just
LA.
took Will Johnson. And the Raiders, who traded down with the Miami Dolphins earlier in this round, are now on the clock, and could this be
They need a
Shador
receiver.
Sanders? Could this be
Could this be
Shador
Shador?
Sanders?
This is Shador. This got to be Shador.
They traded down
It's
to
gotta
make
be
sure
Shador.
that pick has a little bit more value to it. Could this be it?
Yeah,
Could this be
yeah
it?
this got to be Shador. This has to be Shador.
I'm gonna vote
Now,
Shador.
now, I'm not gonna lie. With Brady in that front office, even if it's just at percentage points, if they don't take Shador right here, dude might be a 4th round pick.
Might be. I mean, he's gonna
Like,
be.
I think Shador is good. I don't know. I was listening to y'all hating on him last night. I wasn't with it.
I'm not hating on him.
hate on him.
Not hating on him. I just
I didn't
don't
hate on him.
think.
I think he's good. I think he's the second
I
best quarterback in the
don't
draft.
think you're crazy.
Okay,
I
I
don't
think
think he's as
if-
good. I think Cam Ward's the only quarterback I've seen make some of the throws that Shador makes.
But Corey,
Corey,
he might
tell
be the
those kids to
second best
shut up.
quarterback in a really bad quarterback draft.
Yeah.
That's
You know,
fair. That's
yeah.
fair. Okay, last year he's probably the 5th best quarterback, but that's fair. I'm not gonna
Six,
argue
seven.
that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not gonna argue that. This is a
Good.
weak quarterback draft.
He needs development, man, like all these guys do. Cam Ward needs development. Like that
I
guy's
mean,
got
the best thing that happened to Shador, he didn't go in the 1st round. To a team like New York, team like Cleveland,
That's
his
heavy.
develop-
That's heavyweight to put on the
They
shoulders.
paid Geno Smith. Go ahead and sit behind him for 2 years. Ain't no wrong with that. They paid him shit. Go sit behind him for 2 years. Get ready to play. You'll be ready for the glitz and the glamour when it's your time.
All right, Corey, I'm gonna take one more call, man,
And if-
while you're on here. So,
All right, man. I got you. I know. I love you.
Tell your
Yeah,
kids to shut up. And send me a
later,
call.
later, Corey.
Corey, tell your kids to shut up. We're going to 727 area code. You're on with the Loose Cannons. We're a few picks away from the Bucs. So
5 picks away.
what
5
do you
picks
got?
away.
What do you got for us?
Narnia, Summer. What's going on with that? This is Nolan.
Nolan's back in the building again.
Nolan's
To
back.
here to
Nolan.
call you out.
Cameron, I made it through the wardrobe. I battled the White Witch. I even fought the lion, but I still couldn't drag you out of the closet, Sammer.
Wow.
Oh,
So
Those are all Narnia references. It's okay, Sammer.
I know the name. I don't know the movie. So
Yeah.
this, what does the closet have to do with Narnia?
See, there's a lion, and there's a witch, there's a
And
wardrobe,
there's a wardrobe.
and then these kids, and they go in there, and they end up, and then they fight the queen or the lit witch.
How do you go in a wardrobe?
Lion. What kids do?
Hold on. The Raiders traded their pick to the Texans.
Again, the Texans are on.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Spytech wheeling and dealing these first 2 nights, man.
Yeah, he
What
did,
is-
bro.
Guys,
What
like
do you-
I got a lot to fix on this fucking shithole. Wow.
Who do we got? Who do we have, fellas?
There's still a lot of talent available. Trey Amos, Nick Scorton, Kevin Winston Jr.,
Who did the Texans go with
Javon
in that
Ravel,
first round? Let's see what they
Omar
went.
Norman Lott.
They went
There's
wide
still plenty.
receiver.
I think we got to go with one of these quarterbacks.
Demetrius Knight Jr. is still there.
I don't think we can pass up on that kind of talent. Benjamin Morrison's still there too, right?
I
Yeah,
don't
Benjamin
want,
Morrison,
I
I
don't want
think.
him. I don't want him.
Oh, we
think
don't want
Wilson-
him.
No, I think Ravel would be the one
Watts.
guy with injury issues that I would say, you know what, I take a chance on him because of how skilled he is and how just freaky he is, or not freaky like that, but freakish. But Omar Norman Lott feels like a Buck pick. Kevin Winston Jr. feels like a Bucks pick. Would it be too rich to take those 2 guys there, knowing that I think all the corners are going to slide. Still some linebackers. Let's see what we've got going on linebacker wise, Stinker. Demetrius Knight Jr., Chris Paul
yeah.
Jr., Jeffrey
Paul
Bassa, probably a later type pick.
Oh, there goes another tackle.
Yep.
Air Antonio Essere. Air, whatever, that guy.
Antone.
Percy.
And yeah,
They are rebuilding that offensive line in Houston, bro.
they need it, man. That kid needed it. Some
Yeah.
protection out there. I think they figured that out.
Yeah.
These picks are rolling.
Narnia,
picks,
anything
so.
else you need to add here, man?
Narnia.
Not really. I just kind of wanted to come call out Summer. I can't lie. That was mostly what I wanted to accomplish here.
Let me tell you something,
You did-
man. I
you did your
appreciate
job, man.
that. I love that. But if you're gonna call me out, say my name right.
Hammer.
Thank
Sounded
you.
right. He said it with like a Cuban
With a no.
accent.
He said it's somber. I don't like that. I'm not somber.
He said it with a 727 accent.
Now, hey, Two calls in one night from the same
don't
guy.
you think it's kind of ironic, Tamara, that you want me to call you by the right name?
Damn right. That's how I work, man.
I'm just playing, fellas. Hey, I appreciate you having me back on. I'm going to jump off. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you again, fellas.
Yeah, man. We can take jokes, dude. We're all good, man.
You're very welcome. Thank you for calling the Loose Cannons podcast. Goodbye.
Thank you, Narnia.
The number's on the screen, everybody. If you're sitting at home, next to your baby mama, baby daddy,
You want to ask
or your
Vixen
baby,
what dessert of choice will be next? Or if you want to ask,
yeah.
Izzy,
If anybody
how
have any
thick
questions for
is Venzar?
Vixen, call in if you want to talk to Vixen right now. Bucks are
no.
four people and 4 teams away from making their pick.
Did you just
Apparently
did you
Chad
just
thinks-
did you just 1-900 her, dude?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. The first person to super chat $29.95 gets to talk to the Loose Cannons Vixen live on the air.
1-900 Loose Cannons.
Never have I ever. If you want to ask me a question, you got to pay for it. And I'll answer.
Whoa.
Truth and Dare
Whoa.
or Truth or Dare?
Apparently, Chad believes we got nothing left on the board.
Who says nothing?
What? Who
We
said
got nothing at the
nothing?
moment. Yeah, Chad's upset right now, dude.
Chad.
Chad really wanted Ariante Issa and Terrence Ferguson, JT Tuamolo.
Wow.
He's pissed. My bad, bro. My bad.
My bad. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
I'm mad at some of these picks.
A lot of
Dang
people available still. Okay. The Bengals here. Guard, center, defensive line, edge, linebacker. Got a lot of needs. Who'd they go with earlier? Let's see what they did in the
They went with
first round.
Shamar.
Yeah, so that I don't see them going edge here if we're still
Not
looking
going
at one of
edge.
these guys. Probably I would assume they would go. I feel like this is a linebacker pick here, man. Especially considering I believe their linebacker just told them to get me the fuck out of here. So
Sir Scrat to do I can't wants to know what board are you watching to see these guys
that's
fall so bad?
my business, and just look at the screen, man. I got it on the screen. I've done the work for you. Don't even worry about it.
Football focus. Chad, I think Chad's already drunk, bro. It's only 8:22, bro.
The point is that I want them to stay here and watch it on our screen, and you go and just tell them where to go.
Who, me?
No, not you. I'm talking to Snake.
Free country.
Talking to fucking No Neck.
Free country. Bro, you see my traps right now, bro? They're fucking.
Yeah, I could do that too. We do that too.
Remember we
Snake,
took our
did you play football?
I
at all?
did. Yep.
You did.
Hey.
What position?
Defensive line.
I play water boy.
You're a water boy.
Play water boy.
He was a big boy.
Oh,
He was wearing Velcro cleats, playing defensive line. He was third string DT.
You didn't want to see me on the field.
Velcro cleats.
Oh,
I never knew that was a thing.
they're real. There's photographic evidence to prove it as well. Sir, that guy says he's watching from Canada. You and the brewery are stuck with me.
Okay, I like that.
Huh?
Vixen laugh.
Guy says, "Yeah, I see that, bro. He's very excited about your laugh, Vixen.
Very excited."
Narav said you played LB.
No, now I'm
left
gonna
bench.
laugh. Okay.
How long are the Bengals going to take on this, guys? It feels like you should know.
Bro, it's the Bengals, dude.
They're going to bungle it up.
Here we are once again being edged for our pick when all we really need is an edge.
I have a feeling the Bucs are going to trade down. Get ready for listen. I feel if we make a pick at 53, all of Bucs Nation is going to rejoice with the name we're gonna announce. Okay, I just have a feeling that it's going to be a great pick.
Omar.
Did Jason text you? Did Jason just text you?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Just saying.
Cali Buck says he wants to go and get more offense.
Listen, wide receiver's not off the board here. Okay.
Yep.
If you
If we're
think
gonna
about
trade
this,
Rashad, we need a running back.
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, they're not getting any younger, okay? J-Mac actually just got a year older, okay? So let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Trey Palmer, don't know what that guy is. Hey, also, Sterling Shepard.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I told you they needed a linebacker, didn't I?
Ah.
What did I say? Did I not say they were going to go linebacker?
Motherfucker, bro.
That's two.
Did I not say it? Did I not say it?
Bengals just took Demetrius Knight Jr.
I told you guys. Their linebacker, I said it. Their linebacker told him, I want out. I want to be traded. Their best linebacker, too. They had a need. I said it. I hate that I said it and that they listened, but here we are. Okay. Looks like Jeffrey Bassa or Smile Mondon Jr. could be a Buck at some point in this draft.
I'm there
Not
for
here.
small.
Not here. Also, there's still Chris Paul Jr. I believe if you're going to go linebacker, you might have to at this point at 53. Would that be a reach? Maybe you slide down a few spots, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spots, and then get Chris Paul. But you're also hoping.
You don't take a linebacker here now.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how they feel about Chris Paul. But Chris Paul and Bassa, they both were players that the Bucs met with. I don't know about Chris Paul, actually. I take that back. For sure, they met with Jeffrey Bassa. Would that be the pick? I hope not at 53. Could it be 84? Bucs are in a really good spot here. I feel like it's going to be cornerback.
Ravel?
Or my boy Omar.
Kevin Winston Jr. too, bro.
On a side note, though, Small Moonin Jr., he was higher up today in the draft.
Yes, his name is Smile.
I noticed. Yeah.
Smile, but he never smiles. He's a fucking angry motherfucker. I like it.
Super chat.
Hey.
Read it, Vix. Read it.
Sir, I'm gonna pronounce his name wrong again. Sir Scratted. Cheers.
He smashed his keyboard when they asked him what username he wanted. He's like, fuck this goddamn shit. I just want to leave a comment. Damn it.
Cheers from my goblet of the Fountain of Youth.
There you go. This is all Diego's fault. Yeah.
Yep.
We blame Diego for this.
Yeah, Diego, you're never allowed to fucking participate in one of our shows ever again. When I say participate, I mean like watch. Diego, what do you have to say for yourself, Diego?
He said earlier that now we're just going to have to draft another receiver. So that's how he feels about it.
Well, listen, I said it's not out of the question. Okay, Trey Palmer got 1 year older. J-Mac got 1 year older. Sterling Shepard's already 800 years old. Okay, I mean, you can't move the ball if you can't throw the ball, and you can't throw the ball if you don't have guys to catch the ball. So you can't go 5 wide receiver if you don't have 5 starting wide receivers. Stank, is that incorrect?
It's fair to say.
It's fair to say, exactly. All right, so 5 offensive linemen, 1 quarterback, 5 wide receivers. That's what I want to see. I think that's what the Bucs ultimately want. And Grizz is truly what his offense is going to be. So you know what? Jalen Noel, okay? Bring him down. Give me that Iowa State wide receiver. Add him to the mix. What would happen on Twitter would probably be very epic. The Saints would laugh at us, by the way. But they're wrong. Okay. Who's this pick, Seahawks? Come on.
I feel like the Seahawks have been on the board 10 times already. We haven't, like, we're getting here.
I think they have 3 picks.
To a fucking screeching halt.
I think they have 3 picks to R2 in these first 53. Take Mike motherfucking Green. I'm telling you guys, Mike Green is not on the board for the Bucs.
Knight's age wasn't a concern. Right, Carter at round 3. This is Geist 85 for the $2 super chat.
Bear Carter is small, I think, dude. I don't think he's big as a linebacker.
$2.
Levante was small, or considered.
But when you watched him at the combine, he just didn't look good, man. I'm not explaining it. And 6'1", 230. I don't know. He looked small. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. Maybe I'm thinking Kobe King, possibly. I don't remember. I just don't remember. Those guys didn't really. None of those guys flashed, other than Jihad Campbell during that session of.
Seattle's made the pick.
Seattle just went with Demetrius Knight Jr. again. He's been drafted by 2 teams.
Damn, bro.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Who will this pick be? Come on, guys. Right before us, we still have a chance to get fucked by the Panthers. I don't think the Titans are gonna fuck us, but the Bucs could trade down one spot with the Packers if the Packers think it's between them and the Chargers for a specific player, and they just went Elijah Arroyo out of Miami, the tight end stank, just went to the Seattle Seahawks.
He's a beast, bro.
Bucs. Pretty good for the Bucs.
He's a beast. Carolina's on the clock?
Carolina's on the clock.
They traded
super chat.
Oh, no.
Packers have a plethora of additional picks, and I've played with that simulator a bunch.
He just cheated his way in front of us, didn't he? Piece fucking Dave.
Was Denver there prior?
Yeah.
At some point, Denver was supposed to be picking for us. Yeah, you're right. I wonder if the Bucs would drop down one spot to let the Packers jump ahead of possibly making sure the Chargers don't get something ahead of them or something like that. Bucs are the spot to move down, man.
Alvin Martinez with the super chat for $1.99. We need a quarterback now. Please, please, please.
Cornerback. You said quarterback.
Oh, I said quarter. I did say quarter.
Fucking Dave Canales. What are you doing here, buddy? What are you doing here, buddy?
I said quarter.
They need an edge. They need a corner. They need a safety.
Yep. They need everything we need.
Yeah.
The things we need.
They need everything, and they already drafted a receiver, so they're going.
Receiver, yeah.
Oh, there goes
Scoring just went.
Oh,
I'm not crazy high on that kid, to be honest. So I feel like I would have liked him, but I felt like if the Bucs didn't get Ezaraku, they weren't going to go edge in the second round. Stank. Omar's still there.
Mike Green's still there. Omar's still there. I know Mike Green's not a possibility, and Siobhan's still there. But
listen, they could have lied to us too, but it feels like he's off of a lot of teams' boards, so that makes me think probably wasn't a lie or a farce that he's off the Bucs board with the allegations. But let's look at best available right now. Currently, Mike Green,
off the board. I got it right now.
Trey Amos.
Got Mike.
What's on the screen? Izzy, I got it. Kevin Winston Jr., Omar, Norman Lott. Man, Amos, Winston Jr., Norman Lott, right there, man. Right there. Siobhan Revel, right there. Darius Alexander, right there. Like, I feel like if those three dudes or 3 out of those 4 are there, the Bucs are going to trade down. It just makes no sense not to, because you're going to get one of those 3 guys if they like all 3. I'm assuming they like all 3. That's kind of what I'm getting to.
Why don't you elaborate on some of them? Talk about them.
No. Don't tell me what to do on this show. You're an intern. What the hell just happened here? Oh man, I don't think
it's getting fucking interesting right now, bro. It's getting interesting. We're about to be on the clock. Do we stick and pick? There's a lot of names on here, bro. There's a lot of guys.
So let me go to cornerback. Okay, let me just filter to corner zone.
There's lots of cornerbacks, bro. Cornerbacks.
Here, I'm gonna click on the guys I like. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 guys. 11 technically, if I really want to go deep there. Whereas if we go to say linebacker, there's 1 guy. Chris Paul Jr. is right there. It looks like, man, I feel like the Bucs' hand is kind of forced at this point. If they don't trade down, they would have to go Chris Paul Jr., in my opinion, because I think there's too many corners still to choose from that are second and first round type talent guys that we can get at 84 and at 125. Stink, it feels like it's either that Omar kid or Chris Paul Jr. There's just too many corners left for them to take one now. If say they like 5 of those guys.
There goes another edge.
There goes another edge.
Yep.
I think the Bucs are
on the clock. Bucs are on the clock. It doesn't matter. Bucs are on the clock. You got Mike Green. You got Trey Amos. You got fucking Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Norman Lott, Siobhan Revel, who would be my pick, or Omar, one of those 2.
But here's the thing: could they trade down 4 or 5 spots, 2, 3 spots, and get one of those guys still and gain a pick? That's where it comes in. This is where the fun's going to really begin.
Princely's still there. Derek Alexander's still there.
Yeah.
There's some dudes, dude. There's some
dudes out here.
Omar, Chris Paul Jr., and I would think Kevin Winston Jr. are the three that they would be looking at right now. And
if we
trade, a lot of corners, man. If you miss out on Amos, Revel, you still got Porter, you still got Darian Strong. They met with Jacob Parrish. He was one of their 30 visits. Got Noah Williams, Kobe Bryant. I mean, I feel like there's a plethora of corners, Stank. Nico Reed, a guy they met with. I feel like
there's a plethora. There's a herd, a bundle.
Yeah, they're not going to force a corner pick here unless they have a guy that they absolutely love, that they're absolutely shocked he fell. Siobhan Revel may be that guy that absolutely is shocking them in terms of his fall. To me, man, it's Kevin Winston Jr., Omar Norman Lott, Chris Paul Jr., or Siobhan Revel with the discussion in the room right now. If you like those four and you have an opportunity to drop down 4 slots or 3 slots and still get one of the 4 you like, I don't see them trading with the Panthers. I don't see them trading with the Bears. It's between them, the Chargers, and the Packers. Or the Chargers and the Packers. It's only 2 spots, but you gain a pick doing it.
It's also starting to get real thin at edge here, man. And if they plan on taking an edge, your choices are starting to shrivel up.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the kid out of Louisville, Ashton Gelato, like that kid. We'll call him that. David Walker, not a name a lot of people talk too much about because of his school. Princely's there, who I mocked a bunch of times in the early parts of our mock drafts. I don't know, Stank. If you don't go linebacker here, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, but if you don't go edge here, you're kind of fucked.
I know, but they didn't go edge earlier. So I wonder if that just means.
What'd you say?
It looks like the pick is in for the Bucs.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like it's stank just because they didn't go edge earlier. I feel like they don't look at it as a massive need, possibly.
Remember the presser that they had for yesterday.
He said, "I'm very happy with that," even though lots of people don't. But sometimes that's a lie. Sometimes that's a straight up lie, though. Izzy. My guess is Norman Lott.
My guess is
Norman Lott.
I would go with Norman Lott as well.
That's my guess.
Could they surprise everybody right now and take Mike Green
or Chris Paul Jr.?
No.
Man, or is it going to
be somebody nobody's even said the name?
Benjamin Morrison. They went with the hips. They went with the hips. Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
You know who's about to call back in for a third time? Narnia
is about to call back in.
Narnia is fucking dude. He just jumped out of the closet. He's running through the wilderness right now with his lion, right? Looking for his witch, right?
Wow.
Unbelievable. Okay. He called it, bro. I have a feeling that call came from within One Buck Place. I don't know. Who are you? Who really are you? Narnia.
That is interesting.
Hey, we got a corner.
He's gotten mocked to us a bunch. He's got a bunch of he's been shown a lot of love. Okay, not to talk shit about.
Maybe his hips aren't good because he just came back from hip surgery.
Smart, smooth moving in man coverage, good instincts, makes plays on the ball. Getting back to form after hip surgery, being stronger are keys to a future starting outside cornerback role in a man coverage system, but really any system. That's interesting. Considering we played zone a lot last year.
6 feet 190.
6 foot 190.
I'm a big guy.
These sizes are probably off from PFF only because I believe these kids usually add or lose weight between college and the combine and eventually the draft. No touchdowns last year. Only gave up 12 receptions on 27 targets, 125 yards. They only played in 6 games with the injury, so that's where that injury concern comes up. We got ourselves a corner. I mean,
we needed it.
We needed it. That must mean that was the guy that they were shocked that he slid, because that means he was at the top of their board. They didn't even hesitate. They weren't looking at Revel or any of those other guys in terms of thinking, oh, there's so many of them, we don't have to force a pick here. Now, Chris Paul Jr. you're going to miss out on. You're going to miss out on maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Couple of mocks and simulations I did earlier in the morning, Stank. He's still somehow there at 84, Chris Paul Jr. So how real that's going to be, who knows?
He is a change from what we typically go for, right? The longer, taller, kind of a slow-footed corners. I'm looking at some of his highlights right here. He definitely doesn't have Jamel Dean type hips. I can promise you that.
No, he doesn't. But he's got some ball skills. This is before the hip surgery. This is before the injury.
But clearly they're not drafting a guy if they feel like the surgery was going to be an issue.
It's just based on history of other teams and other players. Hips are a thing it took 2 years technically to really get over what happened to his hip. Now he's got issues with the fucking, concussions one.
How much have we talked about hips on this podcast up until this pick right here?
My thing is this. We drafted Jamel Dean, who had a history of bad knee injuries in college. Now you draft another corner who's got a history of some sort of injury problem. They must be very confident.
A history of injury, or he had an injury?
No, he had an injury.
Okay, that's one injury.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like they've got to be really good on his medicals to make a pick at 53 on a kid like that.
Oh, look at Simeon Rice making the pick. Look at old Sim.
Sim made the pick and not Rondé?
Yeah, Simeon's making the pick.
Why was Rondé out on stage?
The jacket Simeon Rice is wearing right now is fucking fire. I need it. I want it. Somebody buy it for me and ship it to me. Who in the chat wants to buy me the jacket that Simeon Rice is wearing right now? Somebody? Anyone? Crown? Is it you? BK? Sean? Navaj?
Sean Ray makes a good point.
Jonas.
Kid, when he matched up with Marvin Harrison Jr. last year, he locked him up apparently. Does this mean that Dean is out? I don't think it means Dean is out.
No,
could he be a guy that gets traded at the trade deadline? Maybe. But from what I've heard, they're going to make him earn his spot. He's not going to just be handed a starting role. So could Benjamin Morrison come in, challenge, and actually win that in camp? We'll see. It's not an easy system to pick up as a corner.
Listen, you got to make the assumption right now he's perfectly healthy and that he's on his game. They love this fucking guy, bro. There was other good corners out there, and we took him instead. So
other corners that also have injury history that they've overpassed, they passed over. So that means they must be pretty confident in it, like you're saying.
Yeah, I don't see it. This guy definitely, he's got ball skills out the fucking ass.
Oh, Joshua says he injured that same hip in high school and in college.
Okay, then it's a nagging injury. Maybe he never actually got it fixed after high school. It nagged him, and then he got it fixed in college.
Yeah.
In preparation for the pros, it's possible.
In high school, you're not. No, I mean he injured, but in high school, you're not really getting the best medical attention.
Yeah, bro. Exactly. And he's not going to be asked to step in right away either.
No, I don't think they would do that anyway. I'm trying to think of. Jamel Dean was a rookie. Was he not? Was he a rookie when Todd Bowles threw him in the fire at some point?
Yeah.
But I don't think he was thrown in the fire because he wanted to. I think he had no choice because of an injury ahead of him. Who was the starter that year?
Yeah, right, bro. This kid has a nose for the ball. I see some Antoine Winfield Jr. type picks, strips.
Yeah, man, his film was everywhere. If you recall, earlier in the offseason, everyone was talking about him. Crown says Morrison had a tear in his labrum. I'm not going to pretend I know where that is, but I thought that was in his shoulder.
Right here.
Playing high-level ball, they are all injured to a degree. Listen, other people there were so much better cornerbacks they could have picked. I mean, so much better from our perspective, but we don't fucking know what these guys know. I'm not going to pretend I know more about DBs than anybody else. So here's the thing I'll give Todd Bowles a lot of credit for. Todd Bowles, I trust him when it comes to defensive backs. He played the position. He's proven that he can develop guys. He's taken Jamel Dean years beyond what Jamel Dean should have been on his own. If you guys remember Carlton Davis, everybody hated that guy. Todd Bowles shows up. All of a sudden, Carlton Davis is serviceable, and all of a sudden, people are saying that he's one of the hardest guys to get open on facing him from opposite wide receivers' opinion. So, Antoine Winfield Jr., another guy. I mean, he had guys last year who were bums who he somehow at least making serviceable. So, I lean on the side of trusting Todd Bowles with any corner that we pick, and so I can't change my mind in this case here. Not the guy I wanted, but again, I'm just me. I don't fucking work for the NFL or any NFL team, so.
You know what? What's another weird thing, Sammer? We talked about hips a lot. We ended up drafting this kid. You know, we also talked about defunct restaurants. And remember Morrison's? Anybody remember Morrison's?
No.
No? It was a buffet, like kind of like Golden Corral.
Green Bay could have used a corner. They didn't go Trey Amos. They didn't go Revel either. They went with a tackle from North Carolina State. I feel like the Bucs are still going to be in a good spot at 84.
Bro. I'm sorry. Nobody can complain right now. All right.
Yeah.
We filled a huge position of need, and now we still got holes. Still got holes. Safety, linebacker, edge rusher. Yeah.
Florida born and raised. We're not complaining, dude. We're actually making us. We're not
I was just reading the tweets. The fans seem happy, so
yeah. And
they
we're
all
still
seem to love it.
Still in a really good spot at 84. Look, I mean, if we go, let's go back to the corners again. Okay, Chris Paul Jr. is still here, by the way. Let's say the linebackers kind of get eaten up at some point. Look at the corners, dude, that are still on the board here. Like I said, they met with Jacob Parrish. They like him. They love Noel Williams. They like Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant would love to be a Buck, apparently. Quincy Riley, O'Donnell Fortune down here. We like Hussies on the show. I mean, there's a lot of dudes. Also, a guy named we didn't talk about, Justin Wally, I believe, from Minnesota. A lot of dudes still available. Mike Green, by the way. Kevin Winston Jr. Omar Norman Lott. That was the guy I really wanted to happen there, but it didn't happen. Might still happen at 84, Stink. I mean.
What about safeties?
Alvin, yeah, Makuba's still there. Alvin Martinez 199 Super Chat says, we got our lockdown cornerback, y'all. If he's healthy and he comes out there, I feel like we did get a good corner.
Yeah.
And, you know, they do their due diligence when it comes to these guys and their injuries. All the NFL teams do. So that's probably why some of these guys have slipped a little bit, but that ends up helping us in this case. I wonder if one of those other guys got stolen ahead of us that we had our name on, you know, like Scourton or Demetrius Knight Jr. There's
it's good. There's a good possibility that you know, the Panthers had some intel because they jumped up right in front of us to take Scourton. But who knows, man? They might have had. We're gonna have to hear what. There goes Trey Harris. We're gonna have to hear what Jason says. But I don't think Jason does an interview between the second and third round, right? He's got to stick and stay because I mean, it's not that many more picks.
He might send an assistant GM to do an interview, but he's not leaving the room there. Stank, is it time to go fat guy here? I feel like if there's too many corners left on the board, it might be time to go fat guy at 84. Should the next pick be a fat guy?
Yeah.
If Omar Norman Lott there, got to go fat guy.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which fat guy's there.
Mm-hmm.
We could use it, like, as you said before, we could double up. We could take another corner. Take a safety.
It depends how it falls. If they feel like they're going to miss out on a Kobe Bryant or maybe trade down and get a Kobe Bryant and a Noel Williams, it's not out of the question to go three corners, man. Like, we saw the depth there is pretty shitty. And so the drop off, and you never know exactly, you know, what you got. What if Zion McCollum outplays, you know, what we think could be his contract? We never know. Depends on the talent. I'm all about the Bucs accruing and adding talent as just load up on it. Even if you have too many at one spot, it's not a problem usually. Yeah, Crone's right. Norman Lott and Fancy wild duo. Just anger. 100%, dude. 100%.
I'm gonna step away. I'll be back.
They filled the two issues that cost us games last year: wide receiver and cornerback address. Time to load up now. That's a good point. Good point. Crown usually makes good points in the chat. I will say that. It's just me and you guys. Me and the intern.
Yeah. It looks like the Lions have traded up.
With the Bears?
Let me see. Lions trade up over the Ravens and the Raiders. Broncos trade pick 57 and pick 230 to the Lions in exchange for pick 60 and 130.
How'd they trade a pick that the Panthers own? Any fat guy better than Gaines or Hall? Yeah, we do need a fat guy to replace Gaines. I keep forgetting about that motherfucker. Before Morrison and Hainsey, last time we took a Notre Dame player was Maurice Stovall. I thought that dude was going to be an absolute monster, and he would never, ever became anything. Another tackle. A little run of offensive lineman here, man, starting to happen. Could the
that's
Panthers now back on? How many picks do the fucking Panthers have? Izzy, you're
a
saying the
great
Panthers
question.
made the trade, or no?
No,
Or
no, no, no,
traded
no,
their
no,
pick away?
not the Panthers.
But they just
Not the
had a
Panthers.
pick, and the Panthers are on the board right now.
No, no, no. It was the Lions. The Lions traded with the Broncos. Lions traded up over the Ravens and the Raiders. They traded with the Broncos. Broncos trade pick 57 and pick 230 to the Lions in exchange for pick 60 and 130. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Safety Billy Bowman is a beast. All right, Izzy, I think it's updated now. You there?
Yep.
It's got the Lions now and at 57.
Mm-hmm.
They were at 60. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, the Lions, the Raiders, the Ravens, and then the Broncos.
Yeah, got quite a ways to go before we get to the Bucs next pick. Man.
All right. So let's see. Come on, check safety again.
The Panthers pick for a case of liquor and a box of porn. Yes, dead air, B-Shuck. I was reading text messages pertaining to the draft. So many picks ahead of us here at 84. Could the Bucs jump up? Let's look at these best available. So I imagine Omar Norman Lott might be a guy that would slide. I don't think Siobhan Revel will slide. Maybe Darius Alexander as it relates to fats. Let's look at some fat guys. Let's see. Yeah, Omar Norman Lott, Darius Alexander, CJ West, Shamar Turner. Don't mind Jordan Phillips, who the Bucs met with, I believe, at the Combine. Ty Robinson out of Nebraska. JJ Piggies. Joshua Farmer plays pretty violent. Tim Smith, I think these guys are a little bit high. Tonka Hemingway, the Bucs met with. That's another fat guy option later on. I don't think the Bucs necessarily need to go fat guy unless it's a guy like Omar Norman Lott or Darius Alexander who kind of fall to where they're getting a really, really good player pretty late in the process. Guys that were going up much earlier on a lot of mocks and predictions and things like that. So, there goes Pless's one of Pless's guys, Tate Ratledge, Georgia guard, gone to the Lions. Stanker's taking a shit, boys. And I believe Izzy's gone as well. So it's just me all by myself right now.
I'm here, but I might be checking out in a little bit. I got work in the morning. That's Rollins, the revolutionary, the visionary, the architect? I am Seth freaking Rollins. And of course, the Packers fans are chanting, freaking. No, Narav, I'm not working now. Contrary to popular belief, the closet is not my eminent domain.
All right, Izzy, I got you back in my ear, man. I couldn't hear you. I didn't realize that my other headphones died.
Oh, no.
Yes, here we go. Now we can hear you all. Man. Jack Beck gone, wide receiver TCU. You can hear me good, Izzy?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
They couldn't hear you
I
when
mean,
my earphones died too. I think that's why.
let me see. I mean, honestly, the Buccaneers, they're in a really good spot still when it comes to all these positions of need. The thing is, though, like we've been seeing sort of a run here and there when it comes to certain positions, linebackers, edge, wide receiver, tackles, and then back to a linebacker.
Yeah, there's no real runs. You notice that? There's no real runs considering like how it usually works out in these drafts. There's usually a run on tackles, a run on edges or corners, wide receiver. It's kind of just been like maybe one or two in a row, then all of a sudden it goes back to some other position. Then one or two here, then back over. It's been a weird draft.
It has been a weird draft. It's like the play, like we said earlier, the players that we thought or we expected to go higher or earlier, they've kind of slid. And if there was a certain run like we thought there was going to be, it would be edge, and then wide receiver, tackle, like interior lineman, edge, whatever. Like I'm looking, I've looked at the best players available over and over again, and I don't think we're in a dire situation to where like we may have to reach for a player. Like
It just depends who slides. Like, could Omar Norman Lott, could he end up being a guy that slides down out of favor with some of these? But there's so many good players, man. Like, I feel like we could have a pick of our favorite fat guy and maybe another corner, or our favorite safety. You got Kevin Winston and who's the other kid I really like? Makuba's still there. I don't think they're gonna go Notre Dame in this draft.
I would not.
I like this RJ Mickens kid out of Clemson. He comes with an NFL lineage as well. His dad played in the NFL.
Okay.
Checks off some boxes that the Bucs like to do. They did that with Antoine Winfield Jr. Obviously, he was a good player as well, not just kind of footsteps nonsense. But
right.
The Bucs are in a good spot, man. It just all depends on how it's going to play out here. We've got quite a few picks before it's back in front of us. So
I wouldn't mind seeing like Makuba or Winston Jr. if if Winston Jr. is available, or if we get Makuba. I would not mind seeing the Bucs go after them.
Yeah, because I think what's going to happen is there's so many corners. It depends. It really depends how it's going to play out. There are going to be a lot of corners left over, and then where do you go? If that's the case, I think you get the pick of the litter. Let's see. I don't think Darian Porter has been drafted yet. No,
he hasn't.
He fits a lot. Noel Williams, he's a template. Kobe Bryant, he's
Siobhan
a template.
Ravel, he's still there.
Yeah, all three of those guys are templates. Trey Amos is even a template. Quincy Riley, smaller, but can play multiple spots. Now you can allow Tyke Smith to move out to safety and be a little bit more multiple with that front. Save Frazier, kind of a Zion McCollum mold or template as well. Nico Reed, the Bucs met with him. They like him. This is, again, later round type guys. Feel like they can still get a really good corner at 121, even at 157, depending on how this all kind of breaks down. Not a lot of corners getting picked that people thought were getting picked.
Mm-hmm.
This is and we still haven't gone edge. So I mean, there's still some stuff that we could do here.
The question is though, like, are there any edges that are worth going after in round 3? Because the ones that we were looking at outside of Mike Green, they've all been taken.
I like Princely. I like Braden Swinson. I like Mike Green. It just would he come back onto the board now after a little bit? At this point, would it be more of a worth the risk? I like the kid out of Louisville. We've already done that with Yaya Diaby. He was a guy that not a lot of people were talking about. He was an edge out of Louisville. I don't hate Stewart out of Michigan. There's still some players left on the board here. I think they're going to David Walker. That's another one. Mike Green just went to the Baltimore Ravens. There you go.
Mike Green just got picked.
Yeah, that feels like a pick that they usually take a risk on a guy like that or guys like that.
Wow.
I got Malachi and Mike Green.
Wow.
Malachi Stark and Mike Green. Look at that.
My neighbor will be happy. Huge Ravens fan.
Curious how that plays out for them from a legal standpoint, or if he gets himself in trouble, or how that whole thing shakes out. Because now he's about to come up with a bunch of money, and those allegations, those lawsuits are going to start surfacing back up. They
Yeah, they're
always
Mhm.
got some money.
stacked.
Huh?
Their defense is stacked.
Yeah, that's kind of how they build their things usually. Hold it down, Stank. I'll be right back.
Well, I mean, Jason just isn't a guy who wants to bring that kind of guy into the locker room. Obviously, Jameis was an anomaly, and Jameis, for what it's worth, man, still second most successful quarterback in Buccaneers history from a statistical standpoint.
Mhm.
Obviously, Brady wasn't here for that long, and didn't end up working out. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know the whole story. These teams have whole entire staffs that just do background checks, crawl up these guys' asses. They know everything about these guys, and talk to their child friends, fucking high school teachers, everybody. So whatever, man.
That's why Burden, I ended up thinking he wouldn't be good for the Bucs because of that.
Yeah. I mean, if they truly believe what they preach, right? And if Levante David is the model for players they want to bring into this building, then you gotta follow that. You can't divert from that type of behavior. Bringing in a guy like him, and I'm not saying any of the accusations are true, but clearly every team felt like he was a risk because every team has passed on him. A lot of teams multiple times have passed on him. So who knows? But that's neither here nor there at this point. We are approaching the end of the second round, guys. We're approaching the second round, and then we're right back to it. Right back to it. And they're still
Right
back to it, y'all.
Do we expect the Buccaneers to make any trades once rounds 3 hits? Do we think they do?
No.
Do you think we're gonna see any movement at all?
I mean, they've sat exactly where they sat pat and drafted and let guys fall to them so far. I don't see us getting rid of any capital. Trading back is always a possibility with Jason, unless a guy just happens to fall in that they didn't expect. But there's still some guys out there, edge guys. You still got Braden Swinton, Princely, but we also got 30 picks before we pick.
I like Princely. I'm not gonna lie. I mentioned him earlier.
Another cornerback. Sam doesn't seem to like him, but I went down the rabbit hole with him a little bit. Azariah Thomas from Florida State. Big guy, though. Bigger guy, I guess you could say. Then Morrison that we just drafted, 6'2", 198. He's a guy that you could see us maybe taking a chance with or double dipping with. And the interior guys, we've said it ad nauseum. Yes, our starting front is good, but the rotation, especially interior rotation, needs an upgrade. Probably, arguably more than the edge rotation. So, the second tier of interior defensive linemen, like Omar Norman Lott, Darius Alexander, Shamar Turner. Names that we've talked about: Ty Robinson, Cameron Jackson, Aeneas Pebbles. There's guys out there. That we get really excited.
Yeah.
Aeneas Pebbles.
Yeah.
Not great. When I see Fruity Pebbles at the grocery store, I'm not gonna think Fruity Pebbles anymore.
From now on.
Yep, there you go. I'm gonna make a prediction. And normally I wouldn't be doing this so early, but once the third round hits, if the Buccaneers do stand pat, I believe we might go interior line defensively. We might go Norm if he's still there. I want to see either Norman Lott or we go with Makuba or Winston Jr. One of those three guys.
I doubt very seriously Omar Norman Lott's going to make it anywhere close to us in the third round, but I don't know. He's sliding right now.
He's sliding right now, which is like if he's available, if he slides, then I can see that happening. But if not, I would think Makuba or Winston Jr. would be the move.
Stank, what'd you do while I was gone?
Brought my wife an ice pack because we were out drinking earlier.
No, when I was gone, what did you do here?
We just recapped who's available. Talked about some guys I thought would still be a possibility for us, especially on the interior defensive line. We've been so focused on edge, but guys like Omar, Norman Lott's still there, and then a lot of guys that we've projected. Yeah, a lot of guys. No, but I'm saying a lot of the guys that we have mocked to us, interior guys, Darius Alexander, Shamar Turner, Ty Robinson, Piggies, Cameron Jackson, Anus Pebbles. So I think that's a position that seems to be holding up as far as who's still available. Still a lot of good guys available. I mean, we're still in the second round. So
here's the thing too. I wonder if, first of all, before I forget, the phone number is on the top of the screen for you guys. So we just had the Bucs make their pick. They finally drafted a cornerback, Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame. Call in. Tell us what you guys think. If you hate it, do you love it? What you think that changes for the next pick, yada, yada, that whole deal. Go ahead, Izzy.
We had a super chat, Geist85 with a $2 super chat. Stank is right, which is
rare.
Okay, is right. Stank is right. We need more depth at defensive tackle.
We do.
We need a fat guy.
We do need a fat guy.
But Stank, we love Tonka Hemingway. The Bucs like him. They met with him, I believe, twice. That's a guy you could get in the 5th round, maybe 6th, or maybe even the 7th round, okay? And he's got an amazing name. Comes in violent, big boy. I think if you don't get Omar, somehow if he doesn't slide miraculously, then I think Tonka's the guy, or the kid out of Nebraska, or the kid out of Utah. I can't remember his name. I'll get him pulled up right here in a second.
Junior Tafuna?
Yeah, Junior Tafuna. There you go. And you got Tonka Hemingway, got Zeke Biggers out of Georgia Tech. There's a lot. Simeon Barrow Jr. from Miami is the guy that not a lot of people are talking. Thor Griffith. Okay, we still got Thor Griffith as an option. I don't think the Bucs have to force the fat guy pick until later, unless a guy like Omar or even Darius Alexander have somehow, some way slid all the way down to 84. But again, I feel like the Bucs are going to really be in a spot to pick who they like best. Think about, I mean, Siobhan Ravel, I don't think he'll still be there, but possibly. Still got the safeties that we talked about, you and I, Izzy, when I couldn't hear you on my headphones. Andrew Makuba, Ransom, RJ Mickens, that's a guy that I really like. Dad played in the NFL. Sebastian Castro, Craig Woodson, California kid. That Malachi Moore, not a lot of love shown for that dude. Upton Stout, what a fucking name, by the way, for a football player, okay? A lot of dudes that can come in and probably compete right then. I mean, Kevin Winston Jr., Andrew Makuba, those guys are starters. Starters chilling right now at, what pick are we at? Pick 61, just hanging out, right? Those are starting guys. Same thing for Omar. Omar comes in, you put him next to Kalijah Cansey, next to Vita Vea, next to Hassan Reddick, Yaya Diaby. That's tough, man. That is tough. He's a specialist as it comes to getting after the passer, man. I mean, that'd be very, very tough. Like somebody said in the chat, that's straight up anger on one defensive line right there, dude.
Sammer, interesting. A University of Central Florida UCF running back just went.
RJ Harvey.
Yeah.
Scadaboo's all, he's the fun pick. Does he do the nitty gritty stuff though? Can he pick up the blitz?
All he is the nitty gritty, bro.
But can he pick up the blitz?
Anything? Yeah.
Can he pick up the blitz?
No, he can pick up all the blitzes.
Or is he just a wannabe Mike Allstott?
No, he's not like Mike. He's different.
He's different. All right. Honestly, I've not watched enough of him to have an opinion one way or the other. I know he's been a pick that people like to, talk about as a fun scenario playing out. But Biggers, is he related to EJ Biggers? Didn't EJ play for Tampa Bay? Yes, he is a Buccaneer, EJ Biggers. I do not believe they have any sort of lineage or relation.
I'm going to say yes, they do.
Listen, this feels, Stank, like a draft that's going to have a lot of gems hidden after the draft. Guys that go undrafted who are talented motherfuckers. Trey Amos, gone. Trey Amos, gone to the Washington Commanders. We got the guy we wanted, so we can't hate on that pick. They got the guy they wanted, it looks like. They're kind of comparable. I think Trey might be bigger, if I remember correctly. The Bucs are in a really good spot, Stank. Scottaboo is Peyton Hillis. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Like a wannabe Mike Allstott kind of guy. Maybe a little bit more shifty. I'm going to lose my mind. Sean Ray says, I'm going to lose my mind with these silly-ass fans calling for the Rachaad White trade. Listen, I'm telling you guys right now, and I'm not saying this as a friend of Rashaad's. The Rachaad White trade will never happen because they have nobody else who can pick up the blitz in pass protection as well as he does. Until that person is on the roster or they draft that guy, I don't see a scenario in which they get rid of Rachaad White. And right now they're in this win now mode. I feel like that's opening up for them. They're probably going to hold on to that. And just, if they lose him, they lose him to free agency. It is what it is. But they're just not going to let him go because of the dynamic capabilities of the offense. And again, the guy that he did not get along with or maybe didn't utilize him properly in Liam Cohen is no longer here. And he is very, very good with the current offensive coordinator, who also is very good with Rachaad. So we'll see how it all plays out. I just don't see that scenario playing out where they get traded. They trade Rachaad White. Bucs fan 850 Stank. He says we need multiple fat guys.
We do. They're showing Mike Green getting drafted. Boy, it's tough to see you pass a guy with that kind of ability, man. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
But a lot of teams passed him, Stank. A lot of teams passed him.
No, I understand. I understand. Yeah, but our team's going to regret passing a guy like that. Passing on a guy like that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know what other teams know, but that kid's got some ability.
The Ravens are the team, though. They're them and the Cowboys, I feel like, are just a team that they usually take a chance on guys like that and just kind of hope those problems go away. But man, those sexual allegations.
I get it. I get it. But we're kind of desperate for a guy at that position, man. We just are, and
it might be different if we didn't sign Hassan Reddick. You think? I think maybe but man, that's tough, man. To use a top 60 pick on a guy who might get in trouble, And now that money hits his bank account, those allegations are only going to come back, and now they're going to come back looking for that kind of stuff. Distraction off the field. He's a rookie trying to learn. He's got to go to these, hearings, meetings with his attorneys. This just seems like too much of a distraction. I really liked him too, man. It's fucked up that happened, man, because I really wanted him to be a Buck. But
yeah,
B-Shuck, we know he went. We were just kind of Stanks having not buyer's remorse. What's it called?
Buyer's remorse. Yeah, I from a on the field standpoint, how can you not like the guy? And it's something we desperately need. I mean, outside of I don't know, Leroy Selman, and we drafted a guy that's a special edge rusher.
Have we
drafted a guy?
Have we drafted a guy that's a special edge rusher?
Yeah, outside of Leroy Selman.
No, not really.
That's 50 years.
Yeah.
And we haven't got an impact, edge rusher. I mean, we've added plenty via free agency.
Who's the dude that wants to fight Warren Sapp? What's his name?
Chidi
Ahanotu, I believe we drafted him. He was at one point he was the highest paid player on the team.
Yeah.
Even over Warren Sapp.
Chidi, Gaines, Adams, no.
Gaines Adams never did shit. I think he had like 5 sacks his entire. Yaya might be that guy, maybe.
Ron Holmes, Ron Holmes was good, but was he special though? No, he wasn't special.
I could argue that aside from Leroy Selman, the best edge rusher we've ever had on our team in general would be Simeon Rice, and we got him as a free agent, I believe, from the
Arizona.
So, yeah. Is Morrison the number 1 cornerback on the team? No. I believe the number 1 cornerback right now is Zion McCollum. Could Morrison become that guy? Maybe. I don't think he's number 1 right now. Absolutely not. He could be number 2 pretty close, pretty soon, sooner than people think, in my opinion. Shaq Barrett. I love Shaq Barrett, but he's not better than Simeon.
We didn't draft Shaq Barrett. I'm talking about guys that this franchise has drafted.
No, I know. We've kind of moved on past. I was saying if we even just expand it to just edge rushers in general, I was gonna say Simeon was the second best ever. The impact Shaq. I'm reading just a chat. Somebody said the impact that Shaq had was unprecedented. It was, but go back and look at what I don't know how young you are, dude, but go back and look at what Simeon Rice did when he got here. Dude was a monster. He was unstoppable when he had a guy like Warren Sapp next to him. It was just ridiculous. He was already good with Arizona besides that.
Simeon Rice should be in the Hall of Fame. Okay. That's how good Simeon Rice was.
Shamar Turner, inside defensive lineman.
Yep. Another guy we talked about quite a bit and mocked to us several times. Here we are.
All right.
Approaching the end of the second round. Flying along here, guys.
Should have had a long day. What was the name of the dude that we drafted from Daquan Bowers? With Daquan Bowers? Oh, I think he's talking about the kid out of Iowa. What was his name? No. We drafted Daquan Bowers in the same year that we also drafted the kid with the dreads. The big, long dreads. He came out of Iowa. He was a Hawkeye. Damn it. What was his name, dude?
You're talking about baby arm.
Did he have baby arms too?
He had one baby arm. Claiborne, Adrian Claiborne.
Adrian Claiborne. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a baby arm.
He went on to had a game. He had a game for another team that was like 6 sacks in one. I think it was with the Falcons. He had a game where he had 6 sacks.
Yeah, he had a good career with the Falcons. Yeah. But he had a chicken.
He actually had a baby arm?
He had one. Bro, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
He had one tiny arm.
Why the fuck did we draft him? He could only play one side. That arm was so strong. That arm was strong.
Bro. He could put a hurting on you with the baby arm.
That baby arm was strong. The baby arm was strong, and the other arm was even stronger.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's been fun, but my computer's starting to act up on me. I'm gonna have to head out. I'll be keeping tabs on the draft, at least round 3 or so from my side. Y'all have a good one.
What? How'd your computer acting up? Just plug it in.
Is he hit us with the? Is he?
No, it's trying to pull a whole update, and my computer's glitching out on me.
Wow, unbelievable, dude.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Bye, Izzy.
Bye.
All
Izzy.
right, I'm out. Go Bucs.
I want you to be better tomorrow. Be better tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be better.
Hey, guys, before I forget, tomorrow we're on at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. we're going to be on here talking about...
I don't think we should go off the air at all. I think we should stay on. The picks that
we had tonight, okay? And break those down. Take some phone calls from you guys. See what you guys think. What the lay of the land is in Buck fandom. Okay? Fandom. Okay?
Dennis said the old computer bugging out on me trick.
Yep. He's right. This sounds like somebody told him she's coming over. That's what it sounds like to me.
Izzy, if you're about to get some
yeah, dude, just tell us some strange is about to show
some
up.
Cookies?
Yeah, maybe you got a good swipe. Did you finally get a right swipe? Is that was going down?
I will never tell my secrets.
That's yes.
Oh,
Sir Scrative said
for you, Izzy.
Yeah. Omar Norman Lott just went to the fucking Chiefs. God damn it. How many defensive tackles do you fucking need, you assholes?
Now I hate them. I hate them more now.
We're trying to get 4 ourselves, I guess. We're also being greedy. But fuck them, dude. They're idiots, though. They should be drafting all offensive linemen. Izzy, that's how Izzy NL Wood says, Izzy, that's how you say I'm a bitch without saying I'm a bitch. Wow. People going in. Either they love you or they hate you.
The Canadian gave you $5 Canadian, which is what, like
$2.
How many pennies is that? That's
$2. How many pennies?
Thanks for helping the show by Izzy.
Jigo says, don't be silly, wrap your willy. Izzy. Izzy, don't you have a phone with the internets on it?
Are people still scared of getting the HIV these days? Like, nobody talks about it.
I think they're scared of other
getting
things.
What?
HIV's not the only thing you can get.
HIVs.
Oh, well. Anywho.
Izzy says he has to go to bed soon for work. Now the computer's acting up. Sammer got to keep these interns in check.
Izzy, don't forget, bro. $5,000 a kid now, dude.
Listen, hold on, Izzy. You were complaining earlier that you had to go to bed because of work. And then now all of a
Yeah.
sudden your computer's acting up. I'm calling bullshit. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't believe you, no matter what you say. I'm going to let you leave, okay? I'm not going to hold you from leaving. But tomorrow, before the draft show starts at 11 o'clock, I expect...
I'm going to be at work.
Okay, well, I expect a video before you go to work, 25 push-ups, all right?
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I'm dead serious. And if it's not tweeted out, you will be put on a leave of absence. And you'll miss the amazing draft recap show on Monday night, which you don't want to miss because we're going to talk about your favorite Ohio State wide receiver. And I was going to let you do the talking.
Izzy, you don't need to post it on Twitter, though.
No, you do. No, you do.
No. Discord. Put it in the Discord. If anybody wants to see Izzy pumping out 25 push-ups, Discord. Make sure you also like and subscribe this fine episode.
Hey, by the way, people watching, let me know if Stank or the others on the show, other than myself, are louder or quieter than me, so I can adjust any volume there. Yes, Stank. Here's the thing: we've kept him on this entire time, and his computer still hasn't turned off. So,
bro, he needs a Windows 98 update, bro.
Actually, it is saying I have a software update that is trying to kick onto me. So
it's trying to kick on. You can schedule that for later.
Yeah.
You act like none of us have computers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
hold
sir.
on, let me see.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you can tell it not to do the update. You know that, right? You can just not click a button and it won't do the update. You don't have to restart the computer at all, Izzy. But listen, you got to go. You got work. Just man up and say, hey,
bro. Okay,
hey,
man.
Daddy Sammer, I got work tomorrow.
Don't say that.
I will never. Nope. I will.
Sean
not
Ray
use
says
that.
this motherfucker's lying. B-Mox says Y2K is killing Izzy. His Windows 98 computer, his gateway is under attack right now. His gateway computer under attack.
Wait, do you use Mac? What do you use?
Mac.
Oh,
Like
Mac
you-
iOS.
they don't even get updates.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
This motherfucker
Yeah,
lying. Why is Google saying Chiefs drafted Scatterboo with 95? Because you're using Yahoo, not Google. That's the problem.
Yahoo!
Oh, look at that.
That's old school.
We got a singer on the show now.
No, I was just doing the old school Yahoo. If you're old, you know.
We know
If
what
you
it
know,
is.
you know.
I said there's a singer.
Wasn't that long ago, was it, that they had that?
That was every commercial they did.
Damn, Justin B said Mike Green and Justin Tucker, scary duo. That's true. I never considered that. All right, Izzy, go get that Strange. Love you, man.
All right.
$5 just for the laugh.
Go get that strange.
All
and get to work
right.
on time. I expect 25 push-ups in the Discord.
You'll get that. You will get that. Matter of fact, that'll be the first thing I do in the morning.
Hell yeah, dude.
See,
I'm
bro?
making you a better person.
We
From the
are,
ground up.
literally.
That'll be the first thing I do in the morning. I'll make sure to get that video recorded and into the Discord. And I'm going to
Oh,
inspire people to do the same thing.
Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas, is now a Philadelphia Eagle. Damn, dude. Rich
What?
getting richer. Damn,
Fudge
dude.
me.
They got a good ass
Wow.
defense, man. What a
I feel like
defense.
every time we're drafting in the late 20s, 30s, guys like this don't fall to us.
No.
Nope.
We had trash falling on us after we won the Super Bowl. We
Joe
were just
Tryon,
eating
fucking-
garbage. Yeah, we had no
Bro,
choice.
Fuck.
B-Shuck, $5 super chat, just for the laughs, he says. Appreciate that, B-Shuck. That's going directly to my pocket, that $5, and I'm buying a coffee on your behalf for myself. Sorry, Stink, you're not getting any of it.
I'm not drinking coffee right now.
You got the
Are you a
shits-
coffee drinker?
You got the shit
I
stain
am.
going on for you?
I love Cuban coffee.
You got that diarrhea thing
and
happening again?
An espresso. No, I just cut my caffeine intake way down. Yeah. Oh, I'm old, bro. What we have to do, dude? Like, you're acting like you're surprised. Sometimes you got to cut things out of your diet.
Dennis
Sugar,
wants Izzy to
caffeine.
rap the rascal Izzy. He's very concerned with Izzy's sexual health and being safe.
I mean, that's good though, right? He should be.
Izzy
You
on
know?
the Commodore 64 PC.
You know, bro, MS-DOS needs to update.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, damn, this Linux. Damn it.
Right.
Oh my god.
Hey, we're officially in the third round, guys.
We're in the
The
third round.
Bucs are
baby.
the Bucs are almost on the clock in 19 picks.
19 picks. baby. 19
Is
picks.
that-
Hey,
is that
this is a
many?
good
19
time for me to remind everybody, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We're doing over what? We're going to end up doing over 12, 13, maybe 15 hours of coverage for you guys in 3 days, which is more work than Stink's done in the last 2 months combined. So
I'm
make
allergic
sure
to
you
work.
guys
man.
show some love, hit that like button, and leave us a comment. Leave us some stuff in the chat, obviously, like you are, and hit the subscribe button if you are new. And listen, let's talk about Reverse Brand for a little bit, okay? These guys are awesome.
Let's talk about reverse.
We got these
brand.
awesome hats. We haven't given away a hat in a little bit on this show tonight, okay? Reversebrand.com has a ton of this kind of shit. They got them for all the different towns and cities, even different team colors based on the city that they're in, okay? So you can go, Rays colors, Lightning colors, Bucs colors, Tampa colors, a whole deal, okay? Reversebrand.com. And just use the discount code Loose Cannon, saves 20 fucking % on anything you buy. Stank, how should we give one of these out right now? Should we? So I'm gonna let whoever guesses the 84th pick is getting a hat. Okay, so drop those in here at some point as we get closer. But in the meantime, Stank, how do we give out one of these from here? Right now. Let's do it now. Darius Alexander, defensive lineman Toledo, gone to the Giants. Damn it.
Whoever names the best number 84 that's ever played for the Bucs gets the hat right now. Best 84, go. The best number 84.
That's opinion based. That's not a fact.
It's not opinion based. There's one answer, one correct answer. Best number 84. G Eagles got it. There you go. Michael Clayton didn't wear 84.
Hold on. You think
Kevin
Galloway
House?
was better than the former Gator?
Oh, I forgot Kevin House wore 84. Yikes.
See, dude,
I'm
you're
gonna
an
have
idiot.
to.
You're an idiot.
Wow. Kevin House. You know what?
All right, so
Sorry.
Galloway is the one in my head, so I'm gonna give it to Jeagle. Jeagle gets a hat.
Eagle. Okay.
Jeagle,
Hey-
get with the. Go ahead, Vixen.
Jiggle,
I was just gonna tell him to message me. Message me on Twitter or drop your email in the chat, please.
Look at this lovely hat.
Boom.
That's lovely hat, dude.
They're pretty fancy. They're pretty
They're nice.
snazzy. Are you allowed to say snazzy? Is that a thing?
No, you're not.
Snazzy.
We're gonna get banned from YouTube for you saying
Snazzy.
the whitest word ever.
Yeah.
Snazzy.
You're going to have to join the Discord, loosecannonslive.com/join. And then the intern Vixen can contact you and DM you and get all your information. Getting jiggy with it. Is that his name?
Jeagle.
Na.
Jeagles. Jeagle.
I'll drop that link in chat for you, just in case you weren't listening.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And look what we still have. Did we ever actually give this away?
I thought we were going to give it away, but nobody guessed something.
I don't think we
signed Brad Johnson jersey.
signed
with the certification. Okay.
Yeah.
This is legit. I know because I'm the one who won it at an auction.
Yep.
Okay. Specifically to give it
that
away.
smells just like Brad too. That's
Smells
crazy.
like smells like Brad.
Smells just like Brad.
Smells just like Brad. Unbelievable.
Yeah. We need to give this away, I think. Who wants this? Anybody want the Brad Johnson jersey? Does anybody care?
Who wouldn't want it? That's the more
Yeah.
important question.
Just give it to me, Mudfish Matt says.
Of course.
I mean, he won
maybe
2
we will.
hats yesterday, so
Maybe we will. Maybe we will. We got to figure out how we're going to give that away. I got a couple of things we need to give away. Should I give away my ducky mask?
That's pretty gross, actually. Your face was in
What do
there.
you mean,
and
dude?
Everything. No, that's gross.
I wore this at the game after the ducky game.
It's
No, you know what I wore this for? I wore this at the Mike Evans record game. Yeah, maybe.
so
I'll
it was
give
a part of history.
it actually wasn't part of history.
I lost access to the chat. There it is. All right, it's back.
What else do I have? Who wants this headshot right here of me?
Wow.
Wants it?
Is that when you were a lesbian?
This is when I went through my lesbian phase, guys.
Wow, unbelievable. That's yeah. Look at you.
Was that the one day you took a bath?
How often?
Look at that,
how
bro.
often did you frequent
Look
the
at that.
hardware
Look
stores?
at. Hey, remember we talked about tweed? Tell me that. Tell me I'm not wearing a tweed jacket right there, Sammer.
That's tweed jacket if I ever seen one. Yep. Look at the. How about the button down open? Open down to
bro.
the hairless chest.
Bro, I look like I just said Duval into the camera
You
right
look like
there.
you looked at the camera and said, "I ate a booger."
Bro, look at that fucking
Look
hair.
how
All right.
fucking ugly you are, dude.
Fuck off, bitch. My mom said I was the most beautiful kid she'd ever
We have
seen.
700 people, by the way, watching us on Twitter right now.
Why?
Holy shit, dude. What a
I
night so
posted the
far.
link in there multiple times.
What a night so far.
I'm looking at my giveaway box.
I forgot
Should
to
I
check
give-
off corner on the top of our little.
Should I give away
screen.
this album? No, I'm just kidding. I'm never giving that away.
Never, dude. That'd be retarded. I wouldn't let you do that. I would never let you do that. All right, so check it out. Darius Alexander Toledo just went to the New York Giants. That was the guy I liked, and the Chiefs are on the fucking, on the clock again.
Gross.
Yeah. So the whoever gets to the 84th pick will win the hat. In the meantime, you guys call in. We have the call-in number on the top of the screen. No one's called in to give us their thoughts on the pick. Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Are you concerned? Do you still think we need 3 more corners? Do we need 2 more corners? 1 more corner? Do we go safety next? Should we go defensive line and go fat guys? Should we surprise everybody and go offensive tackle or replace Skewell and possibly may have a guy that we can move into guard? Call in and tell us, because we got 2 more hours to fill here. Wait,
We want to hear your voices.
Oh man,
I don't necessarily want to hear your voices. Don't get
It pains me to see the interior defensive line run, but we kind of forecasted that, did we not? We went over the position. It was still plump and juicy, and now they're being picked, and that makes me sad inside because we could use one of these guys. Could absolutely use one of these guys.
It's true, but Chris Paul Jr. is still available. Stank. Could the Bucs package up a 4th next year and something this year and move up?
You think he's gonna get picked here before we pick?
I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. There's quite a few picks before we get there. Okay, teams that need a linebacker ahead of us.
Look,
the Bills.
Kevin Winston Jr. is still there. Chris Paul is still there. Bossa is still there.
Bills need a linebacker. You could argue the 49ers need a linebacker. You got the Cardinals maybe need a linebacker. The Colts need a linebacker. The Bengals, they took their linebacker, so they don't need one anymore. The Titans maybe need a linebacker. They're ahead of us. And then the Steelers don't. Maybe they do, but I don't think Chris Paul Jr. fits their need. And then all of a sudden it's the Bucs. So not that many teams ahead of us that need a linebacker, but the 49ers are a team that I'd be scared of because they are good and they do like their linebackers in terms of their linebacker develop. And then
Bro, how is Jalen Royal still on the board?
there hasn't been a run on these wide receivers, man, like in years past.
That is wild. He's very good. Sammer, you know who else is on the board? Siobhan Ravel, Darian Porter, Azariah Thomas.
Ashton Gillott just went from Louisville, the edge rusher that I was talking about. Feels a bit high for him, but he's now a Kansas City fucking Chief. They just went D-line twice.
Yep. Yes, they did.
To add to the monster in Jones in the middle there. That's pretty... This is a good rotational piece too. This is a good edge rusher. As much as I hate that fucking team, man. Bryce says we're going to trade up and send Trask to the Raiders and pick Shador. Stank, would you be okay with that?
Fuck him out.
If Kyle Trask and Shador were coming out in the same draft class, how do you have them ranked?
What? What a silly fucking question. What a stupid question. It's Kyle Trask, okay? Do I have to remind you guys, Kyle Trask should have won the Heisman over that stupid quarterback in Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm. No, okay.
Okay. A guy who's been groomed by the GOAT. Okay. Sat in the fucking, out there making Baker Mayfield better. You just guys want to get rid of him for Shadur? Shadur? No. Not happening.
B-Monks, it feels like Trask and Sanders have this exact same energy. He basically just called Shadur Sanders a beta.
You just basically called Kyle Trask a beta, even though
it's on his Twitter bio.
When
the best beta you ever had. You ain't never had a beta, is what he wrote.
People don't know, but Trask and Sammer got into it. Training camp.
Yeah. They had a fight poster made and everything.
Yep.
He bitched out because he didn't want to go to. He said, "I didn't want to." He said, "I refuse to fight you in Dubai because that's on home turf and it's not fair."
Where is that fight poster at? You still have that picture?
Mm-hmm.
Pull it up.
Somewhere.
Yep. He bitched out.
Whoa.
What? Just happened?
What?
Huh?
What happened?
Oh no, you tell me.
Vixen?
What happened?
I don't know. You were a part of the Matrix, and you like.
I heard that. I heard it.
I'm trying to hop in the
Bro, Lou thinks we're lying. No, I gotta find the picture.
I'm finding it. Don't worry, I'm gonna get it right now.
Let's see who gets to it first. Vixen, entertain.
Yeah,
and go. Entertain.
Got it. Hello, chat. Hello there. If anybody wants to ask me any questions, go ahead. I shall answer you. Ask me who my favorite Bucs of all time was. Just ask me.
Vixen AMA.
Yeah.
I think I found it.
Did you?
Okay. Oh, you don't get to ask me any questions.
Sorry,
you had your chance.
There it is. There it fucking is, dude. Wow.
Who's my favorite?
Kyle Trask versus Samar Ali. He refused to do this because he said it was on my home turf and that would be unfair for me to have some sort of, connection to the judges and the referees for the fight. Because it was going to be fought in Dubai.
Bro, Kyle's looking at you like he hates your fucking guts, dude.
Dude, yeah, but look, dude, my forearms are bigger than his legs. All right? Dude I would have bodied him, man. It's not even close. Look, he didn't know how to even form a fist. Look at him.
He said, what? Kyle says, why does Sammer look fat in that picture? Because Sammer's fat, dude. What are you talking about? He's huge.
I was fat back then. I'm not huge now, bitch. Fuck off. I'm about like 70 pounds, motherfucker. And listen, Cali Buff.
Those are in his hungry days, man.
No, that's when I was eating good, man. Wings every day. Steak for breakfast. Money goes to your head sometimes. You just start eating like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know. I wish I could eat like an idiot. Instead, I gotta eat like a fucking old man.
What about a bucking idiot?
Should we tell him?
If I could pluck,
we're not gonna tell him.
If I could pluck any player from another team to join the Bucs, who would it be? Baron.
Are you having your own podcast over there?
No, I was just reading the chat while you were stuffing your face.
Stuffing my face? It's a fucking candy corn.
Hey, what are the Browns fucking doing?
Funny that you would say that, considering you're over there fucking crushing cannoli after cannoli.
They're delicious.
Putting cannolis in your holies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My pie hole, to be exact.
Wow.
Cannoli holy.
Talking about
Harold Fannin Jr.
asses earlier.
Harold Fannin Jr., bro. Shadur is still on the board in the third round, bro. Listen, sometimes life has a way of checking your ego.
Yeah,
and
got his ego checked for sure.
There's some checking going on in that household right now.
You think are they throwing stuff? They're throwing stuff around?
I don't know, but didn't he have an entire room built in his house for the draft?
I was about to ask you. He had a whole fucking scenario put together. Yeah.
Why don't you have a room built in your house?
Get drafted?
Yeah.
I've thought about it, honestly. Good question. I've thought about it. I've considered it for sure. That's the thing. When my kids go into any sort of, draft, whether it's NBA or NFL, I'm going to have a room built for me, for my celebration of getting them to this point, right? Because they're not getting there without me, right, Stank?
I think this might be the pick, bro. I think this might be where he goes, right here to the Raiders.
You think so?
Yeah, because
we didn't announce the little Bowling Green tight end. Wow, Darian Porter. Fuck.
Oh shit!
Damn it. Dude, they passed on him 17 times. He's not going to the Raiders, dude.
Yeah.
Darian Porter, cornerback. That was a guy
the Saints
like
could take him. The Saints could take him right here.
They took a quarterback, you idiot.
I know that. They need that. They need quarterbacks that bad.
You think they're going to run 4 quarterback system? Don't they still have that loser who plays tight end and quarterback too?
They do, bro.
They have Derek Carr, whatever that tight end the wannabe Tim Tebow, Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuyuk, and Shedeur Sanders. 5. Has anyone ever run a 5 quarterback system? Like Kyle Williams, Washington State wide receiver, a guy we fucked around with a lot in our mock draft.
I like that kid.
I like him. That would have been my next pick, honestly, if I'm being honest. Can never have enough wide receivers, Stink.
Yeah, I feel like the receivers have absolutely just fallen in this draft.
I wonder why.
I don't know. It's usually they're usually running early, or there's usually a run on them much earlier.
All right, so let's look at these best available spots. Javon Revel still there.
I'd love Kevin Winston to fall to us right here. I would be joyous and triumphant if he falls to us right here.
Princely's still there, Stank. Isaac Tesla, a wide receiver from Arkansas, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's a little bit of a run of receivers now.
Look at Leem with 2 wide receivers already.
Mm-hmm. So let's go back to best available. So Kevin Winston Jr. is still there, Stank. That I think would be the top of the board. Siobhan Revel still there. Mm-hmm. Would they go corner in the same build like that, or would they still target a guy like what's his name? Not Chris Paul. I was going to say cornerback position. Kobe Bryant later on. Jacob Parrish, who they met with. I keep saying Noah Williams, who they met with. Quincy Riley.
Azariah.
I don't know if they met with him. I think they did. I wouldn't take him over Jacob Parrish or Noah Williams or Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, okay, aside from the name, he's a team captain. He's a dog. He fits the locker room, man. He's a leader. Just something about that swagger. I would love to have that in the secondary in a cornerback spot as opposed to just in, Antoine. No offense to Tyke Smith, obviously.
Williams.
I feel like this has to either be a safety or a linebacker here, Stank, because there's too many corners left. And you got
pretty stacked list of players still.
Yeah, best available overall. Look at that. Princely's still there. I loved Princely. He was my first mock draft ever. He was my pick at 19. That's how much I like the kid. Princely.
Stewart.
Princely
Sawyer
has 11 sacks, 16 hits, 28 hurries, 91.1 overall PFF grade, 91.5 pass rush grade. Okay. Run defense, 78.87. 8.6 run stop percentage. Dude's got it all. 6'4", 255. Feels like a specialized finesse pass rushing outside linebacker in a 3-4 defense. If you want to be more versatile than that, you might be disappointed. However, if you put him in a role correctly, he can be a backfield difference maker on pivotal plays throughout a game. Dude, that'd be hard to pass up on, Stank. And his running mate, a teammate of his, Chris Paul Jr., still available, linebacker at Ole Miss. A lot of good players, man. A lot of good players.
It's exciting.
Landon Jackson, who's an actual giant. Defensive end from Arkansas.
Chat. Any of y'all gonna call in?
Dude, man, Stink, this is a hard decision to make, man. I feel like if you like 3 or 4 guys here and you're the Bucs and you can move down 3 or 4 spots, this would be the spot to do it in because there's a lot of talent.
You know
And
what?
you
This
get
is
an extra
also
pick.
the spot to do. And the Saints are on the clock, so everybody knows wherever you're at right now. I don't care if you're in bed.
Count it down.
I don't care if you're at church. Count it down. Count of 3. We're all together going to scream it out. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Fuck the Saints! All right. Everybody did that, hopefully. You get it out of your system now. It's going to be a few more months until we can do this together again.
Joni, who loves Chachi, says, I'd pass on Princely. He has attitude problems. Check this out. The Bucs have one of the tightest knit locker rooms and locker room cultures in the NFL. You can draft guys with attitude problems into a room like that because it's going to police itself. They'll take care of the attitudes. They'll teach those guys what the culture is in this building, how we operate, how we are as teammates, and how we don't, the whole deal. So stuff with, attitude, character concerns as it relates to stuff like that, not sexual allegations or crime scenarios. I think the Bucs are comfortable bringing a guy like that in there and saying, hey, you're going to learn our ways and you're going to adapt. And the Bucs, the players will kind of keep everyone in check. I think a guy like Princely, if that's really true, obviously, I'm cool with it, man. Fuck it. Who cares? You got the locker room to handle something like that. We had Antonio Brown at one point enter this locker room, okay? And it did not shatter with that cancer running around. So I think we'll be okay with a rookie pass rusher who has an attitude problem. And I wouldn't hate a guy with a little bit of asshole in him, honestly.
Saints just took a interior defensive lineman, Vernon Broughton. Fuck you, Vernon.
Fuck you, Vernon.
Care what you brought into the table. Piece of fucking fuck.
I like the LSU edge. I like him too, man. I think that's a guy we could get later on.
I think so too. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. He's a project. He's a project though.
Somebody says Shador Sanders got prank called.
Damn, bro.
Pat Williams says we actually need more locker room cancers. I agree. Let's test the locker room. Barrett Carter out of Clemson. I don't know. I didn't like him when I watched him at the combine, but what do I know? What do I know? Watch that. You know what, Stank? We got a caller from the 501 area code wants to come on here and talk about the Bucs draft, what they've done possibly, what they haven't done, what they should do. 501, you're on with the Loose Cannons.
Fuck the Saints.
Who is this?
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know if that was a female, a small man,
that was
a
child.
Was a small
man. That was a small
child.
It was a child. It was my daughter. I had her call in.
You allowed. Okay. Wow.
What a great mother, dude. What a great mother. What a great mother.
Good job. You did great. You did great. I'm so proud. You get candy for that.
Wow. Give me candy corn right now.
Candy corns. Candy corns all around.
Give the whole room candy corns.
Incredible. Who else wants to have your kids call in? This is a kid-friendly show, right?
Kind of.
I mean, we all know the classic Little Stank video, which I posted thousands of times of him yelling "fuck the Saints," that really got Saints fans all in a tizzy, as I think you said earlier. So have your kids call in.
I've never once used that word in my entire life. Tizzy?
Have your mom call in.
Grandma, grandpa?
Have your grandpa.
Have your tizzy call in. Have your tizzy call in.
Have your pastor call in.
Mm-hmm.
Have your tizzy call in.
You like that word now, don't you? You're going to add that to your repertoire.
Yeah, tizzy. So in the Arabic language, TZ means my ass.
Teasy?
Teasy?
Yeah.
So how do you say kiss my ass in Arabic?
El Hastizi.
El Hastizi.
Yep.
Bitch.
Wow.
How do you say bitch?
Need to add bitch in there, but yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
No, that's Spanish.
I know. Well, I was just
Cali Bucks. A las Tisi. bitch.
How you forget it that soon?
I said it wrong.
Teach him young. Fuck the Saints says Jenny who loves Chachi. Can someone explain that? What is that? What is Joni loves Chachi? Is that from
Yeah,
like
bro. That's older than it. The only people in here that get that reference are probably me and B-Shug.
Was that a song? Is that a Rod Stewart
Happy,
song?
it's fucking Happy Days. All right. You don't even know what that is.
Monday, Tuesday, happy days.
What?
Wednesday, Thursday, happy days.
The weekend comes.
Happy days.
You forgot
Something,
Friday.
something. Happy days. Happy days.
These days are.
Yeah.
These days are.
Wow.
Yeah. So wait, listen, when you've done, wait, what time is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. This will be close to 4 hours today. We did 5 hours last night. When you've done 9 hours
of draft coverage, you start singing
podcast.
1960 sitcoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
that where you're
I don't
going?
think 60s. I think that's more late 70s, early 80s.
1968, I believe it came out.
Let's ask.
Happy Days?
Let's ask my
No. We have interns for this, Stink. Intern Vixen.
I got you.
Hey, bitch, what year was Happy Days? Did it come out?
1974.
Fucking time traveling couch potato trying to jerk off to some retro Vonzi vibes. Happy Days dropped in 74. Birth from the sweaty Balzac of nostalgic Americana bullshit. Picture this. While you're digging for that answer, I'm picturing the Fonz fist deep in a jukebox, making it play hound dog with a wink and a pelvic thrust. That show ran for a decade, milking every leather-jacketed stereotype till it was drier than a nun's pussy. Want to know what else came out in 74? My imaginary strap-on collection. Ready to peg the entire cast. What's next? You gonna ask me about the Partridge Family's tour bus orgies?
Oh
no!
Oh
Thanks for that answer. Have a good night.
Yo, Stank, you slipping out like a limp dick after a 5-second wank? Thanks for the good night like I'm your fucking grandma and tucking you in with a glass of warm piss. I'm just getting started, you nostalgic bastard son of a bitch couldn't. 1974 was a wild year, and I'm ready to ram a whole disco ball up my ass to celebrate. Picture me grinding on Richie Cunningham's picket fence while snorting lines of powdered tang. You want to ditch me so quick? Fine. Go jerk off to Laverne and Shirley reruns. But I'm here. Yeah, Stink. You crawling back for more like a cockroach to a cum-stained dumpster? Hell no what? You ain't ready to ditch my batshit crazy ass yet? Good, because I'm just warming up, you greasy fuck.
Wait.
I was about to say I'm ready to shove a whole Happy Days box set at my coos and fart out the theme song in Morse code. 1974 has got me feral. Want to hear about how I'd peg the entire Brady Bunch with a greased up pool cue while blasting ABBA?
Okay.
All right. That's enough. Wow. Your phone doesn't like you, man. Landon Jackson.
I don't know what just happened to my phone.
Edge, Arkansas goes to the Buffalo Bills via the trade in with Chicago. And now Azarie Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State, is a Jet. Reminds me a lot of his new head coach, who also played cornerback. Don't remember his name still for some reason. But he reminds me of him on tape. Honestly, plays a little bit like him, and so he's gonna be in good hands. Stank love getting. Listen, you guys just got a preview of his personal life. Okay, he actually has his phone talk to him like his wife speaks to him. So you kind of start piecing it together. You do know what his fetishes are.
What can I say? Sweating.
Getting hot, huh?
Yeah. Ooh, damn.
Blink twice if you're trapped.
Mr.
Smitty said, I thought this was a Christian program.
Smitty, can you call in and pray for me one more time, please?
Nah, I think you're a lost cause, dude. I think you're. We have 746 people watching this on Twitter.
746 people just heard that?
Just heard that, yeah. They just heard you get bitch slapped by your phone.
Lord.
Verbally bitch slapped by your phone. 120 of you guys watching on YouTube. Appreciate it. Hey, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. And people on Twitter, slide on over to YouTube so we can actually read your comments in the chat, because we're not paying any attention to the comments on the chat and on Twitter at all. Don't care about you guys. I don't want to see what you're doing over there. We're over here on YouTube where the cool kids hang out now, and that's where we're watching the chat.
Yep.
We're
All
getting
740 of you guys need to come over here. I'm about to give away a signed Brad Johnson jersey, and we're only going to give it away to somebody that's watching on YouTube. Here, where the fuck did I put it?
Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois, goes to the Denver Broncos. Stink. A little bit of a run on these wide receivers here.
Who wants it? Who wants it? Come on over. Get off Twitter. Come over to YouTube.
All right, we're at pick 75. We are 9 picks away from the Bucs potentially making the 3rd pick of their 2025 draft.
369.
1974 was also the year Tampa Bay was awarded an NFL franchise, says Jonas Steckler. Jeagle wants the hat and the jersey. Listen,
Mudfish wants it.
should we just auction that fucker off, Stank?
I could ask my phone. I could put all the names in and ask her who she wants to give it away to.
Oh, please do.
Too simple.
I mean, but I'll let her pick randomly.
What if we... If you do not go Fat Guy Robinson with all the secondary falling, it is worth getting Sampson or Scattaboo for depth.
Our running back room is ridiculous already.
There's no need for that guy.
Yeah.
I want to hear her say my name, says Jonas.
I bet you do, Jonas.
I bet you do.
I bet you do.
Think you want any female to say your name? We'll never give you that satisfaction.
Say my name. Say my name.
Stank, can you do a female voice and say Jonas's name for him?
Hey, Jonas.
Oh, that was terrible.
What do you mean?
You just made Vixen moan all weird.
I did not moan. That wasn't a moan.
It was something. Was it a groan?
It was a groan. Yeah, it was a groan, not a moan.
Groan and a moan. Two very similar sounding things, yet very opposite sounding. Opposite meaning.
very opposite meanings too.
Pastor Smitty said, "Did Chador get picked yet?" Nope.
No.
Yeah.
He may have gotten picked before Shadur. I know that much. Chador. Is there a chance we go for a Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia? If not taken, I think he could learn left guard and rotate in this year, ready to start in 2026.
Absolutely. He's the type of guy that Jason would like, because he can play pretty much any position, and we just lost our backup center to Jacksonville. So he's definitely somebody to keep an eye on.
Swing tackle is not out of the question here.
Yeah.
I don't know if Logan Brown might be a little high at this spot, but the Bucs have shown a propensity to take their tackles and turn them into guards. I don't think this kid would fit that, but we don't have a guy to back up our dudes. We lost Skule, who was starting to actually kind of turn things around. So he's gone. We need somebody that can come in and be that, backup on both sides, which Logan Brown, I do think, can do that. 150th overall. Might be a little rich at this spot. Might be a little rich.
Marcus Membao is the highest rated tackle still left on the board, according to PFF. And you got Wyatt Milnum.
Oh, offensive tackle. Marcus Membao.
Yeah.
He's a good player too. But I think
he is.
Light likes to make his hay later on in the draft with some of these guys that you don't really see too much about, especially the guards. I don't know if they look at interior offensive line right now. Kevin Winston Jr. still here. Got Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. I don't know if they'll go Notre Dame. Not a lot of teams do that.
Not a lot of teams do that. Like, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Not a lot of teams do that. Jack Kaiser could go Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Yeah. I mean, Princely's still there, man. I feel like
if we did go Notre Dame, and we ended with Jack Kaiser, would you say the Bucs were on a roll? Kaiser roll? All right. Continue.
We'll
be right back.
I'd say they're Sin Golden.
What?
Mudfish Matt says his wife says he has to go.
Mudfish Matt says his computer is about to shut down on him, and he's got to go.
Jonas is begging for Vixen to say his name. Jonas, that's how you're definitely not going to have that happen.
Yeah, bro. When are you going to learn, dude? You can't ask for what you want in life. You have to say, I would hate if she said my name. I would run away crying.
Now he's going to do that, and then we're going to laugh at him for thinking he's going to get that too. Listen, Stank.
Yes, sir.
Princely.
I like him.
A lot of Ole Miss guys. Princely, Jared
Paul.
Ivey, and Chris Paul Jr. All three of these guys, Ole Miss dudes. Princely being the highest ranked of the bunch. I think you can still get corner at 121 because you still got dogs left over here, and these dudes over here at Jacob Parrish, Noel Williams, Kobe Bryant. I keep saying these guys' names. Those guys are still going to be there, in my opinion, at 121. So it might be time to go best available. It's either Kevin Winston Jr. if he's there, or Princely. Honestly,
Why is Kevin Winston Jr. still here, Samurai?
Because he didn't play last year because of the injury.
Is he? Yeah, I was just about to say. Yeah, he was another injured one.
If he was
would
healthy,
they take two?
If he was healthy, they were saying this kid is top 15. So would they take two guys to finish your question there, Vixen? Would they take two guys coming off injuries?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would say
That'd
no.
be interesting. That'd be an interesting move.
Revel also coming off injury concerns. Interesting that they didn't take him over Benjamin Morrison.
Wouldn't that be funny if? Oh,
sorry. Sorry, I'll let you go. I'd say Princely versus Chris Paul Jr. possibly here because the corners are pretty deep still. What were you gonna say?
I was like, wouldn't that be funny if we took all players that had some sort of injury and then we ended up in the bowl this next season and whooped ass? Like, I'm just saying.
It would not be funny. Bucs Twitter would melt down.
Be great.
Wow, the Niners went linebacker Stank and not Chris Paul Jr. They went Nicholas Martin. Holy shit, that kid is somebody I talked about all the time on our mocks.
Yeah,
was an absolute star at the Senior Bowl. Chip on his shoulder type dude too, man. That's a good pick.
Well, he lost Greenlaw, so that makes sense.
Yeah, but I thought they would go Chris Paul Jr. there over him, but Nicholas Martin showed out. That's a good pick. Might be a little high for him, but it feels like a reach. But he's a good player. If he's a good player, who gives a fuck where you draft him, right, Stank?
That's I mean, at this point, it's a numbers game, and there's still so much fucking talent. Like I think there's a realistic chance we bump back if somebody wants to come up and get somebody, because I know Jason wants more picks. 6 is not satisfying enough for him. But there hasn't been any trades in this round. There hasn't been any trades in probably the last fucking 40 picks, I feel like.
Sean Ray, I mentioned multiple times throughout the last couple weeks that Chris Paul and the Bucs have not met officially, but a lot of times there are meetings that happen that aren't actually reported. Most of the time, that's to keep things under wraps.
We didn't meet Egbuka either.
Yeah, so
Chris they Paul did at the combine, right?
Yeah, but there's other teams that draft guys that they don't meet with either. That you don't need to meet with. There's no and sometimes you meet with them, you just don't report them. They get 30 of them. Not all of them are reported. So I've mentioned that he's not been tied to them, but he seems to be the top linebacker, in my opinion, that's left on the board. So could still be a guy they take. They also, somebody else mentioned they didn't meet with Cansey a couple years ago. That's a good point as well. Is Jonas Sanker still available? I don't know how many times you're going to ask us about Jonas, Steckler.
Cowboys are about to make their pick.
Wide receiver, Stank? Did they already go wide receiver?
They haven't gone wide receiver yet.
This could be the spot they go wide receiver. They went offensive guard, edge. This could be, they went Siobhan Ravel. Okay, and that makes the job easier for us. Cornerback, gone.
Don't like that.
I don't hate that. What do you mean? I feel like if the Bucs were going to take him, they would have taken him.
They could have taken him as well.
I'm saying if the Bucs were gonna take him, they would have taken him already over Benjamin Morris.
We could have had both of them.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they wanted
Yeah.
everything.
Carolina's on the clock. Carolina jumped up in front of us earlier and took an edge. They need a safety. They need a cornerback.
They jumped in front of us again here. Their pick is from Atlanta.
Oh, they traded up again. Atlanta traded with Carolina? Or is this a pick that they traded earlier?
I think earlier, but they're always before us.
I realize that.
Unnecessarily, though, it feels like. They're not supposed to be there. You okay, man? Oh, I thought you froze with your mouth open. Yeah, it looks about right. Dang, dude. I don't know how to read the Panthers.
Picks are flying in. The picks are flying in so quickly that the TV is before. Oh, there goes fucking Princely. Fuck.
Damn it.
No.
They have.
I hate them.
They have fucked us multiple times in this draft.
Yeah. Yeah.
They really have. No joke. Like, let's go to their picks. Let's go to their picks. Hold on. Let's go to their Panthers picks.
They got Scorton and they got Princely.
Man, they got two edges. I think Scorton plays inside and outside.
I cry a sad tear. It's okay.
Might make it easier for the Bucs to make their choice, honestly, or trade down.
You said Omar's still there, right? Yeah.
No, he's gone.
No, he's gone too. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. He went up. That's right.
Oof, man. I think this is going to be offensive lineman possibly for the Cardinals. I don't know how I can't remember what they've done. They went Walter Nolan, Will Johnson. Might be time for a guard or a center here, boys. Could they go defense?
This has happened in the second and the third round, where right before we were on the clock, the names that we've targeted are flying off the board.
We should start a riot.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to make this point to you, Stank. If they wanted Revel before,
I heard you. I heard you.
I don't think I care about that one. Nicholas Martin maybe later. Princely. Again, we don't know if he's even on their board, but I feel like that would have been a guy maybe. Kevin Winston Jr. is still there, Stank.
Yeah.
What do we pick?
Chris Paul's still here too.
Chris Paul's still here. I feel the linebacker position is getting slim. Braden Swinson's still here.
Yeah. Edge, yeah. Swinson's still there. Royals is still here. I doubt we're going to take another receiver though.
Al Kennard.
I know people have been kind of down on Jack Sawyer, but it feels like a Jason Light guy.
Maybe. Michigan defensive, edge guy, Josiah Stewart, maybe. I like Braden Swinson, man. He has a lot of the potential, pieces, and he has stuff the tools that have to be developed, and they did get their edge outside linebacker coach back from a couple years ago. So got a handful of picks here before we get to us.
No, Sawyer's a 4-3 edge. I doubt him.
They may go with Revel.
So if we talk this out, Stank, we've taken care of wide receiver, we've taken care of cornerback. The next major actual hole is linebacker.
Linebacker and safety.
And safety, you could say maybe a position they'd possibly be able to ignore and bring in a guy after Cuff.
Yeah, it all depends on what we're doing with Tyke.
Yeah, and maybe Tyke's in their mix there. So I feel like linebacker is like the glaring hole. Would you ignore a glaring hole to get another cornerback? Or would you go with the glaring hole and then go get cornerback who looks like there's still a plethora of guys? I really like Quincy Riley because he immediately slides into the nickel spot. And if you're really thinking Tyke is going to be your safety, then that kind of fixes two holes right there. But you can get Quincy Riley at 121 or 157. You got Kobe Bryant, Noel Williams, those guys still left on the board. This feels like Chris Paul Jr. Is Pless going to get his crush? His draft crush? Or could it be the best available safety, which I don't know. Vixen brings up a good point. Would they go 2 guys with injury history like that?
Mm.
Don't forget to drop your guys' picks, your prediction of what our pick will be at 84, and whoever has multiples in there will put you guys in a randomizer, and one of you will win one of these bad boys. Okay, so drop those in the chat, or in Discord, or in the comment section. Yeah, I'm gonna make your job really hard, Vixen.
Yeah, I feel like
don't
Jared.
don't pick 3. You don't get to pick 3. You get to pick 1, not Watts, Winston, or Paul. No, you pick 1. Could they trade back?
They could definitely trade back
and earn an extra pick.
And there's still 6 names to come off the board in front of us right here.
Yeah. Well, let's see what those 6 available top guys are going to be. Kevin Winston. Still got a couple of wide receivers in the mix, a couple of running backs, 3 running backs. DJ West, Indiana, defensive lineman. I do like that kid too, Stank. They just went Jordan Birch, edge out of Oregon.
Birch, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they got 2 edges in this draft. Who'd they get before?
They needed an edge.
Yeah, but they got 2 of them, I think.
2.
Oh, no, they didn't. Got Walter Nolan. Jalen Noel, wide receiver, Iowa State, goes to the Texans immediately. Dude, they've gotten... How many wide receivers have they drafted? 2. Both from Iowa State, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, but they got both of them.
Yeah, the duo, too. They're together.
Wonder if that means we're going to get the duo. The Notre Dame duo.
That's
rare. I think you said it a few minutes ago. I mean, if
it's rare.
Xavier Watts, ball hawk, great hands, high IQ player, quick twitch, outstanding. When asked to cover man to man, versatile to win in coverage as a free safety in the slot, as well as in the slot and in the box. Yeesh.
But they haven't met with him. No ties to him, if that matters. I don't know. There is one kid that they do like at a Marshall who isn't even on the board on PFF's website. JJ. What's his last name? I can't remember. But that's a pick that's a later round pick or maybe an undrafted free agent safety. Dang, dude. That was a surprise pick. So they wanted Egbuka. They didn't get him. And then they went and got the 2 starting wide receivers for Iowa State. That's crazy. And they really need offensive line help. And
I'm gonna read you some analysis here. Ready? Fluid athlete, which allows them to play sideline to sideline, to stick running backs and tight ends and man coverage. Outstanding tackler. Only missed 6.2% of his tackles. Weapon as a blitzer. Explosive downhill. Excellent communicator pre and post snap.
Sounds like Todd Bowles type guy.
Yeah, it does, and that would be Chris Paul Jr. I mean, that's the guy, right? That's the guy we want. That's the guy we want.
There's so many corners left on the board here, Stank, that it just makes no sense to go corner here. I think it makes no sense to ignore Chris Paul Jr. Like I said, you take the immediate hole. You've already filled a hole kind of with the corner pick. And you got tons of these guys. They've met with so many of these dudes. And I would be okay with longer beam. Obviously, Zay Frazier, O'Donnell Ford, Quincy Riley would love that pick because he immediately slides inside and you got your Tyke Smith safety scenario. Kobe Bryant, Noel Williams, Jacob Parrish they met with twice. It's gotta be Chris Paul Jr. Stank. It's gotta be.
I mean, we got 4 picks in front of us. So
it's gotta be, man.
Hopefully people get sniped. We've been getting sniped all fucking night.
So we got sniped with Demetrius Knight Jr. Who went to the Bengals who needed a linebacker. Another corner, Justin Whaley, who I thought was a good corner too. See, these guys are going, the healthy corners are going before the unhealthy corners, regardless of the talent, which is pretty interesting.
Both the Titans and the Bengals couldn't use linebacker. Didn't the Bengals just take a linebacker?
Took Demetrius Knight Jr. They needed a linebacker.
Right, so it's not them. So and the Steelers aren't taking a linebacker. So it's Tennessee.
Tennessee, maybe. What have they done?
Yeah.
See what they've done. Have they taken? I don't think they've taken a linebacker. They took an edge just recently.
I think this is the pick right here, bro. 83. I think this is the pick. I think Shadur is finally going to get picked right here. 83.
You know, if they get Chris Paul Jr. here, that means they were never, ever interested in Jahad Campbell with the injuries. If Jahad Campbell didn't have the injuries, different scenario. It's got to be the target, man. All right, Stank, let's play the scenario. He's gone, okay? Say he's gone with the Titans.
No Williams?
No,
double that corner?
Too high. I think I would entertain safety. Maybe a fat guy in CJ West. Maybe. There's also Braden Swinson. You get an edge guy right there from LSU. Good edge guy, too.
I kind of want us to trade back.
So if say you like Braden and you like Kevin Winston Jr. and say you like CJ West and you like Chris Paul Jr., okay? And you can trade back and get one of those four. I feel like that's a scenario. This is where Jason moves if there's somebody willing to dance with him. If Chris Paul's gone, that's the scenario, I feel like. I wouldn't take a corner unless you were absolutely just in love.
All right, they took a guard. Bengals took Dylan Fairchild.
Ryan Hayes keeps mentioning David Walker. No offense to David Walker. We talked about him. A bit too high at 84, in my opinion. There's a reason he hasn't gone yet, too. The Titans did it for a stank. They took Kevin Winston Jr. The Titans took their safety. It looks like Chris Paul is set up here.
Oh, man,
Holy
all of our
shit.
favorite picks got picked.
Pless is going to lose it if that's the guy.
To be fair, y'all like CP.
I mean, we
Was it
drafted.
four?
We
He's
drafted
part of our
him
All
four-
NBA team. Yeah.
Yeah.
4 times I think we picked him.
Yeah.
He was part of our All NBA mock draft team.
Braden Swinson's still there. If we decide to go edge,
Yeah, I
Josiah
mentioned him.
Stewart. Yeah, Josiah Stewart's still there.
Listen, I like Swinson Stank. I've talked about him a couple of times on the mock. Kid's got the stuff, man. He has good 43 hurries, Stank. 43 hurries. 9 sacks, 8 hits. Rush grade of 90.3. Defense, run defense, 69. Ridiculously good rush win rate, 22.1%. That's ridiculous. 6'4", 250. It feels like he knows what he's doing. He can become a starting 3-4 edge player. Impact pass rush potential. Very active hands. Good understanding of rushing the passer to yield consistently high pass rush win rates. The only knock on him is that he still needs to get stronger, which is what you do when you become an NFL player. You hit the weights.
Yep.
I mean, you got to grow into that body still, and you get real trainers that work with you day in, day out. This is Bucs in a good spot.
He played out of his mind this year, and this was the year
First time a starter.
His only year as a starter.
Man, Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson. All right, Bucs are on the board.
We are on the board. We are on the board, boys.
Oh, wait. Let me put my lucky earrings in.
Swinson, Paul.
Pick of the litter here, baby. Let's go to the best available screen just so everybody can see it. All right. Xavier Watts, Braden Swinson, Chris Paul Jr. Stank. I think that's the order.
No
Dark
Williams.
Dark horse, CJ West. For a fat guy. How fat is he though? Hold on. I forget.
Not fat enough.
317 pounds, 6'2". That's a stout motherfucker right there, dude.
Decent size.
And he's kind of shorter. Nose tackles type scenario for him. I don't know if that fits into what they'd want.
Hey, as is tradition, and I'm really not watching television, but they went to a break. A complete break. No crawl line, no nothing. At least on my television.
That means we're going to get the pick before it's even on TV anyway.
Probably. They go with Elijah Roberts.
I wonder if it matters that the SEC team against Georgia, Todd Bowles' connection with Georgia. I wonder if it matters that they know a little bit more about an LSU team, but I think they just got everybody the same.
Look, Zach's in the building.
Dude, I think this is a tough call. Do you go Chris Paul Jr. and answer that bell, that massive hole? Dude that works hard and will definitely take the reins when it's time.
It's Swinson or Paul
Or
for
Swinson.
me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stank.
It's gonna be somebody we haven't even fucking mentioned their name. I think
it's Chris Paul Jr., man. There's been a little bit of a run on the linebackers to where it's kind of getting eaten up. And after this, if they don't get them, they're going to have to cross their fingers and toes and hope that Bassa of Oregon falls. I feel that's too risky. You get your linebacker here. You got a plethora of corners to choose from at 121. You got 157 at a corner as well, or a safety. You got Tonka maybe in the 7th round, maybe Tonka at 157. You don't got to force a defensive line pick here. Damn, man. Paul or Wilson? Who the fuck's Wilson? What is this guy talking about? I think he means
Wade Wilson.
Winston's gone. If you mean
Yeah.
Winston. Was he talking about Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia? Didn't even think about that, Stank.
No, we did. I just talked to. I just said it. Okay, Bucs. Says Bucs are on the clock. Taking some time here. Maybe they're talking about trading back.
Man. Could it be a
Talking
trade
about
down?
trading back. I know they'd like to.
This is where they do it, 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah.
This is where they do it, man. Could they go wide receiver, Stank? Shador Sanders.
No.
Sit behind Baker. Learn the ropes.
No.
Dude, Chris Paul or Swinson, I'd be happy, honestly. I'd be happy with either of those two guys.
Bro, if that happened, the fucking.
Come
on, I don't want to talk about that guy here, bro. I don't. It's just too much of a distraction. Why would you ever even say that?
Y'all's faces right now.
This one is more, for whatever reason, this one is more of a dramatic pick than the other two for some, I don't know why.
Because
it's a big part of the draft. It's a big turning point in the draft. There's a corner
not just
around
that,
here.
But the talent is starting to evaporate. Like the blue chip talent is starting to evaporate.
Their corner's still some blue chip.
But I'm saying it's starting overall, like, we've got to make our mark here, man.
This is a big pick. Around the corner, we're getting around the corner of where things start to kind of fall. We're getting closer to that cliff. Maybe not the corner position, but linebacker for sure, edge for sure, interior defensive lineman a little bit. This is.
Would you say you're one step closer to the edge and you're about to break?
Stop.
No. I'd say he's one step ahead of the bread line.
1 step ahead of the bread line, 2 steps ahead of the crowd.
All right.
Who we trade back? It's taking a little bit of time here.
It's not. They're not saying the pick is in. I mean, we've been on the clock for all of 10 minutes. It feels like.
If they move down 2 spots, that means they like 3 guys. If they move down 4 spots, they like 5 guys. And fries.
Starting to feel a bit like trade back here.
What if they trade out of the round and we just waited this whole time for nothing on this?
I'm going to bed.
No, you're not, dude. It's Friday night, dude. Your mom's not going to make you go to school tomorrow. It's only 10:22.
Dude, my mom is on my back right now.
We were here till 11 last night. Dude, it's funny, Stan, because after we were done here, I'm fucking around on the phone. I'm texting Jace, and in the middle of that, I'm also talking on the phone with Corey from Nashville till like 1:30 in the morning, talking about what's going to happen today and how we got corners coming up and linebacker. There's the 2 spots we need to take
All right, pick is in. So we made the pick. We did not trade. Pick is in.
Somebody's going to win this hat. Somebody's going to win this hat, hopefully.
Oh, Sim's back on the stage. Simmy is back on stage.
They going to make him announce an edge? Makes sense.
Bassa.
Dude, Jacob Parrish. Wow.
Parrish. We went another cornerback.
I told you they met with him and they really liked that kid, man. I told you, but I didn't think they would take him here. Holy shit. Wow.
Wow, another nobody?
No, it's not a nobody. Oh, nobody won, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody.
Wow. We passed on Chris Paul.
It's a good pick, man. He's a very good pick. I told you they really like this kid, man. He's 5'10". This seems like
Yeah,
the
both
nickel.
guys. Both guys are 5'10".
This seems like the nickel type of guy, because, yeah.
Wait, we got to clap. They're clapping. We got to clap too. Did you show the war room? Everybody clap.
You know what's funny, dude?
People like to pick. We got to clap.
If you remember, staying a couple weeks ago, I tweeted out when they announced who they were going to have guest picking for different teams. I retweeted it and said that moment when Simeon Rice announces Chris Paul Jr. as the pick. I was almost a fortune teller, man. It's a good pick. Very good pick. So now we get rid of the corner needs right off the bat, dude. Right off the bat, cornerback. Could they maybe still go Quincy later on? Ryan Hayes is telling us that we're idiots, even though we didn't complain. we understand, man.
Go ahead.
Just because y'all like Paul doesn't mean the Bucs did. Yeah, we know, dude.
Nobody says that that we don't like this kid.
Damn it, dude. Kansas City keeps taking guys I like. They took
nobody.
Omar. Now they took Noel Williams. Man, I can't believe they didn't go tall corners. Kobe Bryant probably going to be gone by 121.
No, definitely going to be gone by 121.
Yeah. How many picks are left in this round? Damn, the Raiders got a bunch of picks left over still. They moved down like 17
They've traded back a bunch of times, yeah.
They've got 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. An 11 pick window, the Raiders have 3 picks coming up. From 98 to 108, they pick 3 times. So that's a 10 pick window. Wow.
5'9", a 5'9" corner. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're looking at nickel at 5'9", right?
He's projected nickel. That's what all the little tidbits and stuff online says. He's a very good tackler. Slides in as an immediate nickel type guy in the NFL.
Yeah. Greg Allman says track star, 4.35 speed.
I guess this means
to compete with
Tyke is going to be a safety.
But we still need safety.
So far.
Even if Tyke does move to safety, I feel like we need, unless they really like Kayvon.
You still got these good players in here, though, man. Still got Kobe Bryant. A lot of good players left, man, still. Quincy Riley. Let's see what the linebacker situation looks like. Chris Paul Jr., Danny Stutzman, I'm not a huge fan. Jeffrey Bassa. Smile Mondon Jr. It just feels like that's the guy because of the Todd Bowles, Georgia connection. Jay Higgins is still a good linebacker. Teddy Buchanan, good linebacker. Jalen Walker, good linebacker. Crazy. I mean, there's still good linebackers left staying. Jay Higgins is a very good kid. We'll see. Look at Rondé and Donnie. They were about 5'9", says Jonas. I don't think they're that small.
Sammer, Izzy wanted me to let you know that his video of the push-ups has been posted. He did it early.
I thought he had to go.
Apparently
his story is not true.
He did. He had to go because his computer had to get its Windows 98 fucking upgrade. Update.
Don't
worry, guys. We picking another 40 something picks.
No, they're done after this third round, man, for the night.
I know that. I said tomorrow.
Okay. Hey, we're at 838 people on Twitter. Listen, I'm not unhappy. I like this pick, honestly. I like him. I've said multiple times I like this kid.
No, bro, it was
good pick.
Man, nobody wants to see Josh Hayes on the field ever again. That guy can stay on special teams, and because that's where he shines.
Here's what's crazy, Stank. It's not insane to think that they could also still draft 3 corners if they truly believe that they want to move Izzy into safety, and the safeties that they like are not there, but there is a talented corner. You bring him in because they're gonna all play at some point, in my opinion. These guys get hurt. It's just how it works. And you just drafted a guy who's coming off of a little bit of an injury. You still have Jamel Dean on this team. So say Jamel Dean gets hurt. Now you're down one guy again. It's not crazy to say that they could still end up with 3 corners in this draft.
Yeah.
And I would not be unhappy with it at all. Linebacker's still a need. I think that's the only one that really feels like you have to at least get one of these guys in the draft. Have not gone edge yet.
Hey, Jason, I know you're watching. You know, we know you watch our episodes. Tonka, just give me Tonka. All right, that's it. That's all. It's hard for me. Yeah, 5th round. Get Tonka in here. Even 4th round. I'll take him 4th round. If you feel like he's a threat to be picked early, just give me some Tonka. I mean, like this is a really, really skinny draft. You just drafted a guy with 5'9", Jason. Okay, these are tiny humans. Give me some fucking beef already. All right. I like the picks. I'm not complaining. It's time. It's time to add somebody who's fat. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who watches this team is fat. You know, give the fans what they need, what they want.
Cameron Page.
Big backs. Yes, big backs.
Jamel Dean, Zion McCollum, Bryce Hall, Ben Morrison, and now Parrish. That's 5 corners. Listen, Bryce Hall is coming off a pretty gruesome ass injury. He broke his leg in half. Okay. There's no guarantee that he's not on this roster. Like he's probably not going to be on this roster. And you know what? I'll still take a rookie corner with some skill over him if I don't know what he's going to be. Like, it is what it is. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? We got enough injury type guys, honestly. So this is, I mean, if they go 3rd corner, it opens up the possibility of a Jamel Dean trade mid-season. You know, if he ends up losing his job or something, you get back something for him. 6th, 7th round pick, who cares? You get something out of him. The Bucs are playing the board right now of basically best available, top of our board. Whoever's there, let's just go get our guy.
Jacksonville has 3 picks in the next fucking 15.
And they were trading up. Didn't they trade up a couple of times?
They have back-to-back picks. Green Bay and then Jacksonville.
Yeah, they're doing that snake draft.
And then the Raiders also have back-to-back picks coming up.
Yeah, I told you. They've got 3 in a 10-pick window.
The Saints have another pick coming up too.
Jaguars are boom, boom, boom. The Jaguars are 88, 89, 102, 104, and 107. What?
And then
that's crazy.
Wow. 1, 2. They got 6 picks or 5 picks in the next 20.
This must not
5
be
out of the next 20
trades. Or
1, 2, 3. What the fuck?
88, 89, 102, 104, 107.
All right. Maybe Jason calls up Liam and says, "Hey, Liam.
Hey, Liam.
Why don't you toss me, old 89 there? We'll pick up Chris Paul and call it a day. Call it a day. We'll give you our next year's 3rd for that."
I wonder how common it is to go back to back with your picks, or if one of those picks gets traded out as bait. Because look, they've got 2. Those are 2 picks that they gained through a trade. One from Houston.
They're not taking all these. They're not drafting 5 guys in the next 20.
But will they go back to back picks, or will they get rid of one of those picks? It
depends on how far somebody wants to jump.
Man, if I'm the Bucs, I'm calling them.
Bowles should be like, "Bitch, you know what I know about you, bro." hey, Sammer. You know what we know about him.
Yeah.
Right? We know what we know about Liam. Yeah. Todd be like, "Hey, I just gotta let the dogs know what's up." Okay?
I may or may not accidentally tweet something.
It's so funny that
burner.
it's so funny that we know that. By the way, we'll just say, Liam's no angel.
We're gonna get in trouble now.
I just said Liam's no angel, bro. I didn't. Everybody knows he's a snake.
You giving up a third round pick for next year to jump up to 89 and grab Chris Paul Jr. here?
You'd have to give up your fourth and a third next year.
I'm down. To 89 or 88.
You give up your fourth and a third next year, and if they
For Chris Paul Jr., man.
Yeah, I mean we got a window. We need to add pieces here.
They're getting Todd of the guys he needs, it looks like, so far. He said, hey, man, I felt what you got to deal with those guys out there at corner. I didn't know who they were. Todd and Jason are just grabbing guys off the fucking out of Bennigan's. Guys working at Bennigan's are getting jobs.
Jaguars took this pick.
They got a lot of picks, man. You got to sign these guys, too. A lot of picks, man. They still got the last pick of this round, too, Stank, at 102.
As I'm saying, they got three. They got three. Yeah, they got these three right here.
I feel like it's either that. I mean, the Bucs have a chance here to trade.
This can't be. It's not right because the TV says the Rams are next.
It says
so. I think, and they said Houston's at the end of this round. Nah, bro. PFF's got it fucked up. That's what's wrong, bro. PFF got it all fucked up. We're over here like salivating over the fucking Jacksonville's picks. PFF's got fucking some kind of, you know what? Izzy fucked up PFF's fucking big computer here.
Maybe that's why he left. He left to go hack.
Hey, did we just like build up some suspense for everybody watching right now? Everybody's like, oh, I think we might trade back.
It's still a possibility to trade back into this round. They just went Caleb Rainshaw.
Wait.
Stink, I'm telling you, it's not incorrect. PFF's right.
Oh.
Listen, man.
Well, they're not showing.
If you're going to give up a pick here to go up, get a guy, and you're cool with Tyke Smith moving to safety, you got your two corners. If he slides to the end of this round and he's not picked before that Jaguars last pick at 102, is it? Or 104? At 102.
If that's a pick, because according to TV, the round, the fourth round ends with Houston.
Whoever it is. Houston's drafted 800 guys too, it feels like.
Bro, do me a favor. Call Jason. And this is ridiculous. We're over here speculating. Like I don't like this.
Dude, what the fuck? Where's Chris Paul? You told me you were gonna get Chris Paul for me.
Text him a picture of Chris Paul, the basketball player. All right, that's not over the line. And he's gonna be like, oh yeah, Chris Paul. And he's gonna be like, oh yeah, Chris Paul. Chat, should Sammer's texting right now? What should he text Jason? What should he text him? Oh, Jags took another pick. Oh. We're not trading with old Liam, but doesn't mean we can't trade with someone else. We've got friends in high places and in low places. Where the whiskey. Huh? Anyone? Vixen, are you muted? Sammer?
Muted, and I was totally finishing the song for you. I'm so sorry. I had your back. Just know I had your back, all right?
Did we just get a West Virginia kid drafted? West Virginia right now. Over me.
No, that's not how that goes.
It is how it goes. Stank and I went to that town and I changed the song. Yep. And I made it their official song.
You know that Sammer's one of the mayors? Or what are you?
I'm an honorary mayor, and I have key to the city in Whatever the fuck that little ass town is that we landed in the airport in a fucking trailer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guy comes out with the luggage on a hitch on the back of a fucking tractor.
We had
Pulls
our own
out.
private airport.
All the luggage is on the back of this trailer attached to a fucking no joke, a tractor.
Hey, Zach, get your fucking ass on the phone, you son of a bitch. You haven't called in. The phone number's right there.
Yeah,
You're
Zach,
in the chat.
let us know. Who did Liam
What
just
the fuck is
get?
wrong with you, bro?
Who did Liam just get? I don't think Zach's allowed to use the phone after 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, that's true, bro.
And also, the phones don't really work in his town.
What's his wife's name again?
Deborah?
What did you name her? You gave her you gave her a name. This is Deborah, right?
I think her name is Deborah. Yeah.
I think you named her Deborah. That's not her real name.
Whatever I name you is what your name is.
All I know is that he's in my town, and I got a text yesterday that he's in my city, and he's and
they don't have phones that work after 10 p.m. there. They shut all the phones off in the city. They got to crank them. They're cranking them around 5 a.m. to get them turned back on.
We got cricket here in Florida. What do they got up in West Virginia?
Grasshopper. They got Caterpillar Mobile.
Caterpillar Mobile. Yep.
Call me up on them Caterpillar Mobile. Yep. Mobile. Caterpillar Mobile.
Listen, I feel like everybody who's watching right now, we're all old enough to remember when you had to pay for minutes, right? Everybody remembers that. Where you're
weekend.
That was the worst.
Call me after 9.
How many minutes?
Call me after 9, dude. Call me after. Yeah. I gotta go. First 60 seconds are free. I gotta go. Call me after 9. Bye. Like,
bro.
Yep.
That's
I'm coming up on the McDonald's. See you there.
People today would never. They'll be like, "You're full of shit, dude." Yeah. We had to
Zach,
fucking pay for
West Virginia, call us right now. We need to know what kind of player Liam just drafted, and could you possibly be setting him up as a mole?
Is that also your cousin?
Do we? Yeah. Do we have a mole? Yeah. Millam.
How many nephews and cousins do you have?
He's got a West Virginia last name. Wyatt Millam. You telling me a guy named Wyatt Millam has never driven a tractor? Come on. That's tractor aficionado written on. Remember that kid that we met in the airport on the way out of Appleton, who told us all his crazy redneck stories and how he's driving across town in a pickup truck to pick up another truck for a friend of his just because? That guy's name was Wyatt Millam.
Hey, bro, I really like fucking Wisconsin, bro. Those people are great.
Yeah, dude, they were suspiciously nice. We're going to go to 304 area code. Zach, West Virginia, is this you?
Yes, it is me.
Okay.
How many minutes do you have? How many minutes do you have to talk to us
after
right
9
now?
p.m. there?
Yes, it's after 9. We're on the same time zone.
Why aren't you? First of all, why aren't you staying in my Airbnb? You piece of shit.
Phil and Mark put us up.
Phil and Mark.
Phil. Wait, were you?
Phil.
Are you sleeping at Phil and Mark's house right now?
Who the fuck are Phil and Mark?
Phil.
Window.
Phil with an S.
Bob, we had a baby. Bob, we had a baby.
SYL.
Bob, we had a baby. It's a boy. Phil.
Bobby, we had a baby. It's a boy.
Bob, we had a baby. It's a boy. Phil. Zach, who's this Wyatt Millam and how many tractors does he own?
I'm a little off my game on tractor ownership, so I'm not sure.
What do you guys talk about at the town hall meetings?
At least one.
What do you guys talk about at the town hall meetings?
Bro, you know that he goes to town hall.
Yeah,
meetings.
they go to town hall meetings down at the fucking church. The one church at the pinnacle of the street.
We talk about grain yield and natural pesticides to use. Normal farm folk talk.
Yeah, how are you going to get rid of that T-Mobile that's trying to open down the street from the Caterpillar Mobile?
Right. How to keep the Walmart from coming in.
How to keep them city folk where they belong in the damn city.
Zach,
how many times have you had to go into town?
Well, it just depends on what you classify as town.
How many times have you had to say that to somebody? I'll see you guys in a few hours. I gotta go into town.
How many times a week do you go in town to get meth gummies?
More important question:
get those delivered.
Is that meth gummies shop still open?
Yeah, the one that does.
Yes.
Is he still the darkest human being in that town?
I don't. I've never set foot in the establishment, so I don't know what the
Rams got
ownership looks
another
like.
edge rusher, Josiah Stewart out of Michigan.
Yeah, they did.
So what is this Wyatt Millum kid all about? Okay, you watch him in West Virginia. You know his family. What kind of eatings they having over at the Millum household? sounds like a honey roasted ham family.
Zach, what do you how are you feeling about all these tiny corners we just drafted?
You know, the size isn't everything. At least that's what I tell my wife. So it's okay.
Your wife's a tiny corner guy, girl, lady.
What's your actual wife's name?
Deborah, bro.
Her name is
Deborah,
Becky.
right?
Becky,
Deborah.
yes.
No, it's
Damn
Deborah.
it.
No, Becky's the fake name that he gives us.
That's
Her
right.
real name is Deborah.
That's right. You're right.
Real name
You're
is
right.
Deborah.
No.
Yeah. Remember when we drove with you from asshole West Virginia all the way to fucking Pittsburgh? Remember that?
I do.
Never again, man.
Do you?
Just so you know, never again.
Never again.
I remember part of that drive until we stopped.
Until they dosed you with meth. Mountain.
It wasn't meth. They were
It was mountain
standard,
meth.
standard, illegally. I mean, yeah.
That's what they call that up there in the West Virginia mountains, bro. You did meth.
You know what's funny?
Right in front of everybody.
I think about that shop all the time, and I don't think about it for the reason you think. I think about how I had to buy it at his price, knowing what he actually paid for it. It was Arab on Arab crime. Think about it at least once a week. Like, God, that guy got $10 off of me, man. Motherfucker. And I told him, too. I was like, I own a shop just like this. I know what's going down here, dude. These aren't no more than $7 for you.
Emory Jones just got drafted, the quarterback?
Zach.
Yeah.
Any relatives in this draft that we need to know about for you, so we don't have to hear you bitch about it for the entire fucking season?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Man, that hurts a little bit, but no, there isn't. You're safe this year.
Why do you sound like you're drunk or asleep?
I'm tired, bro.
Are you
It's
like
10 o'clock?
hugged up? Are you hugged up next to Sil and Mark right now in bed?
No, I'm back home. I've
Are
caught
you
a 5:45 flight yesterday morning.
Greyhound? You took you took a 545 Greyhound all the way back to the mountains?
Or did you sit in the back of a U-Haul with somebody driving on the way to somewhere else?
No, I had to get up.
Was John Candy playing clarinet next to you in the back?
Were you sitting next to a polka band in the back of a U-Haul?
Well, the guy who looks oddly exactly like John Candy. And a frantic mother looking for her lost child.
I'm still upset at you, bro.
Yeah, you came to town and you didn't tell us you were in town.
Put you up. I live 14 seconds from the facility, and I didn't get to hug you.
Are you currently are you spooning a guy named Phil?
No, I'm back home. I'm trying to tell you.
Jalen
I flew out
Milroe
yesterday morning. I flew back this morning
to the Seattle Seahawks.
How weird and disappointing was it after we drafted Emeka yesterday? Because I saw some video from the whole draft thing, and it was like very fucking sketchy in that building.
What was the report down there?
Yeah,
give us the lay of the land.
It didn't go over well in the stadium. A lot of people didn't even know who he was. That was like the big thing. Like the biggest thing was everybody was like, who?
Seattle just drafted Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I already said that, man. Pay attention. All right.
Oh, sorry.
Zach.
Yes,
being that it was your first time on the actual field, did you get a good understanding of how many mowers or tractors you would need to complete the job of mowing that lawn?
That's a good question.
Because I heard in West Virginia, you guys are able to you guys measure distance based on rider mower.
That is not accurate. We still use bushel as a universal measuring unit.
And a peck.
So
bushel and a peck.
Right. Yeah, that's a universal unit of measurement.
Sorry, Zach, but listen, the greatest thing that could happen to us has happened. Okay, the Saints have drafted Jonas Sanker. Okay,
Holy
Jonas
shit.
in the chat losing his mind. Jonas can now shut the fuck up. about this stupid
Bro.
Jonas Sanker guy from
We
Virginia.
can all hate Jonas together now.
All of us. Jonas, you now have to say fuck Jonas every Sunday.
Say fuck Jonas.
Say fuck Jonas, Jonas. Say it. Oh my God. See, look, these guys got drafted from where, people still have, phones and running water and toilets. Virginia, as opposed to West Virginia, where do you guys even have indoor plumbing yet, Zach? I remember we were at your house. We didn't take a piss while we were there.
I shit in a basement hole when I was there. It was right next to a Lego fortress.
A basement.
Actually, you go
next to some Star Wars collectible shit, right?
You walk through this Lego door into a basement box room, and you shit in a hole. And the hole, who knows where the hole goes?
He goes into some collection box that he's like, he's got signed up. I got Snake Master shit just hanging in his fucking psych ward.
Yeah.
I just would like the record to show that I called in for this.
Zach, quick question. What current collectibles are adorned around the current shithole?
Come on, man. You can tell us.
Tell us, man. Is it some sort of Batman collectible poster?
Bro,
What's got going on?
Batcave would be a nice, like you made the basement toilet into a Batcave.
It'd be so stupid too.
It's so dumb.
It's so dumb. It's like, come on through here, guys. I designed my own Batcave. And you get in there, just like a hole in the ground. Just you guys take a shit right here. Thank you so much. Zach, still there?
Zach. Question for you, sir.
Zach, you had rabid dogs that you wouldn't allow near us when we were at your house. Are they still alive?
That's true.
And were those dogs actually
they're
wolves?
still alive.
Were they
And
actually
question to ask
wolves?
somebody.
No, were they actually wolves?
And I did. That was for your safety, Sammer. Tank would have been fine.
Whoa!
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
That seems a bit racist. What you just said to me just now.
I'm just saying, I had to fill out paperwork to get Sammer into town.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
that's not even a joke.
So,
yeah, that's why they locked. That's why all those mailboxes had locks on them.
Yeah, that's called the post office.
Oh, never seen one of those. Sorry. Oh man,
Zach, what kind of memorabilia did you get here while you were in town for a day? What kind of autographs did you collect? Did you get any skin off anybody's backs?
Do any weird things that
Nope.
Did you run into any former Bucs players while at the event where you creep them
Yeah,
out with
I
their
met-
socks that you have in your pocket?
I met Keith finally in person.
That's the dude right
and that
there.
that was it.
Was Jerry with him?
No, Jerry didn't make it in.
Was Co barefoot on the grass?
Hell yeah.
He was not.
Did you go barefoot on the
Did you go
field?
barefoot? Yeah.
I did not, but Brian did.
Who the fuck's Brian?
Who's Brian?
Who's Brian?
B-Shuck.
Oh, B-Shuck went
What do you
bullshit.
mean who?
No one
Hall
calls,
of Famer.
calls him Brian.
Yeah.
Bullshit. He went barefoot.
His first
Call
name
him
is
Brian.
B, and his last name is Shuck.
Picks or it didn't happen, B-Shuck? I don't believe you.
I can't believe that B Shuck would hang out with Zach
happened.
from West Virginia and not tell us he's
I don't
hanging out
believe
with Zach from West Virginia.
I mean, I believe it because he's my people, and that's just that's what we.
He also is embarrassed by you.
Okay.
Hey,
Another quarterback just
Dylan
went.
Gabriel.
Another
got
quarterback
drafted before
Cleveland.
Shador Sanders. Dylan Gabriel. Dude is a midget. No offense to people like that. Were you still allowed to say that word? Is that a thing? Little people?
No, it's little people.
Small, little guy. Did they pick him so they could throw him over the line like the tush push?
the tush throw.
The small guy throw. That's what they call it. Little person throw.
Zach, you got any 50 anniversary patches you want to send our way?
No, I did buy a 50th shirt while I was down there. That's the only thing I got.
Did you shit in any of the holes on the side of the
B-Shuck, Zach is saying that you were barefoot on the field yesterday and you didn't even send me feet pics. That's kind of fucked up, B-Shuck. That's kind of fucked up.
Dude, I can't believe that every other quarterback but Shador Sanders has gotten drafted.
Bro, this feels personal.
Yeah, I feel like they're. Is there collusion? Is there league-wide collusion going on right now?
Wow.
Have they colluded against one Shedeur Sanders?
Probably.
There's a guy on Twitter who breaks down quarterback film and other players who got a lot of heat when he said that he considers Shedeur Sanders undraftable. And here we are, nearly 100 picks into the draft, and that man is still sitting at home in his custom-made draft house, and he has no team to go play for.
This is gonna go down as one of the weirdest drafts.
This is worse.
Yeah.
Is this worse than the Aaron Rodgers thing that happened?
Oh, fucking way worse than the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Because Aaron Rodgers wasn't a piece of shit. Not a piece of shit.
This
He
might
wasn't so hyped. He wasn't hyped up.
This is going to go down as one, if not the most embarrassing draft situation outside of the Bucs drafting Bo Jackson.
Is Deion kicking people right now? Is Deion kicking like the people who work at his house, like the kitchen staff, the caterers?
Maybe. Zach, should we trade back into the first round here for Chris Paul Jr.?
And should we do
the first round?
And should we
that would be difficult.
And
No,
should we do
the
it with,
first round.
And should we do it with Snaky Boy?
No, we don't need to. We got Spy Tech with 2 picks coming up.
Should we do it? Yeah, I mean, that would be
Why
it.
not? Jason and Spy Tech are definitely calling right now.
Should we do it?
Yeah, I think so. When you're this close to a Super Bowl window, you got to take advantage of it. 4th or 5th round pick next year is not going to make much of a difference. It'd be more impactful to trade back and get Chris Paul.
Crown makes a good point. Sanders got some humble pie. Yep. I think he's a good human being, by the way. I don't think he's a bad human being.
Bro, absolutely not.
I just think some of it is being born to Deion, who I absolutely love as a Seminole guy. And some of it also is his tape. He's not as good as people want him to be.
He's
Doesn't
better
mean
than Dylan Gabriel, bro. I'm sorry.
I agree. He's definitely better than Dylan Gabriel. That is a poor man's. That's a poor man's Kyler Murray. Yeah,
he's a better quarterback than Jalen Milroe. Jalen's
I don't know. Jalen Milroe has crazy potential.
Right now, he's a better quarterback than Jalen Milroe, without question.
I don't know about that.
The Raiders could take him here.
Imagine though, Deion Sanders, okay, giving birth to 3 boys. You're a crazy athletic freak. Your first kid, Deion Sanders Jr., doesn't even play a sport. He's a social media guy. He does all the videography. Your next 2 kids possibly going undrafted. Meanwhile, he was the biggest hype train, maybe the first ever fantastical spectacle of the NFL draft, if you think about it. Deion Sanders put on a show, dude. Unbelievable draft night leading up to the draft, the workouts, the team meetings stank. And to see his sons go the complete opposite direction, that's crazy to think about, man. That is crazy.
That's what Dylan Gabriel looks like?
Yeah, he's a poor man's Kyler Murray.
He's beautiful.
So do you think if both of the Sanders kids go undrafted, does Deion disown them?
Bro,
absolutely.
Did you see this guy's hair?
He's beautiful.
Wow.
You think he's beautiful, right? Oh man.
Oh, who knew?
Some people say it's Deion's fault.
Yeah, I mean it's a circus. You don't want to sign up for that shit, and then hear him constantly chirping behind your back, he's gonna talk shit, especially if you're not winning. He's gonna put pressure on the organization and the coaching staff, and
his son, the one who plays safety, probably only on that team because his dad's the coach. On top of that, I bet. Trump posted a rant about how good Deion was and that teams should get Shedeur. Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Trump did?
Yeah, earlier in the day. The NFL should be embarrassed. Sanders not getting drafted because coaches are afraid of the team being bad and then getting fired to bring in Deion to be coach. Too much headache. I don't know about that, but I could see the headache scenario playing.
I mean, it's just a distraction. It's the distraction that
his dad every day is going to mention it, or he's going to get asked about it. Podcasts, shows, interviews. First thing they're going to ask is about that guy. And if he doesn't like what the coaches are doing, he's going to blame the coach. That's a distraction. Imagine teammates. Hey, dude, tell your dad to shut the fuck up. And that's what's going to go down. These kids don't know who Dion is, like for us, right? The guys in the NFL nowadays, the younger ones especially.
I mean, they know about Dion like we knew about Jim Brown. You know, like
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the same shit. Like, oh, Dion was great, and you know, just like people say Jim Brown was great. Okay, yeah, sure he was. Gramps.
Zach on the phone.
Yeah, Zach. What kind of fixins did you have here in Tampa while you were here, food wise?
We went down to the Armature Works.
Oh,
and
you could have fucking threw a rock in at my house.
Yeah, you could have spit at his house.
This feels a little personal, man.
Center from Georgia goes to.
I flew in and flew out. It was a straight business trip, man.
I would have liked to go to Armature Works last night.
You're an in and out type of guy.
We didn't go last night. We were there in the afternoon.
Oh, so you were here longer than last night.
I was completely.
So you were here
yeah,
for
I was completely free for the afternoon.
So you, Phil, and some guy named Mark.
Still, you dumb motherfucker.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they went to the Georgia Center we like.
Yeah, as a guard / center. It's crazy. We have 910 people watching this nonsense on Twitter right now. We've dipped a little bit on YouTube though. We're under 100 now. What's going on there? You guys going to bed?
Yeah, all 900 of you guys.
It's not a school night.
Yeah, all 900 of you guys. The Vixen's dead asleep right now. Absolutely fucking snoring.
I am not.
Oh,
I'm not. I was being quiet. I was trying not to interrupt you boys. You had
why don't you eat a cannoli?
I ran out of them. I ate them all.
Isn't that what Loose Cannons After Dark was supposed to be for?
Yeah.
Eating cannolis?
That's it. That's it.
Cannoli
Pastry. All we're doing is eating pastries after dark.
Ones that are stuffed with delicious cream too.
Stank loves those phallic-like objects full of cream.
I'm not a cream-filled guy, honestly.
No, I was letting you guys hang out with your friend, you know.
I like the most boring donuts.
He's not my friend.
Blueberry cake donuts. They're the best donuts.
He's not my friend.
No, I fucking hate this guy.
I was waiting for you to say it, Sammer, but 3 times was unnecessary.
I know, right? Yeah, that's a little rude.
No.
Sammer doesn't have friends.
By design. Ask me how many times I've helped anybody move.
Ask you how many times you did what?
Helped anybody move. Or had to take somebody to the airport.
Yeah, that's true. It's the Larry David school of. Oh, there goes
the Falcons took a guy we like.
What? Oh no!
I hate to say this, but the Falcons are, and they gave up way too much for Pierce, but they've added some talent to that defense. They're still gonna fucking finish third in the division.
Dude,
I don't think Pierce is great. I like Jalen Walker, but it's gonna be a few years before he's really. We gotta figure out what he is. Probably gonna be a blitzing specialist to start off his career. All right, 98 and 99 are coming up. Raiders back-to-back picks from trades with Miami and the New York Giants. Potential Buccaneer trade-up scenario here. Could this be where it happens, Stank? Could Chris Paul be the play? Could we get another player today and round out the first 2 days with 4 new players, freshly minted in white and pewter?
I feel like they should get a linebacker if they do that.
Odds are,
no,
it's not going to happen. But I mean, fucking, that would be great. Honestly, I feel like that would be worth the price to pay.
I feel like we haven't ever moved up, but once under Jason Light's.
No, we've moved up more. But this would probably be one of the bigger jumps.
We moved up for Tristan, did we not?
We did, but that was
we moved up for Tristan.
Then we move up like a couple picks.
I think it was only 1 pick, wasn't it?
1 or 2. I don't think it was more than 1 or 2. But Jason values those picks next year. I feel like he'd be valuing those picks. Would he be willing to give up a fourth in hopes of, trading a Jamel Dean at some point and getting something back? Dude,
You basically be jumping up 22 spots right here to get one of these picks. 21 or 22 spots.
Very surprised that Kobe Bryant is still available and the other corners are getting picked before him. Noel Williams, who I thought would go after him, is still available.
Yeah, so is Braden Swinson.
Braden Swinson's still there. Chris Paul Jr., obviously. Kyle Kennard, not a
Those
bad
Cam
kid.
Scattaboo, believe it or not.
Yeah. It's hey, look, the Texans picked something, not a wide receiver. USC
From a
though,
school,
I believe,
from a different school too.
Yeah, but from the same conference. Right? Are they still in the same conference together, them and Iowa State? Are they not? I thought they were. I thought they're kind of like rivals a little bit.
in Iowa State? I think you're right about that.
Iowa State, is that where Rocco Becht plays?
Yeah, Iowa State's in the Big 12.
Okay, cool. Is that where Rocco Becht plays? Anthony Becht's son?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, those two stud wide receivers. Nice. Well, he just got two guys drafted. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I guess you're right there, Zach. Iowa State is Big 12 and USC's not. I thought they played each other once a year, don't they? I feel like that's a thing that happens.
The Raiders also have another pick coming up in the, like right away in the.
Yeah, I told you. They have
the
3
regular
picks in
pick.
10 window. 10 picks. They went tackle out of Texas
They have
Tech.
They have 2 picks in the 4th round.
Yeah, man,
they
they've been
just
moving down. He's trying to build
they
that
just took a
team.
tackle.
Spytech said, I got a lot of holes to fill. Vixen liked that comment.
Hey, she'd like it even more if she ever met Spytech.
Who would like what?
You gotta pay attention.
I was paying attention. I just didn't hear it. I heard something about holes.
Yeah. It's weird what perks your ears. Balls. You haven't even talked about balls at all. This entire. How many hours is this now, Sammer? Bro, you had me in here at 6. This is about a 6-hour podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's your point?
We didn't talk about balls not even once.
No, I said hands on balls a couple of times about these corners.
Are you waiting for me to say it?
I can't believe
No.
I can't believe
like you're
I
waiting
can't
for
believe
me.
Jonas Steck just spelled cannoli like that. Connolly, he spelled it basically.
I like it.
Connolly.
That's the way I was spelled too.
Yes, Rich T.
Connolly.
We will be here at 11 a.m. to take phone calls, okay? And talk about the guys that we've acquired so far, and then lead right into the last day of the draft tomorrow, where we'll go through round 4, 5, 6, and 7. From 11 a.m. all the way through 3 days straight. We've never done this, okay? But we're giving you
Zach, you want to join us? You want to join us tomorrow from the man
Corey,
cave, Zach?
Corey from Nashville will actually be joining us.
Sure. Yeah.
Nah, you haven't passed the camera credentials. Sorry, Zach.
I think he's got a good setup because he's been podcasting lately.
How is your Windows 3.1 on your gateway?
Is it up to date?
I got a Dell.
Dell.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Do you update your drivers?
Yeah.
You're only gonna have an Izzy situation, right, where he just randomly, mysteriously has to turn off his computer for no reason at all.
And then stay up for another 2 hours after.
On his computer.
T. Rich asks, so how has it been so far for you two going live for the first 2 days? Think it's something you'll do every year? Hey, Rich, thanks for asking. We've actually done this. This our 4th year in a row?
The 4th year doing the draft show, we've never done a 3-night thing. Last year we were going to, but family situations did not allow for such to happen. But yeah, I think this is the plan moving forward. I'm going to make Stank work for me for 3 straight days, keeping him up late, way past his bedtime. To where
Dude, I'm usually in bed 8:15, man.
Right after supper. So
Supper. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, he calls it supper for a reason.
Hey Zach,
yeah.
Zach, send me some of them West Virginia cookies, dog. The
West
ones from
Virginia
that,
cookies.
the ones from that place that we went to.
Oh yeah.
Zach,
I got you.
I want you to know, man. The other day we had a spill in the garage, and I used that West Virginia shirt you got me to wipe it up. I thought of you.
That's good. It's nice that that's how you use a gift. Yeah. So that's
that was
good.
a gift?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I know you don't understand that concept, but when one person gives you something else, it's referred to as a gift.
I used it.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, he used it.
Yeah. So you should be thanking
How
me.
many? How many shirts do you guys have in your closet right now that somebody gifted you and you're like, why? What the fuck?
So you're welcome, Zach. Before I forget, you guys, this 3-day event is brought to you by Live Draft Show. Or this, I'm reading the fucking screen. This Live Draft Show for 3 days is brought to you by reversebrand.com.
Live Draft Show.
Yep. Check them out. Reversebrand.com, obviously. Got a ton of cool shit. The hats that we have on our head here. We couldn't give this hat away because nobody won anything. No one picked the fucking pick. So maybe we need to close out the show with some other type of contest or question. Make sure you check them out. Use the discount code Loose Cannons for 20% off anything on their website and anything on your entire order. The Vegas Knights, no, not the Vegas Knights. The Vegas Raiders go another tackle. Charles Grant. Back-to-back tackles on back-to-back picks.
From William and Mary.
Building the trenches. Okay. They get him from this guy didn't even go to college. He's straight from William and Mary. They both procreated.
That's his parents' names.
Yeah. William and Mary. And Caleb came from parents Texas and Tech. So very cool. Homegrown talent, apparently. Didn't go to school at all. Homeschooled. Charles Grant homeschooled with father William and mother Mary. Zach, William and Mary sound like they may be from your town. Do you know of William and Mary?
Yeah.
Do you know that?
They live down the street.
Awesome. Do they have one of those
we see
mailboxes?
We see each other at the Mercantile.
I knew it. I knew you guys had a Mercantile. I knew it.
Hey, Rich T. Yes, I know about that place. It used to be the old Stone Soup, but I haven't been to the attic yet. How was the food?
Thanks for having a whole conversation with some
I'm reading the
guy.
chat. It was a chat. Rich T asked a question in the chat. I'm just answering him. It's okay. You guys over here talking about mercantiles and shit.
Yeah.
Never heard of
the Mercantile next to the apothecary.
Yeah, I'm about to ask. Do you guys have an apothecary?
Hey, my neighborhood has apothecary. Mine does.
Zach, you live in that town that still has a delicatessen.
Dude, what?
They still
we have
call it that.
delicatessens
No.
here.
Yeah, we call them deli here in the new,
In the new?
In the city, in the new, in the new. Dude, we saw the town he lived in. Nobody.
Careful how you talk about delis, bro.
The rich people in his neighborhood,
the general store,
were the only ones that had driveways.
I have a general store in my neighborhood.
Store.
I do. It's called the Heights
Me
General.
too.
Zach, you ever heard of something called plastic?
Plastic
bags?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tupperware.
Yeah, some of the folks in town have those.
It's bad for you, bro. Don't let them bring that to your city.
Did you?
Your
did you watch last night when we had that Tupperware salesman on the show? Were you geeked about possibly getting your hands on some of the product he was offering?
Yeah, it would be nice to have food that keeps more than one day. It's a hassle to kind of keep getting the ice for the ice box.
Have you ever salted your meats?
Daily.
Yeah, you have one of those rooms where you hang all the meats outside in that barn.
Right.
Yeah. Real quick, Zach, before we let you go, have you guys ever had a how do I put this? A hazardous waste spill in your town's river?
Listen, bro. How many kids have you had to save from a well in your city since you've lived in it?
You have a dog that's known as a hero. A town hero.
Are you?
Yes, and we elected it mayor.
Zach,
Yep,
be
that
honest with
makes
me,
sense.
bro. I'll be honest with me.
That's
Are
right.
you a volunteer fireman in your city just because you have to be?
You don't have a choice.
We all have to take a turn being at the town fireman.
Zach, do you have a town cobbler?
Fuck yeah! Every sound should have a good town cobbler.
Cobbler, yeah.
Yeah,
Have you ever had any
it's hard
shoes
to find a
repaired?
good cobbler.
It is, bro.
Have you ever had a problem with the milkman?
No, I do my own milking.
Wow.
That makes sense.
So the milkman goes house to house and milks who exactly at the houses?
Milkman don't show his face around here. I handle my own milking.
Wow.
I have nipples, Greg.
Yeah,
Milk
Zach,
me?
you milk him?
I think with a little bit of preparation and effort, I think almost anything's possible.
Stank knows a lot about preparation, H. Don't you, Stank?
Bro, you have no idea.
I'm just stoked that the Raiders, of all the places, Sin City drafts a guy who was homeschooled by William and Mary. They brought this guy and said, hey, you know where you would really fit in? Las Vegas. Come on down. Bring your fat tackle ass down here. And fuck whatever you learned over at William and Mary.
Trey Amos.
You yawn like a gorilla.
That seems a bit mean.
Yeah, man.
That's fucked up, dude.
Jeez, I've been nothing but nice to you.
I know you just did though. Do it
Wow.
again.
That's kind of fucked up.
No, you clip it and watch it back later, I guess.
I will. Thank you.
Zach, any last words before we tell you to fuck off?
Thanks for taking my call.
You gonna hang up and listen?
First time, long time?
First time, long time?
You gonna love us long time?
Yeah.
I know you love us and we don't love you back, and yet you still just, it's a one-way street type of relationship, right?
It is.
I feel like me love you long time isn't used enough.
It feels racist. That's probably why.
What? Why? It's a lyric from
I
a
guess it
song.
depends on the way you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you say it, Stank? Being one who frequents massage parlors and
What's wrong with massage parlor, bro?
bathhouses.
What's wrong with bathhouses? Or massage parlors?
You tell me.
Justin Tucker really likes them.
Zach, do you guys have massage parlors in your town? And have you guys even allowed people of that descent in there yet?
No,
People
it's
with
frowned upon
outside-
for an unmarried woman to touch a man.
Yep. Also, they're going to be bringing, crazy ideas and religions that,
Yeah.
don't involve
You gotta
cross.
You gotta keep room for Jesus, right? You can't touch.
That's right.
Do you own a
You
wagon?
got to leave room for the Holy Ghost.
Do you own a wagon?
Everybody owns one. Who doesn't own a wagon?
I mean,
Bro.
Do you own two wagons?
You ain't seen
Now,
Zach walk
two
past
wagons
you?
is just flaunting.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you guys have a medicine woman in that town?
No, they
Or
burned
one
her.
of those
bro.
doctors that has that bag that opens
They
up.
burned her at the stake. What are you talking about?
They burned her at the stake. Do you have
Yeah,
a
bro.
weekly burning?
When's the last time y'all burned somebody at the stake in your town?
2 days ago, probably.
Yeah, what's today?
Exactly.
I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know if it happened yesterday.
Thomas woke up and his wife Mary was playing something on the box that was making a bunch of sound. She was singing along with it. Next thing you know, she was burnt.
Here it is.
Quick.
Last pick of the draft, fellas. Last
Hey,
pick.
Upton Stout, a really cool name for an NFL safety, goes to the San Francisco 49ers. Again, another guy we like that they are taking. And then the Broncos go with Savon Jones, the other edge out of LSU, who I believe still leaves Braden Swinton out for us, and Ty Felton, wide receiver out of
There it is.
Maryland, closes out
Wow. That was
the
fast.
draft. I thought
We get
the
to hear
Jaguars
about
had that
Scudder
last pick.
for another day now.
That's crazy. He has gone 3 rounds undrafted. Zach, I know you got to
Yep.
go out there and hang the rest of your venison in the barn. So I'm going to let you go and say hi to Deborah.
Will do.
Excellent.
Will do. Thanks, fellas.
And do your
It was
best to
good
stay.
talking to you.
Listen, do your best to stay safe out there. I heard there's some coyotes coming out. Your part of the town.
Yeah.
But you do have
We'll
those
do. You know,
pet
it's
wolves.
yeah, it's hard when there's no glass in the windows to keep things out, but
You got to shut her up. You got to shut her up.
we'll make do.
Shut her up and hunker down.
Yeah. Right.
Wow.
Right. I'll be home tomorrow if you feel charitable and want to let me join. I'll be here.
I mean, it
All right,
depends what kind of
Sparkles.
webcam you have, man.
Listen, you just you get behind the Dell and you just wait. The farmer and his Dell. You just sit back.
The
behind
farmer and the Dell.
You wait. All right.
Sounds good. All right, fellas.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Later, homie.
Later.
Good evening, he said. Stanker. We finished out rounds 1, 2, and 3. 2 nights. Quite a marathon. Quite a marathon. Bucs did not draft or jump back in here. They drafted 2 corners tonight. People lost their minds last night when we went wide receiver. Said, we have corners. We have corner needs. We need corners. And Jason Light said, hey, fuck you guys. Check this out. I'm going 2 corners at pick 53 and pick 84. 2 guys I really like. I think are good picks. If the health checks out on the first guy, then you know what? Let's fucking go. We got ourselves 2 dogs. Ain't going to see Funderburk and Hayes out there, okay, running around. I kept calling him Jovan Hayes last night, by the way, I think, and that's not the same guy. That's a defensive edge, defensive end that we had here for a little bit that everyone thought was going to be the next Simeon Rice, but was definitely not. Practice squad guy. But check this out. Make sure you guys show love to reversebrand.com. Again, reversebrand.com. Check them out. Use the discount code Loose Cannons for 20% off. We will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll have the phone lines open for you guys to yell at us about the picks or tell us how much you love the picks or maybe tell us what's going down in rounds 4, 5, and 7. We don't have a 6-round pick currently, so we will be through the entire rest of the draft tomorrow. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. We still have some hats to give away, so we'll continue doing that. On behalf of myself, Stanker, and our intern Vixen, we will see you guys tomorrow at 11. Make sure you guys go out and have some supper. And as Vixen would say,
y'all come back now, you hear?
there it is.